Ladies and gentlemen, we are streaming and recording. The day is upon us when history will be made and the fate of humanity will literally be decided, and I happen to be living not just in this century, but in the day that it happens. I just voted Los Angeles for Donald Trump, obviously. We have about 15 tabs open. It is 5:46 Pacific time. We're about to have more tabs open. We have Crowder. We have the Daily Wire, including Jordan Peterson. I feel like I should add that Jordan Peterson is there in addition to the Daily Wire because he's kind of bigger than the Daily Wire in my mind. And then, of course, we have Charlie Kirk. And then we have a certain war on info that I can't show on YouTube, but that I will be consulting on my phone so that I really could be browsing the Instacart app and buying bananas. This way YouTube doesn't take action against me for accessing forbidden information. All right, let's get into this because we're all here together. We're all here for the same reason. We're all MAGA.
Pennsylvania. I'm gonna. Unfortunately,
of...
they have. We'll update this. They have called New Jersey. We will not indulge this fantasy further.
Kamala Harris didn't concede her first nationwide election, or excuse me, she didn't concede her first statewide election in California in 2010 for AG for 3 weeks after the election, and she was down on election day, and she refused to concede against the Republican who ran very strong. He was a popular incumbent DA of Los Angeles, whereas she was the DA in San Francisco. And she kept it open for 3 weeks, and they found 50,000 more votes.
Oh,
and so I think she ended up winning by a delta of like 38,000. I keep in mind 38,000 in California.
All right, I'm gonna shout out my lovely friends.
She ain't conceding.
The left has,
Unless there is a resounding victory.
It's a great point. The left doesn't believe in objective parameters, obviously, but that's no surprise. We are here because the left disagrees with reality and wars with reality itself. This is the reason why it's good guys versus bad guys. I'm pulling up the Electoral College of important states really quickly. Let's see. I have here Virginia. We're gonna do Georgia. Okay, this is good. Next, we're gonna do Pennsylvania. Why not? It started reporting. When I was standing in line for voting about an hour ago, it was not reporting yet. Oh my gosh. Trump's leading in Pennsylvania. Hold on. I have to verify this. Okay, we only have 13% reporting. Pennsylvania's, it's way too early. Okay. Florida, Georgia, Trump is ahead. Let's see about Wisconsin. No results. Okay. Michigan. Only 8%. Okay, well, yeah, only 8%. Wow, the night is still so young. I thought we would have something, but then again, things aren't going to be called until a lot later. It's going to be like 8 p.m. until Pennsylvania's called. Guys, we're streaming and I'm recording. All right, let's see what people are talking about. Daily Wire. I want to hear what Jordan Peterson has to say.
Joe Biden, let me look at the numbers here. So this was a...
We don't have Jordan Peterson here yet. Atlanta was going blue right when I started voting, which was expected, obviously. Here it says Trump's ahead by a couple 100,000.
Things we should be concerned about right now, because right now the trend is our friend. Right now the map is shrinking for Kamala Harris. It still is taking. Let's Georgia. We're talking about Georgia. Oh wow! With 65% of the vote in, Donald Trump commands a 5-point lead in Georgia.
Let's go.
The New York Times. The New York Times thinks he'll win by 2.5 points.
I feel pretty strongly we're getting, but I suspect that in 2 hours, Charlie, we're going to be honing in on
Wisconsin.
Well, not just Wisconsin, but the situation that had us so agitated.
Everything we predicted.
Everything we predicted, which
so
is
frustrating.
We would be able, if Nebraska had done what we told them to do, we would basically be. I think we'd be 20 points higher on the prediction markets. I think the New York Times Neil would be 20 points over because they would know she needs a Sunbelt state, and the Sunbelt looks horrible for them right now.
Mm-hmm.
But we know the Sunbelt doesn't 100% track with the Rust Belt. That's just how it is.
The Sunbelt has been going towards Trump. The Rust Belt has been going exclusively to Trump.
Will be a lot closer than Florida is, or Georgia is, or Texas is.
Okay, email us freedom@charliekirk.com, and if you want a potential free hat, subscribe to our podcast and send it to us, and also members.charliekirk.com if you want a guaranteed hat. We're sending out thousands of these, members.charliekirk.com. Okay, Arizona polls close in 8 hours. 8 hours. 8 minutes. Jeez, it's been a long stream.
8 minutes.
In 8 minutes.
Arizona.
Tons of first-time voters, by the way, of people that are emailing us. I just love these emails. Of people that are sending pictures of their subscriptions, and it's really great.
All right, here's crowd.
By the way, Carrie Lake's going to come down to the wire here in Arizona, too. So if you're in Arizona, vote the entire ticket red. Vote it all red, everybody. And, okay, let's now get here to Pennsylvania. Anything else, Jack, out of Pennsylvania? By the way, for those of you that are watching on the East Coast, we're going to be here all night as your companion. As these other streams start dropping off, make yourself comfortable. We are going to be here for the long haul.
Oh, yeah.
Okay?
Let's go.
Georgia is now lean Republican, lean Trump. It's increasing, actually. So North Carolina is still, it's actually exiting toss-up territory in the New York Times. And they think Trump's going to win by 1.7, which is...
That's a good sign.
We'll take it.
That's
okay?
Great.
We'll take it.
I'm told our stream is being played at a loud volume in a Lower East Side restaurant right now in New York. So
hello, everybody. That is in a Lower East Side restaurant.
New York. We love Lower East Side. We love New York.
New York's been tremendous.
Okay.
God without ethos, God without true virtue,
You have
or
an impact on the game.
Start to speak more candidly about stuff, but I'm not going to make any predictions, but I will speak more candidly. By the way, it's just vanity at this point, but Trump is up 13 points in Florida. Can I say that again?
13 points in Florida. We're going to win it by 1.3, 1.4 million votes.
Dude,
this is
Florida.
a state that Obama won.
We got a lot of Florida men. Let's go. Let's go.
Nearly 9 points. 9 points.
Forecasted 9 points in Ohio.
8.7-ish. And again, the forecasts are eerily accurate. Okay?
I will say
with five of the largest
black men in Georgia. Well, what did the turnout look like? Do we know yet in terms of exit polling or any other data what the turnout looks like racially in a state like Georgia, which is obviously a very heavily demographically black state?
Yeah, a lot of those counties haven't reported yet, especially the rural black counties. So if we come down to some of these counties down here, so Coffee County, we can look at some of the census data of what this looks like. I mean, this is 28% black. What's really interesting is that this county actually looks a whole lot, or at least racially, like the state of Georgia. It does over-index on Hispanic and under-index Asian, but it gets the black percentage about right when you're thinking about what the voting population is going to be.
Yo.
And then as we look at the results for Coffee County.
Hey, chat. What's up? I'm just seeing your chats right now. Okay, Trump's leading the Sun Belt. What did you miss? Trump's leading the Rust Belt by like 100%. The Rust Belt is also looking good. I'm watching Georgia and Pennsylvania because obviously that's what's most important here. But we're not going to know anything for a few hours. I'm in this for the long haul. This is going to be crazy. I want to see if I sign into chat, if I can. Oh, I don't want to do that. Oops, I just closed chat. I don't know if chat is still open, but I can't see it. Maybe I'll try to fix that in a second.
My map was, in my dream map, he wins New Hampshire. They've called New Hampshire for Kamala Harris as well. So what exactly happened in New Hampshire? Because there were some dreams. Some of us had dreams. Those dreams have been dashed of New Hampshire turning red.
Well, again, it's 33% reporting, so we can't really look into it and say what happened. I think
the county, it's just he's not seeing it in the data. And in fact, if anything, he might see Trump getting more of a crossover vote from Philadelphia, which might end up being those black men we were talking about before, like in Georgia.
Okay, subscribe to our podcast. Also, members.charliekirk.com. If you want to yes, please.
This clip is...
Fear what they claim to fear, or they do actually fear what they claim is not a threat. So, for example, during COVID, Nancy Pelosi wasn't afraid of COVID. It's not that she was a hypocrite. It's that she actually went to have a blowout, which couldn't have possibly been worse, or Governor Whitmer, or you see it with Gavin Newsom. It's that they say, hey, look, we don't have a problem with migrants, yet every single time they go anywhere near the border, they have an entire security detail. So it's not, are people hypocritical? People can be hypocritical because they fall short of standards. People can also be hypocritical simply because they're lying and they don't believe in those standards at all. And I just say that because it's the first thing they'll throw at Christians, and it's true. Every single Christian is a hypocrite. Difference is, does someone believe it?
Yeah. That's some good analysis. What I suppose is like a significant change since coming to Christ, since surrendering to Christ, since being grabbed by the throat by Jesus Christ, is that I no longer feel that I have to myself combine and align contradictory ideas. I'm living my life from a state of surrender, acceptance of my own limitations, and at my best, Stephen, I'm only communicating with an audience of one. I'm talking to Jesus. Sometimes that's because of difficulties with the streaming, and sometimes I'm shadow banning on YouTube. But more generally, I'm talking to our Lord. I'm talking to our Lord when I'm failing as a husband, when I'm failing as a father, when I'm failing as a boss, when I'm failing as a content provider, when I'm not polite enough on the street, when I know that I experience temptation. But I've always been open and authentic, and I've always been guided by these ideas. But in surrendering to Him, everything makes sense now. And now it is my purpose to, as best I can, share my testimony, to live my mission and my ministry, and to celebrate the triune God, being understanding of people that don't see the world that way, because for a long time I didn't see the world that way. Right. And being patient and seeing how it's going to be relevant in these spaces, and seeing how I can still muck about, man, and have fun. Yeah. And so it's changed me pretty radically and pretty quickly, and it's changing me all the time.
Oh man, well that's great to hear, and I'm glad to hear you put it so authentically, because we unfortunately sometimes have people, they convert, and then right away it's, well, and by the way, and everything that I did was wrong, and now I'm going to do it this way, and they right away go to telling everyone else everything is wrong. Look, if people want to count up the sins, they can just watch this stream tonight. That's why I always, if it goes to theology, I say, well, bring up Gerald, because he's basically an actual choir boy. Not actually choir, but the point is, like, he's as...
Hampshire, unfortunately.
Yeah, what a shocker. What a waste of time.
You know.
I mean, I like the people in New Hampshire, but come on, guys. Like you don't get extra points for getting over 270. It's ridiculous. Okay, let's go to my Senate race. Bernie Moreno has taken the lead in the U.S. Senate race
big.
in Ohio, everybody. That is
And there's a lot of red votes out there.
Oh, no, the reddest counties haven't even reported, and Election Day is still catching up. This is in-person early voting. That is really, really big. Okay.
Man, Bernie's going to be a great senator if that holds.
Can you text Vivek to see if he can join?
Ohio's going
by
to
the way?
get two new great senators. Well, at least two new senators.
Yeah, they might have to clean house. Their current senator might have to find other work. Well, he will find other work.
Got an idea. He's got options.
All right, I like that. Bernie Moreno taking the lead. Donald Trump up 6 in the great state of Ohio. I say, oh wait, you say.
That's great.
Do you hear Danny?
Ohio.
Montana,
there it is.
Donald Trump is tweeting.
Io, one of the best moons of Jupiter.
All right. They listen.
It is not.
Donald Trump is tweeting right now. By the way, guys, if you are watching, I appreciate the likes. I don't see chat. I might have closed chat on accident, but it doesn't matter because this video will come out tomorrow anyway, in addition to the stream. But you can still hear what I'm saying. I have my phone here so that I can check a certain account on X. I'm gonna see what Elon and Donald are tweeting right now. Oh, this is good. This is good. The prophecy's been fulfilled. This is actually funny. Bro, $1.3 billion bet on Donald Trump. The prophecy. That's fantastic. Okay. Elon Musk is such a savage, bro. Okay, going to the Dawn. One more hour, Montana, 1 more hour, Nevada. Nevada would be nice. It's not required, but it would be nice. Pennsylvania. Polling hours extended to 10 p.m. Okay. Is that Pennsylvania time? Hey, I don't mind, guys. I will obviously be here as long as it takes. I'll be here as long as it takes. Wow. Okay. I will literally drink as much coffee as is necessary to stay up. So, you know.
72% chance of winning Georgia, but the range they give is Harris +5 to Trump +10.
No, but
I know, but the range is wild. Like how much they're hedging, right? Like, you know, if they get one of these wildly wrong, they're going to be like, hey, we said it could be up to a 15-point differential. Like, I mean, it's just something to keep in mind, right?
New York Times just shifted Michigan
to
from lean Harris to toss up.
If you watched in
That's fantastic.
16, everyone will remember how all of those started very Hillary, and they would tick.
We were just saying that when you were out.
Over.
We literally just said that.
Why didn't you guys just be quiet while I was out? You guys
Actually, we spent most of the time sitting around going, "Where's Blake? When is Blake coming back?"
They've called Wyoming. Did we get it?
Yeah, Wyoming's up there. I'm way ahead of the AP on this one.
All right.
John Barrasso won. There you go.
We have less than 1%. Someone is reporting 1,000. Someone was just like waiting, like hovering over the keyboard to like hit enter on some early vote in Iowa. I can't even see where it's from.
Chris Boozy has apologized.
That guy is such a joke, man. It's just.
Do you want to explain to the audience?
He was saying that Trump was going to lose Florida, it's just the most insane maps you could imagine.
The doomerism temptation comes for us all.
He said Florida was catastrophic and it wasn't closed. The ballot measures had no
the
effect.
first drop out of Iowa. New York Times says that Trump's going to win by 8.5. Oh wow. Let's
Yeah,
see if
there's a
weird
lot
is
of
Iowa, they
propaganda going on. There's a lot of propaganda happening with earlier today. They were saying Kamala's going to take Iowa.
But Iowa reports super fast, though.
Yeah,
like,
no.
very
What was funny
fast.
about it was that there was nothing on the actual state page. It was like invisible votes.
all
now it's
throughout the
there's
central
so
part
much
of the
time.
country, including Texas, my home state, which you will be shocked to learn is being universally called for Donald Trump. So there were going into the election, there were all kinds of things that people were maybe New York will go for Trump, and maybe Texas will go for Harris. All that is wish casting. We still live in a world where gravity works.
Yeah, here's some quick calls. Trump wins Wyoming, Trump wins Kansas, Trump wins North Dakota, Trump wins South Dakota, Trump wins Nebraska, Trump wins Louisiana, and Kamala wins New York. So Donald Trump's big dream of winning New York, well, that one went down in flames because that's a really stupid idea.
Hey,
Trump
Kamala
has won
Harris,
Texas, and
Kamala
Trump
Harris
has won Ohio.
Kamala Harris did campaign in Texas.
Did that all
She
just,
did? Yeah.
that all just came in right now?
Yeah.
All just as you were walking over.
Right. Well, how are you guys feeling? We've been tracking the decision desk forecast, giving Trump about 70% chance to win, and it's going down a little bit, but it's staying about 2-1. So, what do we think?
I don't know, man. What do you think?
The whole time, the scariest thing is the quote-unquote shadow campaign. Right? Time Magazine writes that article. 2020 had a shadow campaign. We go to bed, Trump's ahead in all the numbers, and then we wake up and he's not winning. Based on what I've seen on the ground, I went to Philadelphia and there were Trump signs in downtown Philadelphia and the surrounding residential areas. That to me was crazy to see an urban center that was Republican or that people were unafraid. And so that my gut just says Trump's got the edge, whatever that means. But I don't know the Republicans have the procedural capabilities that Democrats have. I think, Ben, you were saying they're way more professional. That is worrying to me.
Yeah, and so there was some Gallup data that suggested that a much higher percentage of Democrats had heard directly from the Kamala campaign than Republicans had heard from the Trump campaign. The Democrats are granular on this sort of stuff. They know how to ballot harvest. They will knock on doors. They will do whatever it takes to get their people out. Republicans, it always feels like, okay, guys, please go. And the more we just shout vote at people, somebody out there, you'll open your window, you'll shout vote, and some person in Pennsylvania will hear you, and then immediately run to the polls. With that said, I mean, the enthusiasm that Trump, does enable in the voting population on both sides, but largely on the right, is unprecedented, obviously, in American history. And you are seeing that show up. If you had to game it out right now, Trump is a slight favorite. I think everyone sort of acknowledges at this point that Trump is a slight favorite, but it's a very slight favorite. So, like the Needle, the New York Times, the famous Needle.
Yeah,
so they right now have it leaning right between it's a toss-up and lean Trump. Like they have it very slightly favoring President Trump. He is very slightly favored to win Pennsylvania. He's slightly favored still to win Nevada and North Carolina, according to the New York Times, right? So I'm not citing a left-wing source right there. And of course, it seems as though we're having a better time tonight than the people on MSNBC are. Yeah. From what I'm hearing from I'm getting a lot of texts from people.
That was part of the reason my joy. You know, the whole night I watched.
No, they got Prager.
We're gonna live stream MSNBC. If this goes the wrong way, we're just gonna put a live camera outside Kamala's headquarters, and we're just gonna watch people scream into the night, and it's gonna be just wonderful.
There will be joy.
There will be
joy.
You guys all know the term Schadenfreude, joy in others' misery. So I don't generally have that, but that night 8 years ago.
If they do it tonight, it's like the purge, right? All moral rules are off. Yeah. We're just going to enjoy the suffering of others.
I have been very honest with myself for the past several days. I have relatives and friends who are big libs. I'm from New York. I lived in L.A. A lot of Democrat friends. And I won't bring it up with them. And it won't come up at Thanksgiving.
Right, exactly.
However, I have two buddies who are New York Democrats. And I don't want to get ahead of myself, but I am salivating at the prospect of rubbing it in their faces so hard. So they're the only two. I think it's otherwise we have to have a politics of grace and everything. But there will be some Schadenfreude. I think it might be unavoidable.
Well, as a warning to others, we must engage in Schadenfreude. They do not repeat this exercise again. It's like punishing your child. You don't want to do it. You really don't want to do it, but it has to be done.
It hurts you.
It hurts you more than it hurts. That's right. Exactly.
This is why I really hope that Trump wins the popular vote. If Trump wins the Electoral College and loses the popular vote, I know I'm going to go to Thanksgiving, and they're going to say, you guys only win because of some archaic procedure. We're the popular man.
A procedure called the Constitution. You guys only win because of your government.
I want Trump to win the popular vote so I can just say you're wrong about everything and we're right about everything.
Well, it does look right now in Ohio by the way.
You have that too? You have a lot of relatives who are on the left?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
So wait. So do you know? Oh, so this is a fascinating question. I love this sort of thing because I always ask people about their own personal lives. I'm fascinated. The only human being I know, and you must understand how many I've asked, including people I meet, which is a lot, on the radio, just people calling in. Literally the only person I know, all of whose relatives are conservative, is my wife.
Wow.
Really?
Yes.
Lucky her.
No kidding. She's going to live till 117. There's she has no misery.
At that point, though, what's the point of going to Thanksgiving?
Yeah.
You know, you can look forward
That's right, yeah.
At least turkey's good.
I feel like Biden's having a bad election.
Is this true that Joe Biden was wearing red?
So Jill was. When Jill voted. For sure, 100% Jill voted for Trump. 100%.
Gotta be, right?
She despises Kamala Harris. Like,
at the very least, they wrote in Joe Biden. There is no way they.
I heard she wrote in Joe, and she wore red.
Yeah, that make
that's
sense.
Amazing.
Yeah. So
she wore red. That matters.
Right.
Is that a new thing?
Well,
he's wearing the Republican colors.
Yeah.
Right. Like.
Yeah. No, I didn't know that.
Remarkable.
It's like a nudge, you know.
But doesn't Donald Trump often wear a blue tie? I mean,
No, he's got the red tie, the
he
yellow
always
tie.
has a red tie, really?
Occasionally the blue. You know, something people forget about election
Blue
night
tie,
history.
yeah.
They switched it.
Yeah, it was always up in the air. Sometimes, you know, when Reagan won, it was blue was Republican and red was Democrat.
Which is the way it ought to be.
Yes, they're the Reds. They're the Reds. But it was the 2000 election. I think it was Tim Russert in particular. That was really when it started to solidify as red for Republican, blue for Dem.
Okay, guys, the next polls close in 50 minutes. We're going to start gaming because I got to get my mind off this and,
Where was the last drop here? Can someone else go through something while I do this, please?
Yes, absolutely.
Jack, what's on your mind? How about Pennsylvania?
Pennsylvania's always on my mind. You know,
go through the counties.
You're getting this mix, and it also kind of depends on which map you're looking at because different maps have got different percentages in, which is the most annoying thing of all. So Blake, you're using what, CNN?
I'm using CNN's results from 2020. I'm using New York Times for the ones tonight.
A New York Times for tonight. Yeah, I've got both.
And so I'm just kind of looking at some stuff in PA. So like Lycoming County is 52% in. If that's early vote, it's 66-33 right now for Trump. And in the final, last time it was 70-29. But of course, that is the final result. So if we still have a bunch of day of vote coming in, that could be substantially more pro-Trump in the end.
Yeah.
Okay. It's a little bit deceiving here, but let me see.
Yeah, Luzerne, 20% in. What's Center? Nothing from Center County. And then Center County had that incident earlier, which I still don't really have full clarity on what exactly happened out there. They said some people tried to disrupt an election office. But people like actually running in. So I don't even know what side that was. No, in Center County, Penn State.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. And so they had some Penn State reporters who were there, and maybe we can check out what actually happened. But I mean, we're seeing a lot of really
I have
weird.
a question.
Yeah.
Are we seeing any R crossover across the country of significant note?
Well, that's what Ruffini was talking about in Pennsylvania. Is that
Are we seeing it across?
No.
Okay. All right. So
At least not in-
the Liz Cheney thing is not materializing?
Anything that
that's
drove people away, in my opinion.
prepared for
I
riots.
really think it's Liz
and
Cheney.
I think there might be riots tonight.
But I mean, those were the kind of signals that could end up winning us Michigan.
Okay,
think about
so if that's right, Tyler's going to kill me for this, but that's okay. So if that's right, the first drop, based on early voting data, which we don't have a complete picture, we should do very well.
Georgia is 68% reporting, and Trump is leading.
If Indies are that way, because look, we beat them in turnout.
210,000
Therefore, Indies
votes.
are the question mark. If you win Indies even a little bit, then the margin is.
What have we been saying? If we split even with Indies, or even lose a little bit with Indies, we're in the driver's seat.
By the way, NBC exit poll. Get this one up. Michigan young voters under 30. Trump +4.
Oh my God, that's huge.
In Michigan.
Young voters in Michigan, Trump +4. Let's go. They don't own my generation, bro.
I know.
Fuck yeah.
Everybody, you win younger voters by 4 points.
You know, just because it's
Let's
very
go.
entertaining, we have less than 1% of the vote in Wayne County. So we're talking about 900 total votes, but Donald Trump is up 65-32 in Wayne County in Michigan. That's Detroit.
I love it.
So some random, precinct.
By the way,
I'm gonna get a kick
on
out of that
YouTube
one.
we have 172,000 concurrents right now.
Let's get to 500,000. Let's
Members.charlie.
New York Times calls Ohio for Trump.
Let's go.
Ohio. We can all get on board with that.
There we go.
That's a big one, everybody,
really
this
fucking
early.
big.
If
That's
you're
really
at
fucking
9 p.m. Eastern calling Ohio for Trump, you're in a good spot.
Put it on the board.
Ohio
Yes.
used to be.
Yeah.
Guys, that is a signal to Pennsylvania.
We knew we were going to win
Western Pennsylvania votes very. What were we talking about earlier about New Jersey, Andrew? Remember, we were talking about how people do not. Cultural differences do not stop at state borders, right? So the Steelers crowd, the Steelers fans bleed into Youngstown, Ohio, right
There it
across
is.
the river.
There it
So
is. Okay.
by the same token,
That
so
matters.
do political drifts and
matters a
political
lot.
wins, if you will. And
Ohio's
so
big.
if Trump is coming up that big in
That's
Ohio,
big.
you're going to see that reflected. Look, I mean, Butler County is right there, by the way, where yes, I have the book, but President Trump was literally shot right there.
That's right.
And almost killed. So Kamala Harris didn't even try knocking doors in that county.
Well, by the way, we've got Cliff
Right.
Maloney. He's going to come on our show in just a few minutes.
Yeah, one
Give
clip-
us the
yeah, one
PA
clip on.
update.
He's on with Steve right now.
Yep.
Members.charliekirk.com if you want a signed MAGA hat. The walls are closing in on Kamala. We're not getting too ahead of our skis here, but the walls are closing in.
Ohio
Left
is just getting sent
psychopathic
out.
mind virus must be
Bernie
broken.
Moreno, the Republicans are going to control the United States Senate before Montana polls close. That's crazy. Okay?
That's huge. Oh my
Texas, by
gosh.
the way, they're now projecting Trump is going to win
Republicans
by
control the Senate.
11.
Boom.
By the way, can all those Democrat donors that gave money to Colin Allred get their money back? I just love how they waste so much money on Texas.
Every time. And so just for comparison, win it by 11. We won it by less than 6 last time, about 5.5. So a 5-point improvement in Texas. That's very promising.
Texas is already locked up.
Man, if we improve by like 5 points in the Sun Belt, we lost New Mexico by 11 in 2020.
So
We're thinking
Daily
about,
Wire's already
but
called Texas.
I would say
by a lot.
that's a big reach overall. You'd need a major overperformance.
Two things. I want to shout out Data Republican on Twitter, who has been very, very helpful to us
69%
and is sending us
reporting in
data.
Georgia.
Secondly, thank you guys for becoming members. I'll shout it out. If you want a shot at a free hat, subscribe to the podcast and
Republicans
prove that you are
leading
subscribed.
by
Charlie Kirk Show podcast. Freedom at
212,000 votes in
charliekirk.com.
Georgia.
I want to hear from you about your voting experience. And by the way, tons of Texans that are just flooding the feed. I would much rather be Donald Trump than Kamala Harris right now. I'm not saying anything's going to happen. Donald Trump is in the driver's seat right now. We were not in the driver's seat in 2020. We were not.
Nope.
We are in the driver's seat. We are in the driver's seat. I see a very clear path for Donald Trump. I see North Carolina going well. I see Georgia going well. The path is very simple. Allow me to just repeat it. He's doing 1.5% to 2% better with rurals. He's doing 2 to 3% better in urban corridors with black and Hispanics. Democrats did not show up in massive numbers, and he's holding his own with suburbs. If those 1, 2, 3, 4 things continue, Kamala's going to have a tough time. And those are trends right now. That is trends that we are seeing across the country. Okay. Soon you're going to see a lot of
Trump just won
caterwauling on
Ohio.
CNN, by the way. So someone should just be live.
Republicans took the Senate.
Yeah.
The big thing we're waiting for is if it's clear the
We're
Seltzer
leading in
poll
Georgia by
Iowa was wrong, which we're only at
212,000
1%.
votes
We need to wait
with
a few more minutes on
69%
that one.
reporting.
Oh, Donald Trump's only up 8 points.
Yeah, only up 8.
Yeah, I know, but it's not.
it's a tiny number of places.
Not predictive.
The only place we have a substantial amount is we have 40% in Carroll County, and at 62-36, that's a bit worse than it was in 2020. But if it's early vote, we've seen the patterns so far. That's likely to improve.
Yeah, 34%
Pennsylvania
in
is
Wright County,
at 21%
and it's,
reporting.
it's not a lot of votes, but I mean,
And it's only blue areas that have reported.
Arizona votes have not dropped, but they will drop in probably the next 30 to 40 minutes, which is why I got a call from who I got from. How's Arizona?
Yeah, exactly.
That's the first question.
Arizona is we're gonna get Arizona's poll results
Charlie.
in about 40 minutes.
How's Arizona? All right, Tyler. How do we want to
Tyler.
do this?
I'll help out.
Yeah, can we sub out Andrew? Andrew, we'll just rest up. We'll bring you back in.
Oh, yeah.
Can,
We got a long night.
I'll send you a message.
Changing line.
It's the
line
it's the
change.
hot-
Line change.
Line change.
Did you see the NBC Indy poll? Did you see the?
It almost murdered Charlie.
Yeah.
Charlie almost died for that poll. We got him back, folks. We got him back.
If the math is right, we're not saying this on air, but if the map is the first drop, it should look like this. If the map is right, we're not saying that on air though. So, all right, email us freedom@charliekirk.com.
Is that 6.5%?
Actually, almost freakily that. So,
Need my Rust Belt.
Donald Trump shows 1.3% improvement in DeKalb County, Georgia, over his 2020 performance. All this stuff adds up, guys.
Good enough.
For every one of you guys that labored in these difficult Democrat areas, this stuff adds up, right, Blake? When you go in these difficult Democrat areas and you go to college campus like us, by the way, North Carolina, Donald Trump is now projected to win by 3.5 points.
Yep.
So their big gamble on North Carolina is widening. Donald Trump is now projected to win Ohio by 9.5 points.
That's better than last time.
And he's now. So we're starting to see as the data comes in.
Clayton
Bernie
County,
Moreno.
Georgia was 84-15.
That's Bernie Moreno win territory by a
Clayton
lot.
County, Georgia is 84-15. That's a very blue one. That's a 1 point improvement over where it was. That's just those little amounts.
By the way, we have 172,000 concurrents right now on YouTube. That is the largest ever Charlie Kirk stream. And a special viewer right there, the most important concurrent.
Aww.
Thumbs up. Trump.
I think we know who it is, folks.
Don't say any names.
I think we know.
She said Trump? That's why we do what we do right there.
There's only one
Why
person
she's in a
who
wheelchair, I don't know.
There's only one person who gets that smile out of Charlie.
That is a separate issue. Members.charliekirk.com. The vibe here is pretty good right now.
Why
I have
do we
to say.
have a wheelchair to begin with?
No, it's because I'll tell you the story later.
Okay.
Pennsylvania. New York Times says Pennsylvania is likely to go 1 point in Trump's direction.
New York Times. That's
one total point. Or
by the way, we won Ohio by
the New York Times is
7.5%
not
in 2020. If we win it by 10 this time, that is a 2.5% increase. So.
And that's not going to get figured out.
By the way,
for
so
days.
CNN right now is saying, Jack, if Berks County goes blue, they think Pennsylvania will go to Harris. Do you think that's a fair take?
If Berks goes blue.
Bucks,
So,
Berks or Bucks? I think Bucks. Is that what they're saying?
well, Berks is towards Allentown, and then Bucks is more of that
Wisconsin
Philadelphia
data
area
is dropping. By the way.
bellwether.
Wisconsin data is dropping. Dane County dropped almost nothing. So
Bucks also has way more voters.
okay. Do you want to explain that, Jack, or should we just proceed to a different?
No, it's basically, well, we're going back to the Collar County's argument. So, and it goes back to the suburbs, and the question is, was she able to turn out more in the suburbs, and Trump was not able to lose by less enough, if that makes sense. So you're sitting there looking at you're crunching it, but it's also close, right? It's also close that I honestly wouldn't want to say, oh, well, if one county does this way, well, how much did you win by, right? Because if that's not offset by what we're seeing in Western Pennsylvania. So I'm like, yeah, maybe, but it's not within the universe of anything just because it's so tight.
Blake, what are we looking at here? You have that
Right
pensive
now,
face when you just start crunching
the New York
numbers.
Times is starting to. They're doing their favorite map of mine, which is I'm gonna send this actually to our team to upload. They have their arrows that show the shift in a county compared to 4 years ago as a visual indicator, and they have it only for the counties that have finished their votes. So we know this is what it is. And if you're looking at it, go to the New York Times page, go to the president page, and look at shift. And once they have it up somewhere, we can show it. But you see Florida, it's just a sea of red arrows.
Oh my goodness.
Georgia,
That is
sea of red arrows.
a great map.
Kentucky, sea of red arrows. Virginia, sea of red arrows. It's red arrows all over the place.
Holy crap.
You have a few tiny blue ones, and they're just totally
This is
drowned
the
out.
most predictive map that you've shown yet. Like, this means that there's just a red
The
tilt.
red shift. That's why I was looking at those counties at the start, because what you see in one county, you're going to see over and over again.
Yes.
And this is looking really good. I just like the ones that are getting up West Virginia, even Northern Virginia. The fact that we're seeing the shift in those places, that means like Loudoun County, 9 points more Republican. Loudoun County is not going to be that different from places in Pennsylvania. It's just not. Ohio, Morrow County, 1.2 more Republican. Seneca County, 3.2 more Republican. Those are going to be places like in Pennsylvania. We lost Pennsylvania by a point. If we make counties 3 points more Republican, we win.
I love that. So, yeah, by the way, I just want to, can we just Tyler brag on this Michigan youth poll?
Oh, it's so big.
I mean, this is huge.
It's such an indicator
that we are up 4 points with young voters under 30. Everybody, if you're at home, I'm not here to ask you for money. We'll do that later in the year. But I'm telling you right now, for those of you that invested in Turning Point, best investment you ever made. Look at that. You are even within the margin of error with younger voters in Michigan. I mean, guys.
I think we made a little impact in Detroit this year.
I think we made a big impact at Michigan State, Western Michigan University, University of Michigan.
We had a lot going on in Michigan this year.
I remember going like, Charlie, why are we in Detroit again in June?
And I'll say you'll understand on November 5th.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a good point to bring up, is that we have had a long history of being everywhere, but focusing in on states that really where nobody else exists.
Mm-hmm.
And so Michigan, you look at Michigan, we're about to see some of the early results with Wisconsin. There's been really so few organizations that have been in Wisconsin. We have an incredible youth organization that exists, not just between our Turning Point USA side, but then the College Republicans. The chair there is incredible. He's a great dude. We have obviously Brett that's on our team. Our entire team we just ran through the tape just now. I came over as soon as we ended here. Everyone's high-fiving each other because we were curing ballots all day long. In Wisconsin, we'll talk a lot about Wisconsin here coming up very shortly while we wait for Arizona to drop, which is looking like it's going to be more like 8:30. So just so everybody's aware, we're probably not going to see the first results from Arizona until closer to 8:30 at the earliest. But the ballot curing operation is only one day in Wisconsin. So the work that the team that was doing at our Waukesha headquarters, that's right in Brookfield, right on the border of Waukesha County and Milwaukee County, has been absolutely fantastic. So
for those of you that are getting hats, I want to thank Peter for becoming a member, Corsia, Mark, Jesse, Eric, Robert, Chris, Brent, Lena, Jessica, Steve, Jason, Gunner, Ben, Michael, Ross, Henry, Lori, Eric, Meredith, Chase, Jeff, Lindsay, Sarah. I'm going to sign some hats to you guys right now. I need another Sharpie, Daisy. My Sharpie ran thin. And also the winner of Ukraine's electoral votes go to Kamala Harris, by the way. that is breaking over the wire. The soon-to-be state of Ukraine. Bernie Moreno now is enjoying a very comfortable lead over Sherrod Brown of nearly 100,000 votes.
We already won the Senate, guys.
That's really good for Bernie Moreno and a flipped Senate seat.
It's going to be very hard for Brown to catch up.
Very, very hard. Yeah.
From what's being reported is what's left.
Wisconsin is trickling in here. It's right in that margin of error. It's right there. Wisconsin's going to come down to a knife fight, man. That's going to come right down to it.
Yeah, we'll see. We have all of our team that's on demand here, so we're going to be talking throughout the night with them about everything going on here. Hang on, let's check in with Brett.
Signing hats, members.charliekirk.com.
Colorado is interesting. I don't think it's going to be big enough to flip it, but Colorado, you're seeing. Again, it's assuming it's early votes probably are getting counted first. Mm-hmm. You're seeing a lot of counties that are about the same or slightly better for Trump than they were.
That's without day of. Well, they don't do day of in Colorado, though.
Oh, yeah, you're right. They're all mail.
It's
okay, never mind. So they're about.
Yeah.
In that case, assuming they're accounting easily about evenly,
I would spend more time on Pennsylvania or North Carolina. North Carolina, by the way, they're projecting a 3.3 to 3.5 Trump win, which would be a triumph. Trump nearly has a 60,000 vote lead with some of his best counties yet to report, which is great. Okay.
Interestingly, we're still up a point in Virginia, and Fairfax is ahead of the overall state in how much they've reported. Loudoun is entirely in. Prince William is almost entirely in. Arlington and Alexandria have some out, but them by themselves are not enormous. Virginia Beach, very little of that is in, and that could be a Republican place. Chesapeake, only 10% in. That will be very Republican. Norfolk, mostly in. So a lot of the very Democrat areas, Richmond, Richmond's not that in yet, and that's going to be an ugly one. So.
We've won Ohio.
Interesting updates from Michigan.
We're headed
Elise
Michigan
Slotkin's district right now is leading Mike Rogers in the early results. All the counties are red. As of right now, obviously it's still early. It's way early, way too early to take it totally seriously right now with only about 12%, 15% reporting. but that's where it's at. So Slotkin, who is a congresswoman, sitting congresswoman, is running for Senate. It is a tight race right now, and
the New York Times says that Trump has the advantage right now in Michigan.
What's the overall needle say?
Dude, leftists must be losing their fucking minds. Their entire cult of counterfeit virtues at
Michigan?
No, for the whole shebang.
And it's going to collapse.
The advantage Trump.
But like,
no more
what's the exact
counterfeit
number?
virtue.
I think it's like 61%.
Alrighty.
Let's go.
Yeah. So but Bernie is separation speed right now, which is great.
Yeah, we have no results in yet from Milwaukee. So
Milwaukee's going to be crooked. But Dane County will be super instructive. Dane votes are coming in, by the way.
They're in.
10% in.
They're in.
By the way, if that margin holds, can you look at that margin in Dane right now?
Yeah, I'll pull it up.
That's really good. If that margin holds.
For those of you who don't know, I was
like
on
that.
Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, we've got
He
the Dane
occasionally
County
likes
chair
some
who
of my
works
I'm saying
threads,
it's 69%,
so I have
30%. That's amazing.
Brandon
Subscribe
Malley
to the channel.
will be checking in with him too, just to make sure, we're not missing anything with late arrivals of votes.
No, but we lost Dane County by 53 points last time,
Mm-hmm.
and this first Dane drop, we're losing by
39.
39. I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm just.
Let me see if we can get.
Is that really
Republicans
39?
are so much more
Jeez, that's
logical
so much
and
better
open
than
about
Yeah,
math
we're losing right now
and
by
statistics.
about
39.
Leftists hate math
I'm
and
on the
statistics.
Dane County website right now. We're down 41.
Oh, that's more
So
updated?
it's updated, yeah.
We're a bit better in Waukesha with
No.
half of
How
it
about
in.
points? How many points though?
41.
41, and we lost by 53 last time.
We're about
So-
1 point
so we gotta
better
lose
than we
by
were
less.
last time in Waukesha.
So if we lose,
That's amazing.
I think the number that we pulled together. I'll have to. I'll text in Brandon and Brett, but they were gunning for like a 5-6% increase.
In
To the
Dane?
right, yeah. So if we can land somewhere in that 6% range,
Guys, if we win Wisconsin and we win Arizona,
it's over.
It's over tonight.
Oh my gosh.
Tonight, if you win those two things.
I didn't know that. Wisconsin,
Pennsylvania is
and Arizona.
cherry on the top. Same with Michigan. So all three
I
right
think
now,
we're gonna
Michigan,
get Arizona.
Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, are tilt Trump in the New York Times forecast. I mean,
Dude.
this is as close as
Oh
it's
my
going to
gosh.
be, and everything we told you is coming to fruition. Everything that we predicted, it's all coming. It's all coming to the surface.
We must break the leftist
decision desk.
psychopathic
Oh
mindset.
wow, this is a big one. Donald J. Trump has won North Carolina
Decision desk is calling it.
at
Let's
9:30
go!
Eastern.
wow.
That's big, big, big.
Let's
Libs are
fucking
not
go.
happy right
It's good
now.
enough for decision desk. It's good enough for
All
us.
right, step
That
one
takes
is
us to 211.
Can you fact check me on that? Can you go to Decision Desk's website?
I'll
step
go.
one
yeah.
and step two are
North
done.
Carolina. Let's
Well,
go.
I mean, if George is almost there, I mean, we are
you
one step
understand
away.
that they pretend
Thank
as
you,
though
Michael
we
Watley.
make
Good
stuff
job.
up, that we're conspiracy theorists, even though we're right about
I wanna
literally
make sure this is
everything. And
right.
after
Let's
this,
go
you're
to
not going to be able to
Decision
cope
Desk.
anymore, bro.
I'm there,
This is
I'm there.
incredible.
Do you guys see?
There's an article on the Hill about it.
They called it.
A projection
Like
from
the idea
Decision
that they
Desk
can no longer
HQ
contend with
says
reality
that,
is not
he has
viable
won North Carolina.
That is huge. Let's applaud, guys. That is massive. If at 9:30 Eastern we're calling North Carolina, it is a good night to be in the Trump
That
camp.
is the first of the
They
7 to
did
be
not
called.
want.
That's
first of 7.
really big, guys.
They did not want this to come that
No. This early. That
They
means
wanted to
that is
drag it
really
out.
big.
That means-
they wanted it to be close.
Yeah, that means good things for the Sun Belt, and that means Rust Belt is looking way
Just
better
like
for
I said.
us than any of them wanted. I'm not saying we're winning. I'm saying it's looking
No, we are
to
winning.
be that the blue wall
We are.
may not be such a wall after all.
We need to sneak one of these in. We need to win a Michigan, a Wisconsin, or a Pennsylvania.
Hey,
everybody watching at home, the future of your country is coming down to 3 states, and if one of them goes to Donald J. Trump, albeit if we win Arizona, which we don't know about yet, we just got to kind of factor that in, so we don't want to get too ahead of our skis.
Yep.
Then we're gonna have a
great night.
We're gonna have a Donald J. Trump presidency, and by the way, it's only 9:30 Eastern. That's very early for a North Carolina call, guys.
Dude,
Isn't it, Blake?
all the
Yes.
fucking
I thought we wouldn't get
degenerate,
North Carolina called till like
rabid,
tomorrow
low-IQ
morning.
leftists
I mean,
that
it took
know
a
are
long
losing
time.
their
Huge.
fucking
The
mind.
expectation,
Huge.
the expectation, and all the pundits, all the pundits' radar
Thanksgiving's
was
gonna
by
be
midnight.
lit.
I can't believe we're still up in Virginia.
Wait,
waiting
talk
for
to
the nuke to drop there, but like
Pennsylvania exits according to NBC News. Donald Trump with a 7-point advantage amongst those who think democracy is the greatest threats to democracy is threatened.
Well, see, this is the
Let's
issue.
go.
With,
I believe that.
This is the
Elon
issue with that
Musk.
question.
It's because
Because
Elon
you-
red-pilled so many people on that.
Yeah,
Yes.
and that Elon red pilled people, but it's also like just because you phrase it in the way that, mainstream corporate lib media says, that doesn't necessarily mean that's the way voters respond to it. Because if you act, I wrote an entire book about this, New York Times bestseller this summer, that talked about how America is hurtling towards Marxism. And then all of a sudden, Elon Musk started tweeting that America is hurtling towards Marxism and that we are going to lose our democracy. And he goes on Joe Rogan and says they are going to make all of these swing states and legalize the illegals and then turn all of them blue, and then boom, you have a one-party state. You will turn everything into California.
Obviously.
So when they hear that question, that's how they're responding to it. They're responding to it from a perspective of, this will destroy our free system of government, period. There'll be no more choice.
Right now, we are at 29% in Dane County, 12% better than 2020, and that's Madison, Wisconsin.
Wait, where was that? What was the rankings in Pennsylvania, though? I want that. Hold on. I'll pull that up.
Do we have the other counties for Arizona, by the way, Tyler? Or no, is that just Maricopa?
Just Maricopa. We have a little bit of Pima, which we've seen throughout the day.
But the Pima was actually good for us.
Yeah, it's not bad.
What we have in Brown County, which is Green Bay, go Packers, is 66-33 for Trump. That's way ahead.
Okay, so right now Donald Trump has 60% of Waukesha with 52% of the vote in. Hovde 61%. Hovde's running above Trump, which is exactly what I thought would happen. Mm-hmm. Just by perspective, Ron John took 62% in Waukesha in 2022 and then won Wisconsin by 1 point.
Oh, it'd be so amazing if we could take that Senate seat.
The total just updated. It's 49-49 right now. The separation's about 1,000 votes.
In Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Let's see what my modeling says
and
here.
1,300 people.
Right now, the New York Times says Donald Trump is the favorite slightly to win Wisconsin. You want something crazy? I woke up from a dream last night. And I said Donald Trump's going to win Wisconsin by 6,000 votes. I don't know if that's true or not. And people can mocking me, but sometimes that stuff ends up being
This is a very funny fact that just got tweeted out.
Let's go.
They have switched to CNN from Fox at the Trump watch party.
Oh, that's interesting.
They want to see the tears.
Oh,
they
that's
went from Fox to
CNN.
Yeah, they have switched to CNN.
Oh, I'm sorry.
They've turned CNN on because they want to see them freak out.
I will point out something that's happening so far in Wisconsin. Ozaukee County. So Washington County has not reported yet either. That's a red county. But Ozaukee is a lot closer than you want it to be.
For us?
Yeah. So
how much of the vote is in?
It's right now 28% in.
It's still early though. But do they count earlies first?
Yeah.
So okay, it should get redder.
Should.
Okay.
Should get redder.
So is Dane gonna get redder?
I find that
I doubt
can't
it.
Figure out what's coming.
I doubt it because you still have the overwhelming population that's there.
And Milwaukee is posting votes. Just to be clear,
you have students that vote in person.
Milwaukee is posting votes.
But I will say this: we got the video. You saw the video in Dane County. It was a ghost town at UW-Madison.
Looking at the Wisconsin numbers, I feel like these must be election day ones because they're consistently quite a bit better than where they were. Like
no, they go earlies first, right, Tyler?
I mean, Brown County, Green Bay is way ahead of where it was 2020. I just can't imagine.
We're still waiting for them to call Arizona.
Because the Lions beat them.
I don't know. We've been up there. The Brown County chair is an incredible dude.
We have 250 full-time staff in Wisconsin.
It's been extremely right tilting since that last election. A lot of upset people up in Brown County and the surrounding area.
Leftists are losing their minds.
And that's part of the reason why you saw.
Down.
Wow. Can I interrupt you?
Their cult is being interrupted. They can't demonize us anymore.
In 2020.
This is Grant.
Was 54%, 50.
You know why they're mad?
55
because
Biden.
Their
now it's 53-46.
Are being challenged. That's why.
Kamala. So she's doing 1 point worse. We're doing 1 point better in Scranton, Pennsylvania, with 80% in, and it should get redder.
The 1% like Justice for Joe vote.
Scranton Joe. I mean, it's like, but again, 1% in Lackawanna County, and you run up, you flip Center County, and you flip Bucks, and you do better in Allegheny, and they don't show up in Philly.
You got to keep Bucks.
Okay, per Terry Dietrich, they're counting earlies first. That is the orange. So this is all earlies vote right now.
Early vote, and we're one better than we finished in Lackawanna.
Yes, and we're doing better in Dane with early. Now it might get.
Oh, you mean? Oh, that's Wisconsin.
No. I'm sorry. Yeah, Wisconsin might get bluer with day ofs because they could have more human beings there.
And you have same day registration.
Right. However, we had a lot of same day registration of working class Trump dudes, right, Tyler?
Yeah,
thousands.
And we're missing tons of rural counties still.
Yeah, nowhere is very high in Wisconsin yet, other than Waukesha is 62% now.
Yeah, you're gonna have. If you browse around, you cruise around Wisconsin, you have Marionette County that is been trending more red. You have more that's significantly more that's coming in Brown County.
We get Michigan, that's so crazy.
That's fantastic.
Or Wisconsin,
you have
either.
Manitowoc. You have
We get both
down south, the surrounding places just around Madison. So you've got Sauk County, you've got Waukesha, that's going to have a ton more votes that are going to come in. You have the really important below Milwaukee, Racine, and Kenosha. And Kenosha looks like it's outperforming, and Racine is going to be really interesting, outperforming this 2016 race.
Okay, let's get Cliff Maloney in here. Cliff from phchase.com. In the meantime, become a member, members.charliekirk.com. Or if you want to get in the running for a free hat, subscribe to our podcast, The Charlie Kirk Show. Screenshot proof of subscription, freedom@charliekirk.com. Cliff, do you like what we're seeing out of Pennsylvania right now?
Yes, I do. I want to go over a couple numbers with you guys. Number one, right now Trump has 32% of the mail-in vote when you compare Trump to Harris. That is a significant 10-point increase from where we were in 2020. So let me say that again. In 2020, Trump had 23% of the mail-in vote versus Biden. He is now at 32%. So we're about 9 points better than where we were. When we announced this thing, we said if we get to 33%, we think it's a decisive win. We still think he can win with 30%. But Philadelphia right now, Charlie, that is the missing piece that we have to keep an eye on. Okay, let me give you the basic numbers. Biden got 603,000 total votes
leftists aren't doing
in Philadelphia.
This. They hate
about
the fact
350
they
of
hate
those
the fact that they have to
were in the
even
mail.
compete in a
right
system.
now,
they just want to be
with
tyrants.
almost all Philadelphia's vote in, let's say about 115,000, they have about 60,000 more votes to come in by mail. Harris only has 100,000 of those votes by mail. So she's down 150,000 mail-in votes. She's got roughly 115,000 votes in a county, this is Philadelphia County, where Joe Biden had 603,000. Joe Biden won the White House, or at least won Pennsylvania, because he ran up the score to 603,000. If they're going to pull off Pennsylvania, there's only one way they're going to do it. They're going to have some explosive number that's off the charts that I quite frankly think is unrealistic and just not really possible, because they still need to find 500,000 votes on election day, a couple more mail-in, but on election day in Philadelphia County. Everything else across the board, guys, Allegheny County, 100% of their mail-in votes are in. And we're up double digits from where we were 4 years ago. So the big pocket that's left is Philadelphia, some of the collar counties, but right now, I don't know where they're going to find those votes unless they have some crazy night on election day in Philadelphia.
Okay, so Jack, I'm sure, do you have some questions for Cliff? But Cliff, is it correct that they did not hit, we don't know the turnout in Philadelphia, but did they hit benchmarks in other counties? In other counties that they needed to hit benchmarks in, did they?
No, I mean, I don't see any county that's a blowaway. I could pull direct numbers for you guys. I don't want to just talk off the cuff, but there's nothing that stands out as some major gain for Harris. In fact, in some of these counties, I mean, once again, we're looking at mail-in. We're now getting some of the election day votes, right? So it is a mix now, but most of what we have in is election day votes. And there is very few areas that we can point to that show that she's even had any growth. So if you have that as the current situation, and you need to 2.5 times what you're expected to do in Philadelphia, I mean, unless they somehow spent billions and we didn't see it, which we did see what they spent.
I'm going to go to see what Shapiro's saying. Let's see what Shapiro's saying.
Well, I've tried them all, and these, they're by far the best. The Built Everyday Pant 2.0. Built has truly revolutionized menswear with.
What is going on with this ad?
Yeah, lots of breaking news. Obviously, Senator Cruz has been declared the victor over there. That means that Republicans have probably a minimum of 52 seats in the United States Senate.
Let's go.
It also means that Republicans are doing better than expected so far in the House. So there were serious questions about whether they're going to be able to retain the House majority. So far, it looks like at least a coin flip as to whether they're able to retain that House majority, which is actually better shape than a lot of people were expecting. at this point in time. Again, for those who missed it, North Carolina has been called. The map is basically what you thought the map was going to be before this evening. New Hampshire's been called in favor of Kamala Harris. North Carolina has been called in favor of President Trump. The Georgia votes are still coming in, but at this point, you have to say that President Trump is, in fact, favored in Georgia. Arizona, he was leading pretty heavily in the early balloting anyway, so the chances are very good that he is going to win Arizona as well. That means that Kamala Harris right now has to win in the blue wall states. She needs to win all 3 of those blue wall states. That'd be Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. There's not enough data yet. There's some early Pennsylvania voting data that is coming in. They've got about 2.2 million votes counted there, 2.3 million votes counted there, according to the latest numbers. You're looking at a Kamala with a very slight advantage.
And now we're being joined by our friend, Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, nice to have you on the program. How are things going where you are?
He's speechless.
He is speechless.
Are we properly connected? Okay.
Yeah, we'll keep working on getting this connection with Dr. Phil. We don't have audio yet, but so far things are going better than we had hoped. We have the North Carolina win is the thing that I was the most worried about. So in the same way that Ben had his positive outlier, that if Trump won New Hampshire, he thought that would be like kind of the runaway indicator that we were going to have a runaway good night. To me, North Carolina was the obvious. Trump loses North Carolina, it just portends terrible things. So having that off the table, huge. Having Ted Cruz pick up that seat, or hang on to his Senate seat in Texas, huge. The fact that we will almost certainly be able, as Republicans, to hold the Senate, absolutely huge. The House, we're
guaranteed in the Senate.
That's right. We're now guaranteed in the Senate.
You want a big piece of data? Here's a nice piece of data for you. Again, exit polling, grain of salt, giant grain of salt. CBS News exit poll in Michigan. Younger voters aged 18 to 29 are narrowly going for Trump.
Yeah, crazy. That is
unbelievable. That's a crazy stat. Which that would be a Gaza stat, right? That would be seriously. That would be all of the left wing insane people on the left who wouldn't vote for Kamala Harris because they think by some bizarre turn of the imagination that she's too pro-Israel. You have to be a psychotic nut job to think that Kamala Harris is too pro-Israel. But somehow they've come up with that one. And I'm grateful to them for that. I hope that Jill Stein wins 1 million votes in the state of Michigan, that she and Cornel West just run away in that election.
Could also be young men. I mean, young men might be.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that with regards to the increased turnout, too. If it's the same young men who are going back to church.
We have the gender dynamics on that?
No gender dynamics on that one yet. But you have to imagine, obviously, that you're talking about a heavy male turnout there. It turns out that there are no white dudes for Harris. There's just white dude for Harris. Doug Emhoff, maybe, technically.
If she keeps her mouth.
Yeah, honestly.
It's in line, right?
Oh, yeah, no, I think the last thing Doug Emhoff wants is to be stuck in the White House with Kamala Harris for 4 years. I really think that he's tired of this by this point. The New York Times, that needle, come on, needle. The needle currently has Donald Trump at a 70% chance of victory in the Electoral College, and Harris at plus 0.2 in the popular vote estimate. So there is every possibility here that Donald Trump ends up winning both the popular and the electoral for the first time for Republicans since 2004.
How do we feel about Virginia?
I was just going to say, that was just what I was going to say. 62% of the vote is in. Trump is up 2%, and they're still calling it for Kamala.
Yeah. Again, I'm not an expert on the counties. I would assume that all the counties that they have not yet counted are like Fairfax, like big Dem counties.
No, they're not. That's what I'm saying. Looking at the map, that's not what I said.
Okay, so election expert Andrew Klavan is uncalling Virginia.
No, I'm not. I said I'm not a poll reader. I get it. I'm just telling you what I'm looking at. So.
I will say that MSNBC is already starting to rip on the Electoral College. So that's a good indicator. Once they start yelling at the Electoral College, you know that things are not going amazingly well.
They complain
over
about
there.
The game.
Because
they can't convince people.
What we are saying is something that was noted earlier on, which is a shift in favor of Kamala Harris in the suburbs, but mildly huge turnout for President Trump. Again, this is the magic of Trump. Okay, the thing that Trump can do that no other Republican candidate of my lifetime can do is bring out low propensity voters. The Mitt Romney plan in 2012 was bring out high propensity college white voters and get those people to vote in larger numbers for him than they voted for John McCain. And Donald Trump's plan was to abandon all those people and go get the farmers to vote for him. Right. And as it turns out, that's actually his magic. He's like that.
And the Democrats.
And by the way, and Hispanics. Like, again, the Hispanic, we are watching a sea change, regardless of the final line in this election. some of the trend lines that you're seeing in this election are astonishing.
Yeah.
I mean, Donald Trump winning, let's say, 20% of the black vote in Wisconsin.
Crazy.
Or you say Donald Trump winning 45% of the Hispanic vote.
Up. They don't want to be victims.
The entire theory of Democratic politics
Being
since
a victim
2012
isn't good.
has been we cobble together minorities and single white ladies. And that is our coalition. And then you break minority strangleholds. What are they left with? I mean, as we move forward, they might be able to sneak one out. Maybe eke one out. But what does that betide for the rest of their agenda? And do we think that they swivel more to the center, or do they move further away? By the way, Trump has just been announced as winner of Iowa.
Which will take a decade.
Sad news for the
What's the gap?
I don't have a gap yet.
There's only
12%
of votes.
I called it a 10%, but like we'll see.
Donald Trump winning Iowa may be the political shocker.
I'll tell you,
of the 2024 election.
The poll, that outlier poll that said Kamala was going to win Iowa, it did spook me. I don't know.
It was designed to spook.
That was the whole point of it, and it succeeded.
And people kept saying it was a respected poll, but in fact, it has not been that accurate at presidential elections.
Well, meanwhile, Donald Trump is in the New York Times. The magic needle. Come on, needle. He is slightly favored in Wisconsin at this point as well.
Wow.
So it's possible that my original map was right, except for New Hampshire. So I'm still rooting for my original map, but now that I've lost New Hampshire.
If he breaks Wisconsin off from Michigan and Pennsylvania, that is a path to the White House as well.
Yeah,
then he's in the White House.
By the way, the Florida-Puerto Rican vote, this again, just to point out that the media narrative is not real. The Florida-Puerto Rican vote, Harris won the demographic 52-43 per the exit. 52-43 among Puerto Ricans in Florida. Biden won that group 69-31. So it went from Dem plus 38 to Dem plus 9.
They thought it was
But that's how he wins all of
They
them.
thought it was a funny joke.
And now we're joined
Sick of the garbage.
Now we're joined by the host of Dr. Phil, Dr. Phil himself. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, good to see you guys. Things are getting pretty interesting, I understand. How's it looking to you guys over there?
I'm moving steadily from cautiously optimistic to openly optimistic, and it's an uncomfortable feeling for me, to be honest. You
can see him squirming.
How are you feeling about things?
Well, same way. I heard somebody earlier say they were nauseously optimistic. So,
Dr. Phil, I have to ask.
describes.
I was at the MSG rally when none of us were expecting you to be there. There was 8 hours worth of speeches. And when you came out, I think it genuinely shocked the crowd. Not because we thought that you were a big leftist or something like that, but that it entailed so much risk for you to come out at this point. You've been a huge figure in media for so many years. What pushed you over the edge?
Well,
censorship.
I wanted to do something that woke people up because I think this has been such a divisive campaign. And when I came out, I said, look, I'm not here to endorse Donald Trump. I don't like everything he says. I don't like everything that he does. And I'm honest about that. I'm honest about that with him. But I don't like bullies. And I don't like the way people that vote for Donald Trump are being ostracized, canceled on the internet, attacked, and all of that. And I said, that's bullying. Right. And people can say, well, Donald Trump's a bully. Well, you got to have an imbalance of power to be a bully. Otherwise, you're just in a fight or an argument. And I said, there's a big difference. And I wanted people to understand we've got to start having some civility to what's going on here. And I made it real clear. Whoever is elected president, we have to get behind. It's a bad look internationally if we don't support our president.
Leftists don't like America.
I won't like it if it doesn't go the way I want it to go, but that will be our president, and I won't like everything that either of the candidates says or does, but I'll support America's president. And I said one of the most important days in my life was 9/12/01. Not 9/11, but 9/12, because the morning after 9/11, we woke up and we were all Americans. And I hope that we don't have to have a big catastrophe for us to have that feeling again.
And Dr. Phil, one question for you is, obviously you really believe in individualism. That's something that ranks very high on your list. many of the stats that are coming in right now show that we are watching a major political realignment in real time on a racial basis. That this sort of
and young people
stranglehold idea that the Democrats were going to win enormous, overwhelming sums of minority voters across the spectrum. That's just not true. The biggest stat of the night so far is Trump winning maybe 45% of the Hispanic vote and up to 25% of the black male vote, according to Kirsten Solstice Anderson. My friend, the pollster over at Echelon Insights, she's done some exit polling suggesting that black men, 23%, are going to vote for President Trump nationally, which is an unheard of number. What do you make of this sort of political realignment?
Well, I think you're saying it exactly right, Ben. I think it is a political realignment because people are saying, look, I'm tired of people telling me that because I'm part of a demographically defined group that I can't think for myself. And you've heard me talk very loud and long about the fact that we have to teach critical thinking in this country again. We've got to inspire people to be critical thinkers.
Leftists don't believe in free
That's
speech.
why
the
I've
dialogue
spoken
and
out so much
truth.
about these ridiculous campus protest groups that are demonstrating on behalf of Hamas. These are terrorist groups. And we're not teaching young people to be critical thinkers anymore. And we've got this half of America that are truly identity politics. People are smart enough to think for themselves. And we're seeing it now where people are rebelling against this expectation that because I'm black or because I'm female or because I'm a certain age that I have to vote with that block. That's not true. People can think for themselves.
Well, the Democrats are also, I suppose, running afoul of their own intersectional claims. It's like there are black men. And it isn't obvious that men are doing that well on the Democrat side, and that's because the Democrats don't really seem to like men. And so maybe it's like, well, they've done everything they could, you might say, from an ideological perspective to attract the black vote, but they've abandoned the male vote, and maybe the black men are men first and black second from the intersectional perspective, or at least 23% of them seem to be considering that.
Well, it's an interesting
Leftists are so
prospect
hateful.
because gender is actually real, and while race isn't not real, it's not fixed.
Yeah.
And so we're told that
It's not definitive.
it's not definitive. Yeah, we're told that gender is fluid, but it's actually race that over time is fluid.
Yeah.
Well, we know that
Men are men.
Barack Obama is going to be very disappointed in black men because we know that he.
No, brother, the brother.
Yeah.
Brother.
Those naughty
And that's the thing.
brothers.
Men, Democrats don't understand this. Like, there's nothing men hate more than being nagged. And Barack Obama is literally wagging his finger in the faces of black men saying, you need to get out there and vote. That if you want to speak to men and motivate men, that's the very last way to do it.
No, you have to send Michelle to do that.
Yeah.
And she then did, right? She got up there and lectured black men about how they were irresponsible and terrible, which of course is definitely what they want to hear from Michelle Obama. By the way, CNN is now reporting that Harris has some warning signs in Michigan. She's underperforming Joe Biden in places like Washtenaw County, which is a very heavily Democratic area. So obviously, as goes Michigan, so goes the country. It's possible, again, fingers crossed.
You know what's strange about the polling, though? What's very odd about in terms of black voters is that Kamala Harris came out and she said that the brothers were supporting her because she had recently been in the barbershop. And she made this claim about a week ago. I did not have the resources to fact check it, though my gut instinct tells me Kamala Harris has never once in her entire life been in the barbershop. And it would seem that the hard numbers we're getting here suggest the brothers breaking, at least in a significant way, for President Trump.
And by the way, New York Times Needle in Iowa, estimated margin, Trump up 9 in Iowa. So remember that time when he was supposed to lose by 3? That is an 11 to 12 point miss by Ann Seltzer in Iowa. And remember, that was being used as a bellwether to determine whether there was going to be extra turnout for her in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So if he's winning Iowa, Emerson, right, had Iowa at +9. Emerson also had Donald Trump winning all 3 of those Rust Belt states.
Let me jump in here and get you a couple of calls from our desk here because Chris, you've got a couple of calls for us here.
Thank you, Dr. Phil. Merit TV now calling the state of Missouri and its 10 electoral votes for Donald Trump. You see that on your screen here. That's with 20% of the precincts reporting. And also Delaware and its 3 electoral college votes for Kamala Harris. And you see those numbers right there. Dr. Phil, I should also point out that North Carolina, we're getting really close to closing that one out. That one's
expected
leaning
results.
towards
That's
Trump
expected,
at last
guys.
report.
That's expected.
We're getting really close to closing out Colorado. And at the top of the hour, which is now just 1 minute away, polls will be closing in Montana, Idaho, Nevada, most of Idaho, Utah, and Nevada.
Yeah, that's great. And, guys, Ben, if we close out North Carolina for Trump soon, that can be a real building block
we've already called
in
it.
the March to 270. You've called North Carolina?
Yeah, we called it already. North Carolina's been called. So as far as we're concerned, we're not talking about North Carolina anymore. It's over. North Carolina's done. But basically, practically speaking, you take North Carolina off the table for Kamala Harris, and she has one path and one path only. That's the Rust Belt state. She has to win all three of them. And right now,
what if she wins all three but loses Virginia?
Well, I mean, well, right now there are some more CNN exit poll numbers again with the giant grain of salt. This is the bimarital status. Kamala Harris is losing married voters 55 to 44. She's winning non-married voters by 55 to 41.
Dude,
which is actually shockingly not horrific. Yeah, you would have thought that was like a 25, 30-point gap by the way they were pushing this. Meanwhile, the gender gap definitely exists, but it is heavier, according to CNN, for males than it is for females. 54 to 43 for Trump among males. It is 54 to 44 among females for Kamala Harris. So, again, this is going to be, if Trump wins, it's because men showed up to vote. Yeah. That's really what this is about. Men actually showing up to vote. So the kind of going theory of the Democratic Party is that women are high propensity voters, men are low propensity voters. They've constituted the majority. Women have constituted the majority of people who vote in the last several election cycles. Men showing up en masse to vote is a complete shift in the way that elections are.
Can I just say, by the way, that we tend to, when we talk about this, to sound like we're being very hard on women. I'm actually, I believe that it's a man's responsibility. It's a man's responsibility to do things like vote. And we happen to live in this time where men have essentially given up so many of their responsibilities, and in part because they feel disenfranchised, although that's hardly an excuse. You know, men have given up their leadership role in the church, which is one of the reasons that you see the church in America no longer taking the stands for tradition and decency in the way that it historically has. They've given up their responsibility in the household, which is something that the Kamala Harris, at least PACs aligned with Kamala Harris, have been trying to openly exploit with their, hey, ladies, just don't tell your loser idiot husband who you vote for. And they've certainly given up their responsibility, their civic responsibilities. You know, you don't... It used to be that one of the backbones of the country was men engaging in civic social groups.
Yes,
And
which
that
have
was-
largely collapsed. There's an update coming out of the RNC right now. Michael Whatley, chairman of the RNC, says there were potential shenanigans in Pennsylvania, and the Republicans have just scored a legal victory. According to Chairman Whatley, Centre County officials were planning to stop counting ballots throughout the night in violation of state law. We, the RNC, threatened to sue. That was enough. Officials have agreed to continue the count as required. Our attorneys will continue fighting to quickly eliminate issues at the polls as they arrive.
This is what you want to hear.
Well, speaking of Pennsylvania, our friend Ryan Gerdusky,
Think about if we didn't
formerly of
challenge
CNN,
that, they would have actually tried to start counting
he
ballots.
says that
That's who the
Lackawanna,
left is.
Pennsylvania, which is the first county in Pennsylvania that
That's
is
crazy.
near to completion,
The left is
that
insane.
has shifted from a Biden plus 8.4 to a Harris plus 3. That is a 5.4 percentage shift toward President Trump. Again, the trend lines, you hate to read trend lines, but I'm becoming nauseously optimistic, as Dr. Phil suggests.
That's not a bad place to be. And guys, I'm going to have to wrap out of here to talk to somebody. But before I do, Matt Walsh, I just have to congratulate you on your movie, Am I a Racist? A comedy to DEI for. What an absolute masterpiece. Congratulations on what a success with that movie. So thank you for that work and congratulations on the success.
Amen.
Thank you so much, and we are in fact paying all of our guests to say that. If you're wondering.
So,
Well,
by the way,
I expect my $8 by the end of the night.
Dr. Phil, thanks for making time for us on this important night.
Well, thank you guys. We'll be in touch.
By the way,
Thanks so much.
Quick point to make on Texas. You know, we can take it lightly that Senator Cruz won his third term in Texas. Democrats dumped $80 million into that race. And so the fact that they keep pouring money down rat holes in non-competitive states because they get a little bit over their skis is quite a good thing, because all those dollars could have gone to Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So the fact that they decided to spend it there instead is a good thing. The New York Times needle continues to steadily, slowly creep toward the right, meaning more toward President Trump, and it's entertaining to watch. And we're going to have to at some point split screen what they're doing over at MSNBC and just find out how they're dealing with the emerging evening. The New York Times headline right now is Trump wins Florida and Texas. Other big prizes still out. So they're not saying anything about North Carolina yet, although again,
Because their entire
very likely
state
that
is
it's going to
we're
win.
evil and we're bad.
Moreno is up right now in the vote in Ohio by about 5 percentage points in Ohio. Was that?
What are you reading?
I'm looking at the New York Times right now. In Pennsylvania, Bob Casey is up by 2, but only 43% of the vote in, so that is certainly not as positive. Tammy Baldwin up by 1.1, only 37% of the vote in. Again, we're in the real early hours here, and guys, I have a feeling we may be in for a bit of a long night here. The sort of hopes that just because they move so damn slowly in these Rust Belt states. Sean Trend, excellent poll analyst over at Real Clear Politics, says if Trump wins, which looks increasingly likely with every minute, it's going to be with the most racially diverse Republican coalition in a very,
But
very
by the way,
long
Ben,
time.
when you mention we might be here for a long night, at least you're not saying we might be here for a long 5 nights. Because if let's say Wisconsin goes the way that it's looking, even though it's early, then we know tonight. I spoke with Senator Marsha Blackburn earlier on my show today, and Senator Blackburn's, I said, are we going to be doing weeks of this? She said, Michael, my prediction is by midnight tonight, you're going to get to 270.
That's what
And I was skeptical at the time, but it is increasingly looking like we very, very much could know the next president tonight.
Well, the good news is that Joy Reid is saying that Florida has an extreme right-wing fascist government. And she's well calibrated as always, Joy Reid. She aptly named Joy. She's so the amount of joy in the Democratic Party these days is truly off the charts. It's
You got the whoopee, you got the joy.
yeah, it's really quite wonderful.
I want to circle back to this idea, though, that we had to sue them to force them to keep doing their legal job. Well,
threaten to sue.
Threaten to sue them in order to get them to live up to their legal obligation to continue counting tonight.
Yeah.
They don't care about the appearance of impropriety.
No.
Right.
Okay, they certainly don't. And I think that, again, this goes to a deeper point here. So if President Trump does pull it off, obviously it's the greatest story probably in the history of American electoral politics. Because the first time was fluky and weird, and that was an amazing story. Him coming all the way back to win again, only Grover Cleveland, the famed,
Yeah, and by the way,
has
they
done it.
didn't try to throw Grover Cleveland into prison 4 times.
Yeah, no,
Right,
shoot him in the- shoot him in
100%.
the-
But I think that we may be in danger of overlooking the actual big story in the magic of President Trump, and that is how just unbelievably much the Democrats suck. Truly, how much they suck. I mean, like
They can't
the
contend with ideas.
fact that they don't go back to the drawing board. They have Donald Trump, who they think of as the richest environment. Like he's a target-rich
They
environment.
wanted
He's
him to be the
They
candidate.
wanted him. They
Yeah.
desperately wanted him. They didn't want Haley. They didn't want DeSantis. They wanted Trump, and they got again. They are just the monkey's paw. Every time they wish on the monkey's paw, it comes through in the worst possible way for them. If he ends up, but I think that we ought to focus for just a minute on how much they suck, because we're focusing a lot on President, really, like as their program, how bad it is, how much of this is not a reaction about how wonderful Trump is, as much as it is just a reaction to how terrible they've been. Joe Biden was a shit president. Sorry to put it that way. He's a terrible president. Kamala Harris, it was a terrible vice president. So, yeah, again, like, I think that half the story needs to be that, because what I would love is for the Democratic Party to self-correct. It'd be better for the country if the Democratic Party, instead of attributing it to the magic powers of President Trump, self-corrected and said, you know what, guys, we've lost the thread here, and we need to start re-entering the realm of reason.
It's pretty simple. If Kamala loses, and if she's losing a huge portion of the black vote, and all these things are happening, it's because the Democrats haven't done anything to make people's lives better, and that's the basic thing you're supposed to be doing, and Trump understands that. It's the basic pitch is, I'm going to make your life better, here's how. And the Democrat pitch is always just resentment and victimization, and it's that emotional kind of pitch.
The question is, who would lead the Democratic self-examination?
Right, they have
the New
no-
York Times,
Right, they
the
have
LA
no-
Times,
It's a
the
great point.
Washington Post,
a great
Harvard
point.
University,
They have no intellectuals.
CBS. That's the problem.
Well, no, see, I think there is a thing that could be done, and it's the top levels of the Democratic Party. So what they showed in ousting Joe Biden, we all called it a coup because it kind of was, but it kind of wasn't. Meaning that's how a functional party works. They didn't like their nominee. The upper echelons of the party ousted their man, and then they put somebody else in because that's the upper echelons of their party. The job of a party is to win elections. If you keep losing elections to Donald Trump, perhaps the upper echelons of the party might want to take another look at how things are going. By the way, here's an interesting exit poll out of New York. So there have been some exit polls on the Jewish vote. Obviously, I have a bit of a dog in this particular fight. The current exit polls out of the state of New York have Donald Trump winning 43% of the Jewish vote in the state of New York. That is by far the most populous Jewish state in the country. I'm disappointed in the Jews who voted for Kamala Harris. But then again, I predicted that Trump's ceiling with the Jewish vote, just because so few Jews actually care about Judaism or Israel, was going to be about 40% anyway. So if Trump approximates anywhere in that neighborhood, that's a huge shift, considering that usually the Jews go 70% for the Democrats in any possible election. The New York Times, by the way, has now moved its needle, estimating that President Trump is likely to actually win the popular vote. Again, if he wins the popular vote and the electoral college, if he wins the popular vote and the electoral college, that's the first time a Republican has won both the popular vote and the electoral college since 2004. It has been 20 years. And at that point, panic has got to be setting in for the Democratic Party, especially because they can't even claim this is a low turnout election. This is an extraordinarily high turnout election.
The highest turnout election ever.
Highest turnout election ever is what this is going to end up being.
And you have to remember, the Democrat Party is governed by its minority. The radicals in the Democrat Party are the minority.
It's an amazing
They're
point.
not
There's
the
no
most
self-correction
number of people or
mechanism.
the most number
But now the Democrat minorities are becoming Republicans, which is even better.
The estimated Trump margin of victory for the New York Times right now, they're suggesting Trump plus 1.8 in Pennsylvania right now. 49% of the vote counted. That is.
By the way, are they? Do you know? Are they having AI analyze this?
I have no clue. I have no clue how they're
very
doing it.
curious. I'll bet they are, and if they are, it actually adds a little more credibility, in my opinion. I'm sorry to say.
Yeah. President Trump has won Montana, by the way. So that I knew you were waiting on that. I knew you were waiting.
Well, we're waiting on.
both
We are
Senate
waiting on the Senate race in Montana.
Well,
Isn't
that one's done. He's gonna. She's gonna.
She's got it.
She's got it.
Can we throw up the current electoral map, because I think this is actually worth taking a moment and seeing exactly where we stand right now. Look at that. There's nothing here that's particularly surprising, but that is actually a very good thing. Lots of states are starting to get called. They're not going in directions that they're not defying wildly what our expectations were. This race was always most likely to come down to what happens in the Rust Belt. And it looks like that's exactly what's going to happen.
The betting markets for the moment have President Trump a heavy favorite. So, Polymarket has President Trump at like an 80% favorite. Again, the numbers continue to move in President Trump's direction.
Oh my God.
If the theory of the Democrats was that high turnout favors the Democrats, they were totally wrong.
Yeah,
they were totally wrong.
It was interesting what his name Brent was saying before, the pollster was saying before, that they were right up to a point and then not right.
That's
they were
right.
If it
I
went
can't wait
higher
to
than
wear my
2016,
MAGA shirt.
and then if it went higher than 2020, it was unknown territory. And it's guys, I guess, showing up.
A friend of mine, a very good financial professional, a very good investor, was pointing out to me last week that he was feeling increasingly good about Trump's chances. Not because of the polls. The polls were all over the place, and you had that crazy Iowa poll that worried us all so much. Not even because of Polymarket or any of the betting markets, but because financial markets seemed to be pricing in a Trump victory. And not only were the rich people putting their money there, but the rich people were putting op-eds in the Washington Post, like Jeff Bezos' op-ed, decision not to endorse. That it seemed as though institutional financial interests, with a lot of information, much more information than any of us, seemed to see a good chance of a Trump victory.
Well, listen, the minute that Jim Cramer said that it was likely that Harris was going to win, it was over.
Guaranteed.
Right? We knew that
Should have dumped all our money.
At that point, you just throw your money into the market against Jim Cramer, because no one has ever gone broke betting against Jim Cramer. It's the most obvious pick in the entire world. So again, as these results continue to flow in, it's exactly what you probably would have thought at this point in time. The Democrats had put a hell of a lot of faith in North Carolina, in possibly flipping Georgia.
Dude, look at that.
Remember,
beautiful,
she's already doing worse than
beautiful
Biden.
red
It's
map.
just a question of how much
Okay,
worse she
calm
does
down.
than Biden.
I gotta calm down.
Remember, Biden won.
Okay, let's go over and see if Charlie Kirk is pulling, balloons out of his.
Dad bods deserve better teas. I found this brand called.
We're gonna save America.
So that's all the way.
But just so the audience is tracking here, we had 2.5 million early votes verified by the Secretary of State.
That's right.
And only 1.3, and they say there's only 1 million in Maricopa. So there's a lot of Maricopa red votes that have not yet been tabulated. Like 1 million of them. Or like 400,000 of them. Meaning that the report they sent last night was 2.5 million, right? Yes?
Yeah, so I'm pulling it right now with our team.
Okay, what are we seeing here right now, Jack? Jack, what is the vibe right now? Is it tilt Trump, tilt. Harris, what is the vibe right now?
So it's interesting, right? Because it's tilt Trump, yeah, obviously.
What is Meghan McCain saying?
Meghan McCain just tweeted, where did it go? She said, I basically said, didn't expect this early of a night. And, you know, the vibe is there. You got Meghan McCain.
Right now, we're actually in pretty good shape. So the undervote right now for Democrats, I'll have to take a look at our poll from 2020, but the Democrats severely underperformed on early votes down there. It looks like we're at 170 to 99 right now. Mojave County overperformed, so we're 52-16 in those early votes. We believe there's still about half the votes to be counted in Maricopa County, half the votes to be counted in Pima, where you're going to get a large swath, and then we have still quite a few rural votes to count.
But they're sitting on like 600,000, 500,000 earlies.
There is. I'm still waiting for our team to pull. Here's the numbers. Okay, we had yesterday. We're missing a lot of votes. So
missing.
So let me tell you.
They
what,
always report. Like
Find
this.
the votes.
Let me tell you what was reported as of yesterday.
2.5 million votes.
As of yesterday, it was just in Maricopa. It was 542,000 Republican votes, 426,000 Democrat votes, and 339,000 independent votes.
So that's 1.2 million votes.
So there is. The numbers don't seem to add up. So it looks like they're missing at least
200,000 votes.
Yeah, well, a little bit less than that. So it was probably about 150,000 votes in there, which is odd.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense, right?
It's very strange. But, this is Maricopa County.
Maricopa gave us incomplete data as we got closer, right?
Well, and then on top of that, we know they stopped processing or they were behind. So we are hearing from good sources on the inside that Richard was behind many days in ballot processing. Then we also know you have weekends, so you have weekend drops. We know that we were doing very well with our low propensity votes in those days as well in the last week leading up. So basically the entire last week, for the most part, is perhaps unaccounted for right now in Maricopa County and in early drops or early.
But when will they get to them?
So right now, as of where we stand right now, they'll count the votes that happen today in person first, and then they'll start processing.
And those should be favorable to us. Should be.
Yeah, I mean, so we.
What did we close on election day?
So today. I don't have the final totals. I'll get them from our team right now. But where we were at the 6 o'clock hour was 250,000 votes in Maricopa County. 91,000 were Republican, 103,000 were third party or independent, 54,000 were Democrat.
Yeah, okay.
So we outperformed significantly the Democrat Party, but there were a lot of independents who showed up.
And we don't know the drops. We don't know drops.
And I'll be honest, seemingly the independents were not favorable to us as much as we were hoping for. We're gonna run the numbers, but the problem is we don't have really complete data here. Because
we're missing Gila. We're also missing some of our best counties.
Maricopa County.
What?
Center County.
Did it flip? No way.
Charlie, not only did it flip.
Can we get Cliff on, please?
With 63% of the vote. See, CNN says 63%. New York Times has 66% in Center County, 51-48 for Donald Trump. Center County, State College, Penn State, 111,000. Record turnout when we were there last weekend for the Penn State game, which, by the way, Charlie, I do have to bring up a point with you here, man. Gotta say it. So I went to the Penn State-Ohio State game, largest attendance of any Penn State game in history, and I did not wear earplugs.
Okay.
I didn't wear earplugs at all, buddy.
All right, let's...
So the quick math that we're doing here.
There's missing votes in Maricopa County, though.
They didn't report all the returns. So
it's still close.
It's 426. This is like par for the course with these idiots. It's like literally.
And just to contrast this, the first drop in 2020, we were down 9 points, right, Tyler? The first drop in 2020, we were down 9 points, and now we're basically tied. And it only gets redder from here. Become a member today, members.charliekirk.com. Right now, the New York Times says that Trump is favored to win Wisconsin by 1.1 points. Win Iowa by 11. Hear that, Ann Seltzer? Win Arizona by 4 is the New York Times projection right now. Win Pennsylvania by 1.9. And where's Michigan? Michigan by 2.1, guys. Wow.
Wait, hold on a second.
They're missing 200,000 votes.
The way these are moving, I just
Maricopa County didn't report 200,000 votes.
So I think a thing with the New York Times dial.
beginning.
I've been around the block with the dial a few times. Maybe they've changed it, but the way I tend to remember the dial is they don't really adjust other states based on how other states are doing. So it's just they're looking at the results in each specific state. So given how far we've seen Pennsylvania move, for instance, Pennsylvania's basically moved, I want to say, about like 2 points over the course of the night, and it seems like it could continue to move. Minnesota is only Harris plus 3.8 right now, and it is 2% in. So we might see that one start moving into territory. If we start winning these by enough, Minnesota is in play. It is. They currently have it as the closest one. They think Harris is still going to win. Virginia by 5. They've called that one. Nothing else too terribly remarkable.
Okay, I have some data to share. So I'm just eyeballing the votes that they have alleged to have been cast.
And we're missing counties. We're missing Gila. We're missing Graham. We're missing Cochise, which is a great county for us. Missing La Paz.
I'm going through all this, guys.
Apache, which is not good for us.
I'm going through all this.
And Greenlee. Okay, email us freedom@charliekirk.com while Tyler goes and...
What I'm noticing here, what it seems like to me, is the 200,000 votes they chose not to report.
Yep. Are from what district?
Appear to be...
from Glendale?
Appear to be redder, and here's the reason why.
Because the CDs aren't performing, that's why.
Well, because right now, like, for example, yeah, exactly. Andy Biggs is like only 11 points up.
Right, so he should be like 25 points up.
He should be like 20 points up.
Right.
David Schweikert's behind, and we know that the numbers in CD1 were very favorable on Republicans. We were up like 20,000 votes for Republicans.
Mm-hmm.
So there's some probably redder areas of CD1 that are missing pieces there.
Hassan, the Harry Sissy guy, all the other unthinking leftists, they're having an existential crisis right now. And the reason for that is because they're seeing in front of them that their psychopathic anti-reality stance fails them, not because even people disagree with them, but because reality says this is an incorrect way of going about interacting with the world. That is an existential crisis. That is not a small problem. That is the entire problem for the left right now. The left is learning. The left is learning like a psychopath learns when they face consequences. And I've waited so long to say this, you have no idea. The left is starting to learn there are consequences for their psychopathic predisposition of believing that they are above objective reality and that they are above you. Their warfare with reality is failing. It's crumbling around them.
The vote in right now. And I want to talk to you about 2020 in this same district. So she's down right now 50 to 49 in this same exact district 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it was a 56-43 loss for the Republicans. right now is a 1-point difference.
Do you guys remember Jordan Peterson, the guy who had a 1v15 debate on a college campus?
Straight in the country for the next 4 years. I need you to commit to that.
Wait, hold on, guys. I'm sorry. Can you hold right there, Cliff? Ohio result. Is it true that Donald Trump won Ohio he won Ohio, guys, by 12 points, and it's still coming in?
Oh, my God.
That's unbelievable.
That's incredible.
That's a good sign for Pennsylvania, by the way.
I was about to say
very,
that.
very good sign.
That's an incredible sign for Pennsylvania.
So thank you, Cliff. That's very kind of you. Let's go to any other counties we're looking at. Cliff, what is their path? If they were to win Pennsylvania, what does their path look like right now?
Philadelphia County.
Not with empty promises, but with concrete.
I want to hear this.
Complete. If we look at Bucks County, right now we've got 43% of the vote, and back in 2020 we had 48%. So they are making some gains there. If I look at Philly County, right now we're at about 19%. That's trickling up depending on what site you're looking at. And back in 2020 though, we only had about 17, 18%. So we're making some gains there. If I go to Chester County, okay, back in 2020 we had about 41%. Right now we're at about 43 to 44%. So Charlie, the problem they have is there's not anything that they can point to say, listen, there is a chance for a significant amount of votes to make up for where they are, except Philly County. And Jack, if you want to chime in or disagree, to me, Philadelphia County, that's their Hail Mary here. That's the only thing they have left that is going to be a significant drop that could really shift this race, because everything seems to be moving in Trump's direction in PA when you look statewide.
And it's certainly possible. We're still seeing only about 50% of the vote in Philadelphia. Kamala Harris currently under 80% in Philly. That's pretty expected, but there's just so much left out that we're still looking at. Bucks only has 35 in, Montgomery County 39 in, Chester County only 11% in Chester County right now, and then Delaware 26. So it's like, guys, what are you doing down there? And this is why when you see people holding votes like this,
remember, we just won a legal victory forcing them to count the votes in Pennsylvania tonight.
Very upset about their elections.
Donald Trump is up 7 points in Iowa. Ann Seltzer should never be taken seriously. The New York Times says that he's going to win Iowa by 11. And she said that Kamala was up 3 in Iowa.
Did you see her? That's a big myth.
You are a disgrace, Ann Seltzer. You did the bidding of the Democrat Party, try to bail them out on a weekend where obviously their internals were collapsing. Your career is over. That's all I have to say.
Do you remember?
Let's go!
Did you watch her Mark Halperin interview? I watched every minute.
No,
of it.
she defended it. It's
I
unbelievable.
watched every minute of it.
Yes.
And she asked, when they showed her Ryan Gerdusky's tweet, and he said R's, D's, and the splits, and she goes, "What does the R and the D represent on this?"
No, I know.
America's best pollster, folks. America's best pollster. And did she see?
Brother, women in politics, dude. Oh.
I'm sorry. That was just. Your whole career just went up in flames, and your legacy just went up in flames. Your entire legacy, gone, in the blink of an eye.
Can we do? We should do a tweet about Seltzer. It's so pathetic. It's just.
Actually, let me see if anyone's.
Oh, I'm sure she's trending.
Yeah. To me, the popular vote actually tilting Trump is the most remarkable result of
Has
this
she
night.
tweeted anything?
We're up to 0.8 estimated Trump popular vote win, and that's without anything coming in from California, where if California remotely reflects what we've seen in New York, New Jersey, we're seeing a big pro-Trump swing in places that are basically safe blue seats or safe blue states. Trump could win by 1%, 2%.
I'm just going to because look, all the polls are closed. Basically, the New York Times gives Donald Trump an 82% chance of becoming president right now.
82, and it just keeps ticking up a little bit every time there's a new dump.
PA is going to keep going. McCormick.
Yeah, how's McCormick doing?
McCormick's expanding his lead.
Members.charliekirk.com. This is a night you don't want to forget. We are signing MAGA hats for you guys. You might be living through history right now, guys. Members.charliekirk.com.
McCormick's starting to pick up some speed here. And
I don't know if Ann Seltzer's trending, but there's a lot. There's a lot of tweets about her. right now.
And I want to point this out too. Mike Rogers isn't that far behind Slotkin. So you've got Slotkin within striking distance. You got Tammy Baldwin within striking distance, 6,000 vote margin there. We just barely got initial drops with Carrie Lake and Ruben Gallego on the initial, which we knew it was going to be bad.
Donald Trump takes lead in Arizona.
She's only down 6 points right now, which is really bad for Gallego. Because again, remember, Trump was down 9 points in the last presidential.
Just to be clear, Donald Trump was down with drops at this point.
By 9 points.
And we are up in drops. Donald Trump has the lead right now in Arizona. The lead. And they're playing all sorts of games over at Merck right now or whatever.
I
don't want to get sued.
That's
it.
We're not gonna say the name of the company,
No.
but here's the deal.
We're not going to do that.
But they did withhold. They're missing 200,000 from what they reported yesterday. in American
Race
Economy.
call, decision desk. Georgia has been called for Donald J. Trump.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Good enough for me.
me.
All right, Charlie, back to Arizona. We're still waiting on Cochise. We're still waiting on Apache.
Dude, everyone's texting me as if it's over.
And you
It
know
is
what?
not over yet.
Yeah,
Everyone-
and you know what? Screw these guys. I'm calling Iowa. We're calling Iowa right now.
Like that Trump is president. He's not president yet.
No, guys, we still have a long way to go. We still have Nevada. We still have Arizona. We still have Michigan. We still have Wisconsin.
Yeah.
Pennsylvania is going to take 2 more days.
Crack the Rust Belt. Crack the Rust Belt.
It's going to take 2 more. Like, here's what
Georgia, the cake is baked, everybody. That is huge. By the way, email me freedom@charliekirk.com. I want to hear from you guys.
Charlie, this might be a good time to let people know what the schedule is going to look like here for the next 3 days.
By the way, the margin for Trump is getting bigger and bigger.
So here's the schedule. So here's the schedule. Between now and midnight Eastern time, we were expecting Georgia, North Carolina, and potentially Michigan to be called. We're going to get partial results from Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, and initials from Nevada, because Nevada is going to be last to close here. Tomorrow from morning in the early morning time, we probably will have a decision on Wisconsin and for sure Michigan by that point. We probably still will not know Pennsylvania, Arizona, and Nevada.
Guys, McCormick's up 1 in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, that's what
he's up 1. He's up 1. Yeah. He's up 1.
So Cliff, I got to ask you though, what is her path?
Guys, I think we're extremely ahead in Pennsylvania, and they don't want to let it out of the bag right now, because if they do that, then they know it's all over. I think we're extremely up in Pennsylvania right now. We just won Ohio by 12 points.
Montgomery and it's Delaware County. Until those get above 50 or 70%, I'm with Poso on this. We have to kind of wait and see if there's any type of major shift. But right now, I'd much rather be us than them, right? Philadelphia County. I'm not saying Philadelphia County is going to decide the race. I'm saying that's their only play. That's their only Hail Mary, are these Collar counties and Philadelphia itself. And look, we're doing the math here at PHA's headquarters. I don't see the math out there, but I'm not going to celebrate until I see what these election day totals are going to come to. But right now, when you look at what what Harris is doing in Philadelphia, I don't think there's any world where she tracks to the 603,000 number that Biden had in Philadelphia County. But we don't know because the votes aren't in. It's one of the most non-trusted counties in American politics. And so we want to see what they try to do, what they try to report. But there's no way they don't report election day numbers tonight. Jack, am I wrong? I mean, are they not going to report those that were election day? That would be a new low for them.
I mean, they could. It's Bob Brady, man. It's Philadelphia. You can't put anything past these guys. Remember, Barack Obama had a tweet up earlier today saying, we have to trust the process, and this could take several days to count all these votes, and we really need to pay attention to our
Elon just
election
tweeted game,
officials.
set, match. That's what
Let's not be arrogant.
Elon is sitting next to Trump.
I'm not spiking the football to all this.
And there's no spiking the football.
Yeah.
And yes, they can hold back whatever they want to hold back in Philadelphia. And these are huge, I guess the only way they wouldn't be able to do that is if the Royals just come out with a much too convincing of a margin. So we'll see. Right, we'll really see. But I would not put anything. Bad things happen in Philadelphia. Do not put anything past them. So I'm staying frosty.
No, I mean,
I am staying
guys,
frosty. Call me Jack Frost.
I'm not here till I get an AP call.
Call me Jack Frost. All right. So I am staying frosty, and I'm staying frosty. I will fly back to Pennsylvania right now if I have to.
So here's the problem.
I'll go down to the airport and hijack a plane and fly all the way there.
Here's the problem with what we have in Maricopa County right now.
that
And I want to share this problem with everybody because we're going to talk our way through it. Because they decided not to report 200,000 or close to 200,000 ballots. We don't really know which ballots we're looking at. So we're going to have to. So our team and headquarters right here is going to have to figure out, try to decipher out what places we're missing. And that's going to start to tell us where we think we're missing.
Iowa. By the way, the New York Times says Trump's going to win Iowa by 12. Ann Seltzer, the gold standard, said that Iowa was going to be 3 points for Kamala.
That's just a chill 15-point miss in your final flagship.
I've got a breaking inside source has informed me that Ann Seltzer has fled to Canada. She is on her way there right now.
It's not going to work though because Trump is going to annex Canada.
She's attempted. Well, she's going to have to keep going. She's going to have to keep going.
We can make jokes now because the election's over.
I guess we're going to annex Canada. We're going to buy Greenland. We're going to. No one will escape. Nah.
All right.
Messing around.
Arizona continues to come in. The New York Times says 76% chance of winning Arizona.
Oh, that's incredible. But dude, even
Wisconsin, what?
Greg got found. He goes, the Ann Seltzer poll was the political equivalent of an adult dream when the sexy stranger turns out to be a naked mole rat.
And Charlie, I want to point.
By the way, what's going on in Lib Twitter right now? Can you?
Yeah, please. Oh, no way. Did it get taken down? Oh, no way. Oh, my gosh. Dude, this is nuts. This is nuts. Oh, my gosh. Okay, is it a mass attack? Let's find out. Is the Daily Wire still up? How crazy would it be if the Daily Wire crashed right now, too? Is this an attack? This must be an attack. We're winning. There is no live tab right now for Charlie Kirk. There is no live tab. That was incredible. Okay, so I was about to say, we make jokes and then we laugh about them and say, oh, lol, they're just jokes. Whereas the left are like, no, we need to put capitalists in camps. But Charlie was about to say, how is Lib Twitter reacting? And then his channel just crashed. How is Lib Twitter reacting? We got to find out. We have to find out, dude. I don't even know how to, like, access. Like, what do I do? Guess I'll just go look at Georgia. Okay. This is all Trump Twitter. I'm sure he's ahead in Pennsylvania, but this is the nail in the coffin. Oh my gosh, man. Oh my gosh.
Literally watching the percent tick up. It just went from 37 to 40%. So Pennsylvania is absolutely putting results out. And I can tell you the New York Times statistical model is perceiving all these returns to be better for Trump because
I can't believe Charlie Kirk's stream just crashed with about 200,000 people watching. That's crazy. Okay, we're going to the Daily Wire. Maybe they're there. Also, I'm going to be monitoring for Charlie Kirk tweeting.
Michael, you're telling me that this super unpopular lady that nobody likes, that never got any votes,
This is
and
Charlie
that got
Kirk's
thrown
stream.
in at the last minute, who says all the things.
This is Charlie Kirk's stream right now, guys. Think about that. Warfare. The left is freaking out. So they're so practiced in not engaging with objective truth and reality that this is the way they handle things. But they're going to have to fix themselves because this is not acceptable.
Common sense still holds.
My brother, not a political guy, same kind of guy. And he texted me. I was blown away to get a political text from my brother in which he watched Trump on one of these comedians' podcasts, and he said, oh, yeah, he's going to win because that's the show everybody wants to watch for the next 4 years.
You know, even a friend of mine from high school, he now lives outside of Milwaukee. He is politically as moderate and independent as they come. He is the swing voter in the swing state, in Wisconsin. And I was catching up with him for the first time in a year or two. He was over, we were having a cigar. I said, so what's your take? Don't hear what I have to say about politics. What do you say? And he goes, I don't know. I don't follow Trump that much. I mostly watch like football. I'm here for a football game. I don't know. I guess just my main takeaway from her is she seems kind of like a dingbat.
Yeah.
And that was it. That's all he knew about the race.
Seems like a fairly solid take.
Yeah, basically.
I think the Democrats are learning a lesson that I learned from watching Breaking Bad, which is you can never have you got to go the full measure, not the half measure. And they went the half measure because they took Biden out, but they couldn't imagine taking Kamala out too. Because she's a black woman, but they all knew they should, but they didn't have the...
Right, intersectionalism crippled them as it does not reflect objective reality. They tried to turn their nose up at merit, at category, at hierarchy, at competence, at symmetry, at truth, and they failed.
Send up Kamala.
No, I think they knew... They knew they needed to put one of them in.
I'm making people happy, all right? People say, where's Shia? Shia had a mental breakdown, okay? So they have me. By the way, if I was on Flight 93, wouldn't have gone down like that. Okay? Flight 93, I would have gone up to the captain and said, hey, do we have a problem here? He would say, we do have a problem. I'd say, what is it? He'd say, we have a terrorist. I'd say, you can't have a terrorist on the plane. You're not supposed to have them on the plane.
Oh, my God.
Bro, Crowder's having a good time, clearly. Okay, back to this.
Chance of victory in the presidential election. This is all quite enjoyable thus far in the evening. Let's hope that the trend continues. Joining us live from Arizona, our friend Dylan Law Group founder, friend of ours here at DW. Harmeet Dylan, welcome to the show, Harmeet.
Thanks for having me, Ben.
So we went from cautiously optimistic to nauseously optimistic to a little bit more openly optimistic as the evening is going on. How are you feeling about things, Harmeet?
Well, we've actually started strong and continued strong here in
Better sleep, smarter training.
That is the race that we have with Juan Ciscomani. Juan Ciscomani is right now behind about 30,000 votes, but that's because we have a big Pima drop. I think we're still missing Cochise County. And then we are looking at this here. David Schweikert he's only 5,000 behind with all those votes missing. That's positive. So you should be. And then Andy Biggs is up now 30,000 votes, 36,000 votes, which is positive. He's getting more on the track, but he's only 15 points ahead. So he should.
New York Times is projecting a 2-point win for Trump in Wisconsin.
So insane.
And is projecting a 2.3-point win in Michigan and a 2.1-point win in Pennsylvania. Let's get Cliff back in. Can we get Cliff back in the discussion here?
Blue wall, baby.
Become member today at members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. Also, you can email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. That is freedom@charliekirk.com. Okay, Cliff, any other data? Is the chance of Trump winning increasing? Please walk us through it. Cliff Maloney.
Yeah, so Jack and me are obviously looking at Philly County. We did get some new numbers in. Over half of Philadelphia is now in. And so what we're looking at right now is we're at 21%. It has been trending in the right direction. Dems are at about, obviously, like 77%.
We are ahead by 2.1 in Pennsylvania and Michigan.
And I just want to remind people, we're at 21%. Biden kept Trump to 18% in Philadelphia in 2020.
Wow.
And like I said, we're still awaiting on 71,000 mail-in votes. So those need to be counted for Philly. But the raw amount that she has right now in Philadelphia County, if I'm looking at this right, is about 307,000. And once again, she's got to get to 600,000 just to match Biden. But with all these dips we're talking about, right? Lackawanna, Center County, all these areas where she's losing ground from where Biden was, that 603 number now has to go up. And so we're talking about her needing to get to 650 or 700,000 raw votes in Philadelphia to have a viable shot. Right now, 56% of the vote is in. A lot of that has been mail. So you're seeing the trends. I'm not saying Republicans are winning, but her margin of increased votes is decreasing. And she's got to get to 650 or 700,000. And she's currently at 307,000 raw votes. This is it, guys, right? She's got to either dominate this county and then pad the numbers with the collar counties, or one of the collar counties, Jack, has to be some huge surprise that we weren't expecting. But right now, I love the way the numbers are trending.
Yeah, I mean, the collar counties are pretty much what we expected. There's nothing that I'm seeing that's a mass surprise. There's nothing that I'm seeing that's like jumping out at me that's got me freaking out in any way. It's like, but again, Charlie, it's like you were saying before, it's with these incremental gains in the counties that we needed, the incremental gains in the West. And the big one that I got to keep going back to, and Charlie, this was, you go into Penn State. How many times did you go to Penn State?
Just once, but we did 5 events throughout Turning Point.
Okay,
Yeah.
so 5 Turning Point events, and then you and I, we were there in Penn State.
One of the most epic Turning Point events of all time.
And Center County is, with 71% in, Trump is up 51-47 in Center County, which is a blue county. So you've got crossover Democrats there. You've got people coming out for Trump.
Wow.
You've got independents
That's
coming.
telling.
28,000 to 26,000 votes
That is telling.
in Center County, Pennsylvania. So when I was talking before about how that was one of their blue wells that they would be able to draw from, it looks like Charlie Kirk stopped it up.
Well, you're very kind. That's very sweet. Guys, you can become a member today, members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. I will sign a hat for you right here. The blue wall is falling in front of our eyes, guys. It's falling. Georgia is done. North Carolina is done. We're not ready to say Arizona is done, but
we're not Michigan.
We're not through
just
yet, but
New York Times just ticked up Michigan to 2.5.
So we are chipping away.
Huge.
Pickaxes at the blue wall right now. So millions of us.
So I actually have with our team, I have a little bit of a prediction here.
Dude, if we win the popular vote, the zeitgeist is going to be changed forever.
In Maricopa County, they should break about 60-40 for Kerry. Be in that ballpark. Kerry should be pretty much tied with Ruben Gallego in that first.
Pro Colored's Black Friday event is
A lot more work to do in this election cycle because Arizona, for the first
in the world. And so you took that person. Can some other Republican capture that in quite the same way? The thing about Trump is it made it almost impossible to full-scale demonize him in the way Democrats wanted to, because everyone was just kind of like, you mean the guy from Home Alone 2?
Right. By the way, notice how south of Houston is going red. That makes me very happy because that's where I was born, guys. That's where I'm from, League City. So that's incredible to see. The left is going to have to restructure themselves, but there's so much dead wood to be burnt away. It's not going to take months or years. I'm pretty sure this is going to take decades. They've practiced engaging in other systems besides intellectual seriousness and scrutiny for so long. They have no public intellectuals. They have to build themselves, and we are not. We're miles ahead. We're light years ahead of these people. We have intellectuals that completely dominate them. So really, I don't know what they're going to do. The left is finished.
And all of his detractors, people who have criticized him over things, I've criticized him over a lot of these things. The dude was always one of one.
Yes.
He's one of one. I mean,
he's an American original.
And the reason why Trump winning here is going to put the nail in the coffin for the left having to change the way they look at things is because we proved to them that we will hold them accountable. That's what it is. We're going to get the second term if that happens here.
Left's grip is slipping, but they won't go quietly. Now's the time to stand up.
Daily Wire is your voice, confronting the history, left, and
The lighter, Haban.
Jeremy Boring, you're back. Wow, this place is so weird. Things just sort of people materialize, and they just like people just randomly are in and out.
I feel like I never left.
It's a break.
I feel like I've always been in this chair.
I do have to say one thing about the uniqueness of Donald Trump, or against the uniqueness of Donald Trump. He does mark the death, thank God, of the Bush-McCain-Romney party. Which is dying a death, a well-deserved death.
So this is the thing. Okay, so back when we had the Republican primaries, I used to think, I wish we could have a Ron DeSantis, Gavin Newsom election. I think that's the election the country deserves.
We're missing 108,000 votes in CD5. Do you guys know where CD5's at?
Where?
Can I nationalize this for a second?
Yeah.
Because we got a lot of people. So if you guys have any questions about other races, please email us freedom@charliekirk.com. I want because
we'll go through some of these congressional races.
I do.
Yeah.
I just want to be clear. A couple things though. Donald Trump leads with an estimated 20% in Muskegon County, a county that Biden won by 0.6%, and that Whitmer won by 8%, which is amazing. Also, the Montana Senate race we have our eyes on. And if you guys want to become a member, I will sign you a hat tonight. It will be signed on the night you never want to forget. Members.charliekirk.com. Members.charliekirk.com. Truly.
By the way, Arizona just ticked up slightly on New York Times. CD5, by the way, is Andy Biggs, which is a rock ribbed ruby red district.
We're missing 100,000 votes from that.
105,000. Don't cut.
Yeah,
don't
105,000 votes by our estimation.
Honestly, but every single 1,000 votes in a CD5 that are going to break 65% Trump.
Yeah. Or 70.
I mean, and Kerry's going to get the lion's share of
That's going to
that.
help Kerry.
Yeah, exactly.
I just got a funny one to share with everyone. White House official texts me that Joe Biden went to bed around 9:30.
No way. That's not even a joke.
And I literally, you can look at my texts right here, Andrew.
Let's go.
There you go.
That's funny.
And look, I just got one in. Biden stopped watching around 9:30. Orders to wake him up if winner is determined tonight.
Yeah, do that second part.
So wait, this is sick. This is sick stuff, though.
That's hilarious.
The fact that Maricopa County withheld. Here's what I believe is going on here. Okay, Maricopa County withheld results because the results are not in yet from Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin.
Right.
The entire face of this race changes once Arizona comes in and once Nevada comes in.
The smart people see what we see in Arizona, which is it's very good. Does someone have the Montana Senate race by any chance?
Yeah, let's get it. I got you.
Let me read that message.
It's worth reading.
But I mean, you saw it. You saw it come in. All right, I'm sitting here. Per Biden White House official, U.S. Secret Service is preparing to mobilize additional resources to Florida in the coming hours.
He's it's only 5% in. He's up 56 to 42.
Where Mar-a-Lago it.
That's cool. That's cool.
That's gonna be over.
Charlie, let me give one quick PA thing that I think is a good insight. So if people are wondering, obviously the Democrats are all in on Allegheny and Philadelphia County.
Yeah, we just got new numbers in. Did you see the latest?
62%.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Yeah, 62% of PA is in. If you're telling me there's more, I'll dive in on those. 63% of Philly is in, but 87% of Allegheny is in. And so when I look at that, more of Philadelphia and Allegheny are in than the rest of the state, and Trump still holds nearly a 3% lead statewide. So obviously we got to keep track of those numbers. But for the fact that those are their strongholds, they're above the current statewide numbers. We've still got a lot of Republican votes out there that are going to be counted.
Guys, Rogers just took the lead by
In
1,000
Michigan?
votes.
Are you serious?
Roger, it's only 25% in.
Hey Blake, can you pull that? The
If your
operative
man is
word
stuck
from
in
Harris
black-
headquarters is
3,000
silence.
votes.
Silence.
The operative word from the Harris headquarters is silence.
By the way, New York Times has not called Virginia for what it's worth.
Decision desk projects Bernie Moreno.
The psychopaths are silent.
Wow.
Decision desk projects
We're taking the Senate. We're taking
Bernie.
There you go. That's a flip.
So
That is a flip.
here's where we stand on the Senate, guys. We have a really solid shot right now in Pennsylvania and Michigan. So you got McCormick, an early Charlie Kirk endorsement, one of the first, conservatives to come out for McCormick. McCormick's got a real strong shot right now. You've got Michigan is
Rogers
heading in a real.
Bro, how do the mainstream media take themselves seriously when they have such an obvious bend? Such a tiny fraction of people who watch who watch the rest of the media are watching them, and then they lie and then they're wrong. That's so embarrassing to them. It's crazy. All right, still up by 2.5 in Michigan.
Cliff and Brett. By the way, become a member today, members.charliekirk.com. I'm signing hats for all of you. We right now have 177,000 people on the stream. Not bad for a pickup stream. So right now, yeah, geez, Wisconsin is looking strong for Trump, man. That's a strong turnout right now for Donald J. Trump. And
Charlie, let me ask you guys, the Senate race there, in Wisconsin.
It's huge.
And I'm obviously
Huge.
we're all optimistic, but yeah, I mean, tell me about that. The fact that that's competitive, Brett, congratulations. But I mean, how much is that a shift from what we were seeing?
It's massive.
Hey, Brett, welcome back. Brett is our Wisconsin. What is his title? Wisconsin.
Well, Trump has taken 91% in betting odds.
All of our national field program.
But he's also Mr. Wisconsin.
He's Mr.
With a name
Wisconsin.
like
Brett Galashevsky.
Yeah, Brett Galashevsky. That's about as Polish as it gets. By the way, can we just quickly?
Excuse me.
Can we get by with this? What you just said, and we should get up on screen.
Exactly. Can we throw up 176 right now? Everybody, look at this map. This is the counties that have shifted red.
That's unbelievable.
Look at that. Look at that
Oh my
sea
gosh.
of red.
Tyler,
That's
look at that
cool.
map.
Look
That's
at
a
this,
great map.
Tyler. That is a.
Where's it at?
That is a political realignment in our midst.
That is a once in a generation reputation.
That is a bad news
of the American
bears
Democrat. That is everything we saw on campuses, everything that we sensed, all that pulse. Again, I'm not saying Trump's going to win yet, but Cliff, Brett, fill me in. What's the path for them? What needs to happen here?
Right, and those only blue arrows that you see in that were in Colorado, which makes sense.
Looking at Milwaukee, it's something to look at here, but Trump is up 40,000 votes. Brett, am I missing something in the great state of Wisconsin?
No, this is super incredible to see. I was a little worried about 10 minutes ago because it looked like Waukesha County was almost done counting, and they are. Waukesha County is essentially done here, and Trump's at 58.6, and Hovde's at 59.4. You have to hit that 60% threshold, and we might not get there in Waukesha County. However, we are racking the score up in Washington County, another critical part of the WOW counties. Trump's at 70% with a little under half of the precincts reporting. And then in Dane County, we're holding the line here, guys. The goal was 23%. Both Trump and Hovde are at 24. I'm shocked to see this, but I think the real story right now is going to be Kenosha County. We have an opportunity to offset that Waukesha underperformance in Kenosha County, something that might be the difference maker. Trump's up by 8 right now with a little over 75% reporting. That's a county he won by 3 in 2020, and that is essentially a Chicago suburb. So that is really telling, guys, Kenosha County.
Cliff, Allegheny County, my data people say that Allegheny 91% and Harris 60-39 was Biden 59-39. So we have to cross that stream. Are you worried about that? Are there good votes for us remaining? Is that a big deal? What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, I think Allegheny County right now, I mean, based on what we did, this is one of our major targets, right? We know the Dems. I mean, look, you have to look at what they poured into it, too. and they had tons. They probably had about 60 staffers on the ground just focusing on Allegheny County. But the fact that 87% is in Charlie, they don't have the votes out. Right? Sure, the margin might not be where we wanted it to be, and depending on what comes in, I think we could still improve. But I just...
All right, back to the Daily Wire.
Somewhere in between that and what they're saying, it's not coming out right. It happens to all of us, right? Kamala Harris is expressing herself perfectly. The words, that potato salad that comes out when she answers questions, that actually translates exactly what's going on in her head. And I think that's really important. And I actually think that Trump, in his way, also sort of represents something, even though he is Soon.
I think he had to do the thing, and I hope he wins tonight, but even if he doesn't, that party is dead. And I think he had to do the thing that nobody else could do, he had to be that brash, that coarse, that, indestructible.
Tell me what's so bad about the Bush, McCain, Romney Republican Party.
It's easy. I mean, we had Ronald Reagan came out and basically brought us back to conservative ideals, true conservative ideals. And then George Bush stood up and said, I'm a kinder, gentler man. And I thought, what's kinder and gentler
Kinder
than
and gentler
prosperity
than
and
whom?
peace?
Yeah.
What's kinder and gentler than freeing Europe from the Soviet slave state? What is kinder and gentler than that?
Bombing foreign nations into smithereens.
And then his son came out and did the same thing. Compassionate conservatism. And when people were in trouble, governments got to move and all that.
That is literally J.D. Vance's economic policy.
Well, J.D. Vance has yet to be tested, but what I think is going to be, J.D. Vance is on the move, but he is not running for president.
Well, the truth is, what you don't like about McCain, Bush, Romney was the affect.
That's half right.
Not just the affect, it's policy. Too.
That is untrue. That is untrue. I'm just going to say it flat out. That's not true.
It is true. He responded.
Mitt Romney was harsher on the border than Donald Trump was during his actual term. You don't remember self-deportation and how people went absolutely nuts?
It's not affect that he didn't want to win because he didn't want to defeat Barack Obama.
This is a weird thing going on Daily Wire. They're arguing amongst themselves, but I don't care about that.
That's it, right? People try to overthink this. And Harris went all in on this idea that he's a threat to democracy and that Trump is this monster and that he's going to take away your right to an abortion. These black guys don't give a crap about that. And I just think, look, they didn't have to have increases of 20%, but if we increase this 5 or 10%, that's why you're seeing this lack of enthusiasm.
I got to interrupt you guys. Guys, Andrew, am I looking at what you're looking at?
It just ticked up as soon as I went to it. Here, hold on, production team, put this graphic. This is a big reveal of an update from the New York Times tracker. Wow. Trump is projected currently, now this could move, to win the popular vote by 1.1%.
Guys,
oh my
God. You know what that means? Do you know what that means for America?
That's a mandate.
We're going to make it great again.
No, if that materialized, that's a mandate for mass deportations. That's a mandate for...
We're going to Mars. We are going to Mars, and they're going back.
Let's go.
They're going back.
I'm going to tell you what else.
Think of the things that Trump said on this campaign trail, and he's winning the popular vote.
Guys, I think better
things. Hold on, Nate Cohn. For the first time tonight, we consider Trump likely to win the...
And therefore think of the things that the left denies about objective reality and how unpopular they are despite having all the celebrities and all of Hollywood and all of entertainment and all of big tech and the entire evil agenda that is trying to crush their opposition into smithereens based on identity and victimhood. It's insane. They believe they're good people, and not only good, but they're superior to you while having this as their position.
This is the Scott Adams thing, so I'll just say
Or this is their outcome, I mean.
You have to deliver someone bad news. You break it to them slowly. So let's say you're watching somebody's house and you accidentally kill their cat. Well, it's a hypothetical. So you would
be careful with what we talk about.
No, it's hypothetical. So you would call them up, and at first you would say, hey, your cat's on the roof.
All right, enough of this stuff. We're getting our feed pulled again. All right, seriously.
We're not going there. It's just delivering bad news.
Delivering bad news in a slow, gradual.
Totally can I deliver some good news for us?
Yeah, seriously.
So we're in right now. So we're going to look at the congressional races, and we're going to get into this while we're waiting for results, for hours and hours and hours for the rest of the time. So I'm not going to get way ahead, and I don't want to get way ahead. But right now in Maine 2, Austin, Ontario is winning by 2 or 3 points. Just pull that up. It is right now a 2-point advantage, which is great for Trump. And I haven't looked at that most recently for Maine, but that is one of the swing districts that we're looking at to retain the House. And let's talk about the implications with this. We already know we got the Senate. We got a unbreakable Senate now at this point. We're on a great track for President Trump.
Yep. Wow.
Now what we have to look at, can we get the trifecta of the House? Because here's what the Democrats' dream is. As soon as Trump gets elected, or he gets elected by the Electoral College, they were going to throw an absolute fit, 14th Amendment stuff, and then they were going to immediately, they knew that wasn't going to work, they were going to immediately impeach the guy. They can't do that now if we retain the House. So as we look westward, I've got a list of a bunch of different races that we're looking at that starts with Maine, that still hasn't been called, but that is a great track to be on, and this map overall is putting us on the beaten path here to have the trifecta.
I want to thank some of our members here really quick.
Yeah, so he might have.
Hold on, I want to hear Matt.
Just talk about Bush. Talk about Bush because he was actually president. The other two guys weren't, and it's not just affect there. I mean, it's what he actually did. But let's start with the fact that he sent us into wars that lasted for decades. So we can begin with that. Massively expanded the federal bureaucracy. We can move to that. Totally ineffectual in preventing the illegal invasion across the border. I mean, those are three things that
exploded the debt.
Exploded the debt. So those are four things.
Well, no, that's not. That fourth one, Trump also exploded the debt. To be fair.
Okay,
Trump exploded the debt. As far as the wars, I mean, again, there's a bit of revisionist history that goes on about, say, the war in Afghanistan, which was approved with literally unanimity in the entire House of Representatives, with the exception of, I think, 2 votes. Okay, and as far as the war,
no one in this room would have opposed the war in Afghanistan. No one in this room would oppose the war in Afghanistan if 2 towers got knocked down in America today.
When I came back from Afghanistan, I said we should never have gone in. When I didn't oppose it at the time because I didn't know enough about it and I was angry like everybody else. Yeah. But when I went to Afghanistan, I came back and the first thing out of my mouth was this was a mistake.
What year was that?
I think it's 2016 maybe.
Okay, so that's a little late to make that call. That's 13 years late to make that call. You don't get to make that call 13 years late and be like, hey, by the way, 13 years, like, again, this is not.
Let me look it up.
This is not, the only point that I'm making about this is that when we talk about Donald Trump being a radical break from republicanism, he is a radical break in terms of his attitude, which I agree does have ramifications.
And his policy as well, though.
Because what the left needed more than anything else, what the institutions of the left needed more than anything else, was the middle finger. George W. Bush was not a middle finger. John McCain was not a middle finger, and Mitt Romney was not a middle finger. And I agree with
2008.
Even beyond all this,
by 2008, that's well on. I think we invaded in 2002. That's 6 years into.
I think we're overthinking this, though. In the GOP, there has been for almost a century now a split between the conservatives, who are a little friendlier with the populists, and the more establishment country club set. And in the 1980s, that split was represented by Ronald Reagan as the conservative.
So the Daily Wire is having a historical debate about whether or not Trump is a new chapter that is revolutionary in the conservative space because of the way things are looking. Now, he's obviously revolutionary. We're having a revolution right now. This is a revolution. The fact that the left can be beaten is a revolution. The fact that we can hold them accountable for their psychopathic degeneracy and feminine displays of resentment towards reality is a proof that will go down for the rest of human history. It will be remembered like the founding of democracy. It'll be remembered like the Spartans standing against the hordes in Thermopylae. It might even be viewed as greater than the founding of the country, because it was the proof that proved the founding of the. It was the proof that proved the American experiment. Because it was the proof that proved the American experiment. So, this is less interesting to me than probably what's happening over here.
Here we go.
Yeah,
here we go.
Great. Election in Iris. Great.
I told you this. I told you in 2010, her first statewide race, which, by the way, the state of California, got to say it, the watermelon head himself, Adam Schiff, United States Senator.
Yeah, well.
We knew it was going to come, but just enjoy that
non-majority.
Sense. But we knew that she refused to concede that race for 3 weeks in the Attorney General's race, and she discovered another 50,000 votes, and it turned I think the gap into a 38,000 vote lead, and that's statewide in California. So she barely won that thing.
Okay.
Wait, we should play. If you want a meltdown
Yeah.
clip, go ahead and this is the race lady.
Oh, sweet.
This is Joy Reid.
I want to
170.
see this. I want to see this.
It's a pure Project 2025 in miniature in Florida, and that kind of extreme, sort of extremist, right-wing, fascist type government in Florida, does that make it a more attractive place?
It's gonna be great.
Plus
She's
12.
broken her mind.
Broke her brain.
Her brain is just gone. It's just gone now.
Wait, this is their warm-up act, right?
Yeah, this isn't even like
It's going to be like screaming and
this
gnashing.
isn't this
for,
this is early. This
Now,
is early.
now this is not a
All right,
little meltdown
let's play
clip.
cut 178.
178. It's good.
And again, I think this is becoming a bit of a theme we're seeing in multiple states now, the Hispanic vote. Why did Trump make some progress? It was small, but it was there in Philadelphia in 2020. It was because he improved with Hispanic voters in Hispanic areas of the city. With 2/3 of the vote in Philadelphia now, it's 77-21. Well, that looks terrible, but compare that to 2020 and look at that. Trump is running 3.5 points better in Philadelphia than he did in 2020. Off the Biden number, there is more mail to come, more vote by mail to come in Philadelphia. That will be a boost to Harris, but there's also more same-day vote to come, and you can see Trump is running above his 2020 levels there. So where this lands, the Trump campaign's goal in Philadelphia, is basically get that Biden number under 80%. So far, they're on course to do that. There's the wild card of the mail there that adds a lot of volatility to this. But again, you're starting to, as these counties fill in, you're starting to see some patterns, and patterns you're not just seeing in one state, you're seeing them in multiple states right now.
Cliff, can you react to that? But first, I want to say, Cameron, Nadia, Tuan, Shaya.
It's very important that we win so that we can make sure America survives for the rest of human history, or at least for maybe another 1,000 years, maybe a couple thousand years. And the way we do this is by making sure they can never dismantle the Constitution, they can never cheat. So once we get in, it's actually important so that we can just establish rules that prevent them from looking at the Electoral College and saying, you know what, we lost because of that, let's get rid of the Electoral College, or let's, add more seats to the Senate or whatever. So this is revolutionary on multiple different levels, practically every level, actually.
Biden in
I
2020,
gotta take off the sweatshirt.
he is
But
just
never fear,
tremendously
guys.
gaining. I'm very
As
proud.
I take off this sweatshirt, because it's getting hot in here, I have another MAGA shirt underneath, so we're still dark MAGA. Let's go. Dark MAGA.
All votes. Donald Trump won Cambria County by roughly 26,000 votes in 2020. And today they had a major malfunction with the scanning machines. And so a lot of those votes are not in. We're getting a couple in right now, but the reality is that'll be a huge gain, probably in the tune of another 20,000 for Trump in Cambria County that has not really come in. It's just trickled in right now. Back to what Kornacki said, of course that's what we saw in Philadelphia, right? We knew that Harris had to increase or at least maintain what Biden had, but really based on the other numbers around the state.
What a glorious experiment this is.
In counties like Philadelphia County. And so I think this whole idea, that Tony Hinchcliffe and all this was going to backfire. I mean, people are people. It's a joke. And I'll sit here and defend it. I know some people might disagree. The polls are closed, so I can say this very openly. But normal people laugh at that stuff. And so I just think they get so in their elitist mindset, and it's backfiring with normal working class people.
That's what it is.
Just
it's the psychopathic tendency of the left to believe that their ideology grants virtue. That's what it is. Well, they sacrifice, of course, their individual identity on the altar of group identity. That is a critical flaw. It's a total conceptual mistake. But once they do that, then they can say our ideology creates virtue, because if there's no individual, an individual doesn't have to earn virtue meritoriously. So, or coherently in any structure for that matter. This is the reason why this is such a referendum and a revolution, is because it's forcing the left to burn away 99.9% of who they are and reformulate themselves around an individual identity. And that will take decades. They will have to first learn what the consequences are for their psychopathy. And this is obviously going to start tonight.
1,000 was the delta of their entire firewall, and they're only at 400. That's coming in soft for her. She needed more. So where does she? And she knew it was going to come in soft. So where does she go next? This is what we've been talking about all day, Charlie. Where she could come in next is the collar counties. Bring in those suburban women, the suburban wine moms, bring them out, do the concert for them, et cetera, et cetera. And those collar counties, I think the only one over 50% right now is Montgomery County, and so my county.
It's crazy how we're averting a total catastrophe by preventing the psychopathology of the degenerate single female woman to take over America. And it's also, of course, insane that we have so many broken people pushing for that. But I guess God saw fit to make it like 45-55.
Donald Trump is currently up 14 points in Berks County, and CNN was saying Kamala might flip that and take the state. Donald Trump is
How
up.
much is reporting?
14 points with 90% reporting.
I mean, Berks County.
Berks County.
They're literally still talking about it on CNN.
Yeah, they apparently
they keep bringing it up.
He's up 14 points. He has 107,000 votes in Berks County.
So I want to pull something up here. We talked about it earlier in the stream, and this is something I saw at Georgia State doing the campus visit.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia State, throw up 179. Blake flagged this for us, and I think it's great. So this is essentially a precinct tally from Dearborn, Michigan. Now, if you throw up that graphic, 59 votes for Harris Waltz, 203 for Donald J. Trump, and guess who got the second most? Jill Stein at 153. So what did I tell you before? There's a whole nationwide movement within the Muslim community to get Jill Stein over 5% nationally so that she gets on the debate stage next time around. Meanwhile, Donald Trump won this precinct at Dearborn.
Guys, Washington's early votes are within 3% for Donald Trump.
Don't get too excited.
No, it's not about Washington. He's not going to win Washington. But it's about the fact that the early votes for Washington, and again, it's just 20% are in. It's gonna spread significantly. Washington's a terrible place. We've got so much corruption that's going on there. 3%. New Jersey, we're now within 4%, 5%. It's way too close to call, way too close for comfort for New Hampshire and Maine. Maine, he's within 5% now. The late breakers on New Hampshire seem to be edging Trump closer to Harris. He's gaining a couple of percentage points, or tenths of a percentage point. Every drop that comes in, only 51% have been counted. Maine's way early. Minnesota, we flash over to Minnesota. Donald Trump on the initial reports is up a lot, and they're probably shaking in their boots, wanting to see how things are going to turn out in Minnesota, given the fact that we're looking at New Jersey right now is within 5 points. If Donald Trump comes within 5 points in New Jersey and the state of Washington, ladies and gentlemen, this is a
nationwide reputation.
This is a 21st century landslide.
This is a 2008 Obama
It's a realignment.
It's a realignment.
Charlie, I have a big number from Philadelphia.
Yeah,
so I want to share this.
It's a good one. Yeah, huge update. Yeah, I'm seeing it too.
Yes. So I just want to share this. So Biden, we're looking at the potential modeling of how many votes could be left in Philadelphia. We said that Joe Biden had 603,000 back in 2020. Right now, we are looking, and it looks as if Kamala Harris is about 410,000.
No mistake about it. There is spiritual warfare going
based on the
across
modeling.
The country
there's
right
not
now.
even 200,000 votes out.
The left.
I mean,
the left is trying to wage war in the only tactic they know how. They're anti-coherent, anti-reality narratives. This is what they tell themselves. They can't engage in debate. They can't tell themselves cogent, truthful explanations as to what's going on. And so, of course, their actions reflect only corruption and incongruence.
Right? She's way short of where Joe Biden was in 2020, a number she had to hit to
They're
beat
afraid to
Donald
call
Trump.
Pennsylvania.
Oh
They're
my
afraid to show it going red.
And you've got a similar outcome
Pennsylvania's
that's happening
extremely
right
red.
now. And I'm just looking at Milwaukee, and I haven't analyzed Detroit yet. And taking
It's the formula I've been saying all night. Rural's up, hold the line in suburbans, do better in the urban, and the Dems don't show up. MAGA. Brett, we have Brett. Brett, is that the equation that you are seeing?
Yeah, and another storyline to this, you guys were talking about Minnesota a second ago, what kind of spillover that would have into the western part of the state. So La Crosse County, which sits right on the Minnesota border, it's essentially Minnesota. A lot of those people still get Minnesota local TV markets. They go to Minnesota to shop. And this was a part of the state that we really thought you'd see the most amount of Trump Baldwin voters, or you'd see Hovde kind of take a drop off. La Crosse is reporting over 90% now, and Hovde's sitting at 43%. Ron Johnson got 44 there in 2022. Trump's at 45% there. He got 42% there in 2020. That's an interesting storyline there. That might be 2 points that we didn't think we had, on top of an additional 2 points we didn't think we had in Kenosha County. Trump's up by 5 there, and they're almost done counting. If you would have asked me yesterday, Trump winning by 5 in Kenosha, I would have said absolutely not. So I'm very fascinated by this. I think the left thought that they had Kenosha.
Well, and
this is guys. I'm sorry. This is a systemic-wide collapse.
Eric Hovde just added another 1/10 of a point. They just updated.
Trump is up 3 in Wisconsin. This in Wisconsin terms, Brett. This is a huge lead, isn't it? And there's still tons of red votes to come in, like a ton.
Oh, yeah, this is massive. I mean, I'm even looking at the Milwaukee numbers, and it's already been made public that Milwaukee's not going to start counting their absentee ballots until after midnight. Just by early voting or just by in person here, I'm actually kind of impressed at how low of a number that is for Kamala. I mean, there's still about 150,000 votes that still need to be counted via the absentee realm. This is shocking. I mean, even for me, I had Trump winning Wisconsin by 2, and that was kind of what I went in today thinking about. This is interesting. I mean, even Walworth County is a county, a lot of Illinois residents, ton of Illinois land. You see, typically Walworth performs a lot work.
Of course he's going to win Milwaukee.
W. Bush left office, and the very first thing that Barack Obama did was just give up the victory.
They're still debating what type of conservative Trump is.
War was over. And had Barack Obama not given up the victory, our view of the Iraq War today would be much, much different. In other words, if Bush had done everything that Bush did, but then Barack Obama had done anything different than he did, our view of that war would be different. And Afghanistan is obviously not an actual nation. It's a completely different thing. There wasn't really a democratic election in South Korea. Didn't become a democracy
for several decades.
After the Korean War. These sorts of enterprises can't be done in a schizophrenic.
But what was the point of the Iraq War? Who cares? What if we just never gone in? Who cares?
To make the Middle East into a Madisonian democracy.
No, I mean
that's not the reason we went.
No, I mean if you want the
actual, Saddam Hussein had weapons of mass destruction.
Because literally Saddam Hussein refused to turn over any evidence that he did not have weapons of mass destruction because he was afraid he would be deposed. Yeah. That was one reason. On a geopolitical level, there was also again, this is not to say that it was the right decision. In retrospect, everyone understands it was the wrong decision, but at the time those were not.
It had been U.S. policy for 10 years.
It was also the policy of, by the way, most of Europe. Right? And it also happened to be that if you look at a map, Iraq is on one side of Iran and Afghanistan is on the other side of Iran. And the idea was that this, along with Kuwait and Saudi Arabia, was going to provide a bulwark against the Iranians. And by the way, the counter proposal, which was Barack Obama's proposal, which was relieve all pressure on Iran, has led to a giant Middle Eastern conflagration. So put all that aside. Bernie Moreno just won Ohio, so Bernie Moreno has officially won Ohio.
Okay.
So
what is the latest? Can we talk about?
So right now they're saying the most likely state to flip. This is again according to New York Times, is Michigan. It just said Pennsylvania, and they've updated it, so it's going between Pennsylvania and Michigan. But right now the estimate from the Times is Trump 300, Harris 238. This is now well into the likely Trump category.
We are at 70% of the votes counted in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump currently has about a 160,000 vote lead in the state of Pennsylvania. We have 61% of the estimated vote total reported in Wisconsin. Donald Trump currently has a slim 50,000 vote lead or so in that arena. In Michigan, about 29% of the vote has been counted. President Trump has currently about a 70,000 vote lead in that arena. So again, Donald Trump is looking quite good right now. By the way, I just want to say the reason that I'm pushing back just against the break with the Republican, because I want to be more specific about our definitions. If what you're saying is we should continue punching the left in the face, I totally agree. If what you're saying is that what we need to do is abandon the right wing on abortion, or abandon the right wing on gay marriage, or abandon free markets, or do any of that's the break that we're looking for, like, or abandon a realist foreign policy that doesn't agree with neocon, but also doesn't agree with isolationism. Like, I just need more specific definition of what you mean in order to achieve the thing.
What I believe is that we can't achieve any of those things until the press is crushed.
I agree with that. So we don't agree. We don't disagree.
Yeah.
We don't disagree.
So I'm not going to let us keep talking about this. Okay. There's an election happening. That's what people want us to talk about.
Yes, I agree.
And this conversation isn't helping the situation.
I don't know about
I want to go check in with our own Cassie Akiva, who is in Pennsylvania right now, where Donald Trump is starting to eke out a lead. And Cassie, one of the things that's on my mind right now is what impact, in the end, is Israel's war actually going to have on this election? And here's what I mean. Pennsylvania has an incredibly popular Democratic governor who is Jewish. Kamala Harris, instead of choosing a governor who almost certainly would have carried the state that she has to have in order to achieve victory, didn't choose him only because of the war happening in the Middle East. Is that going to end up being decisive in this campaign?
Yet again, the left is brought down by their identitarian nature.
What is that differential?
Yeah.
That's
Their only play at this. Yeah, their only play is an overperformance in the absentee ballot drops in Milwaukee. I mean, I'm even looking at some of those blue dog Democratic counties up north towards Minnesota. Where there's still a lot of paper mills, Union Democrats. Hubdy's leading in those. Ashland County, up towards Duluth, Minnesota. It's that's about as blue of a county as you can get. I mean, Hubdy's leading there.
Trump's leading there as well. Trump's leading
there. Trump's at 52. Yeah. So, their only play at this point is the absentee ballot drops.
How many absentee ballots are outstanding? How many absentee ballots are outstanding in Wisconsin?
Are outstanding? I can look. It looks like, just based on the count in Milwaukee, we still got somewhere between 150 to 200,000 votes that need to be counted. So those are all absentee.
In Milwaukee?
In Milwaukee, yes.
Okay, and go ahead.
So you want to know something really interesting too, Brett, to keep an eye on?
But there's a ton of good counties for us that still have votes left.
Tons. And the bad ones, I'm looking at all the bad ones. I'm spending all my time.
Over-reporting.
I'm spending all my time on all the bad
Dane's
ones.
like almost done.
They're almost done. And you know what else is almost done?
Rock County.
You know what else is almost done? Door County, with all the uppity folks, right, Brett? Door County may flip red. So here's where we're at.
That's crazy.
Here's where we're at right now. It was close in 2020. It was 10,000 to 9,700 votes. Donald Trump already has 10,098 votes. He's knocking on the door. He's less than 500 votes away from flipping Door County red.
Oh my gosh.
Which that doesn't seem like a huge amount, but even if he wins he wins Door County by 1 or 2 votes, 10 votes, 50 votes, that's one of those situations where it's such a moral victory, and it tells a story in Wisconsin that we've talked about a lot, right, Brett? About Door County and what everything looks like up there. People around the Bay are not happy.
Let's play some tape here.
184 looks really good.
I want to see some of this. Let's first start with 182.
But here's what I want to say right now. I just want to bring this up to show the stakes for the Harris campaign right now as the count in North Carolina gets higher and in Georgia gets higher. The importance, if Donald Trump, this is a hypothetical, but if Donald Trump holds these two, and he won that one both times, 2016 and 2020. He won this in 2016. He lost it by 11,000 votes in 2020. So not at all inconceivable in history and when you look at the numbers tonight. Excuse me. If that happens, Harris cannot lose that. Why can she not lose that? Because 251 plus 19 makes Donald Trump president of the United States.
Let's continue to go through this.
Yeah, that's how math works.
Yeah, that's. Thank you, John King. Let's play cut 183.
The crowd here is still large, is still loud, but a little bit more subdued. And the word that I keep hearing, it must be some new phrase that has entered the lexicon, is the idea that people here are nauseously optimistic. Not just cautiously optimistic, but nauseously optimistic.
Okay. Can I share a note I got from a reporter? I've got all these reporters hitting me up like, vibe check, how you guys feeling?
Look at the sea of psychopathic leftists.
How you guys feeling? And I said, feeling good. I mean, is it ecstatic over there? This reporter asked. This is a reporter from The Atlantic. LOL. We'll see. Says, I'm at the Philly Dems party. It's bleak.
It should. Yeah, I mean, by the way, the New York Times right now has Donald Trump with a 90% chance of winning the presidency.
91.
And by the way, this is not Hillary Clinton stuff. This is after a lot of data.
91%.
91% chance.
So do you remember when Bob Brady, let me go back to the timestamp, when Bob Brady at, I think it was about 2 p.m. Eastern, came out and said, and it was a Young Turks guy or a former Young Turks guy, David Schuster says, voter turnout is extremely high, said Philadelphia Democrat Party Chairman Bob Brady, the former congressman. I've been doing elections for 50 years, and I've been chairman for 40.
Sorry, we have some breaking stuff. Keep going.
And now it's the highest we've ever seen at this point. Yeah, that's what you get if you trust a Philadelphia Democrat. He was lying.
Become a member, members.charliekirk.com right now to get a signed hat. Cliff, what do you have? You have some modeling for us? It's breaking news. Cliff Maloney modeling out of Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so what we did, I had my data guys pull all of the collar counties. Jack, I want you to check my math on this. And we just said, okay, based on the percentage it is in, we looked at 2020 and we tried to map out. I told you guys, Philadelphia County, there's about 172,000 outstanding ballots, right? Which once again is not enough to get to that 603 number that Biden did. But let's break down each of the collar counties. So in Bucks County, right now, I'm not going to predict that we're going to win it, but it is neck and neck. I mean, we're down out of 205,000 votes cast in Bucks County. We're down by like 1,000 votes. And so if we keep seeing trends, we're probably going to win, or at least it's going to be a 50-50 wash in Bucks County. So I'm going to look at the fact that there's 182,000 votes that we think are left in Bucks, but we're going to call that a wash. Let's go to Montgomery County. Okay, 61% is in. Dems are winning that about 2-1. And so in Montgomery County, we expect that we have about 200,000 votes left to cast. So we'll see where that comes in. But, you know, there's going to be some room there, but there's about 200,000. I'm just telling you guys what's left if you're the Democrats at HQ trying to figure it out. Then we go to Chester County. Okay, in Chester County, half of it's in. And right now it's about 60,000 to 90,000 Dems are winning. And in Chester County, we have about 161,000. So there are some numbers there. Okay, and then you go to Delco, where they're doing very strong, but there's about 72% in. But in Delco, they're winning right now 138,000 to 90,000. And we think there's about 88,000 votes left. I know that's a lot of numbers. What I'm telling you guys is when we look at all of the outstanding ballots, Bucks is a wash. The others, maybe they pick up between 50 to 100 or 100 and change in each of them. That's where they have their base. The rest of this is going to be all of the red counties throughout PA that we're going to see trickle in for the rest of the million votes in the state. And so, I mean, this is still a tight race. I'm not going to say it's over, but they're going to have to outperform on election day with the rest of these votes because most of the mail-ins are in. But I'm just sharing with you guys, there's no county with 500,000 votes left. There's no county with 400,000 votes left.
Right.
Okay, every county that they're looking at.
Is it like 2020 where they just discover more stuff, guys? Or that's not that, like we have final
Charlie,
outstanding
we're
vote
talking
totals.
about them like you're talking about hundreds of thousands of votes would have to just appear materialized that haven't been in the early count already. So that's just not a thing.
So Cliff, why do we have no votes out of Cameron County?
Cambria?
Cameron.
Oh, let me pull that. 1 second.
It might be just a reporting error, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I'm seeing that as well.
Right. And Erie, by the way, should flip.
Check Cameron County.
No, wait.
Cameron.
Oh, no, that's last year.
By the way,
While Cliff pulls that up, quick footnote about Wisconsin. We had a constitutional amendment on the ballot that would change the language of a statute that says instead of every United States citizen can vote in the state of Wisconsin, that it'll be changed to only United States citizens can vote in the state of Wisconsin. That passed 70-30, about 1 million votes to 500,000 votes. So quick footnote about Wisconsin. That was a statewide referendum.
That's great.
According to MSNBC, they say expect a big drop of absentee ballots in Pennsylvania. That's what they're saying.
At 11:55. That's MSNBC. We just got a note that they reported that at 11:55.
So Cliff, what could that be?
I have no idea. I mean, we're seeing the requests. We know how many ballots were requested. We know how many were returned. So at this point, I mean, I hate to say this, guys, but this is what I've been waiting for, to kind of analyze what is it they're going to try to do at the last minute. But we have all the data. And the thing that really is wild to me is, once again, I mean, you can't return a mail-in ballot if you haven't requested it. And our request deadline was October 29th. So I don't know where they're getting this. Maybe this is their Hail Mary effort. I don't want to be a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah,
but
let's just stay factual. I mean, that's their reporting, right? So we'll see what happens there. So email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Become a member, members.charliekirk.com. That's members.charliekirk.com. A lot of libs are freaking out right now, guys. Like a lot.
Be Eric Hovde has a great mustache.
We are signing a lot of books right now. So Allegheny, 95% in. 95% in. It's 59-40 Harris. Was 59.4 39 Biden. So we actually did a point better, Cliff, in Allegheny. Philadelphia is 77-22 with 77% in. That is a way over performance in Philly, right? Jack, that's way better than 2020. That's
incredibly. So, well, and she underperformed. Biden, I think, had like 80. Biden broke 80. She didn't even break 80. Biden had in 2020, he had, with this just massive number, the 600,000 number, he had 81% to Trump having 17.9. So Trump had about 18. Biden broke 81. We're now seeing that Trump is at 21. So up 3 points in a county that we were told that he wasn't even competitive in, and she couldn't even break 80. So she couldn't break the plane of 80. And the big story, though, so, okay, 117, and then last time. So, okay, Trump is running at about even. He's about 15,000 votes down from where he was in 2020 in the county of Philadelphia. But look at the tail of the tape when it comes to Kamala Harris. And again, there's only 70% in at this point, but she has a deficit of 200,000 votes still from where Biden was in 2020.
Yeah,
those
she's
votes,
still running ahead. She's just behind where Biden was.
She's ahead. She's ahead of Trump, but she's way behind where Biden was.
Not by the margin she needs.
Just people did not come out for her in Philadelphia.
Well, and I think we should play this clip actually from Nicole Wallace, which I think is just too good. We go to
go to it, please.
184. She can't understand young men at all, and maybe their concerns. 184.
This is going to be good.
You go to the polls with the country that you have, and the country we have lives in two totally separated information ecosystems.
Demonized man.
Whatever happens, we'll have to really understand the information consumption that young men have and why they think that the economy will be better under Donald Trump when it never was.
Because it never was.
She can't understand it. It's just amazing to me.
Arizona now has Trump at a 77% chance of winning Arizona.
That's fantastic and huge. 77% chance of winning Arizona is huge. I want to say, though, remember that the left is built on degenerate, psychopathic, feminine pathology. The psychopathic mind state of Marxism preys on low verbal IQ women. This is the reason why you have women saying the opposite of reality, because they've demonized all coherence. They've demonized all truth.
Way to go, guys. Everyone needs to buckle up. Arizona has they haven't even started releasing the results yet. I pulled off this for a second. They haven't even started tabulating the results here from today. I mean, this is how slow these people work. It's already 9:35. Polls have been closed for 2.5 hours. They can't stick one SD card into a machine and start giving us results from Maricopa County. This is not how it used to work, by the way. How it used to work in Maricopa County, it was within about an hour, you start getting results from all across the county.
Yep.
This is not, and they pulled this the last two elections. The last two elections, it's been slow roll. All of a sudden, it's 10:30, 11 o'clock. They start announcing results from the election day. We're probably going to see that again today. 11 o'clock, we're going to start seeing things. I wouldn't be surprised in Maricopa County if President Trump and J.D. Vance, from today's results and what they decided to release today, are going to put them ahead, which is good. But we have probably 200,000, and the vast majority of those 200,000 votes that they did not count were a big chunk of what put Republicans ahead this last week.
In early voting, yeah.
In early voting in Maricopa County. So, and remember, in Maricopa County, we were only up like 150,000-ish votes. I don't have the number right in front of me.
Well, right now, right now, Trump's up 3,000 votes right now.
I actually believe
2,500.
I'm breaking down. In Maricopa County, I mean. So in Maricopa County, I actually think I ran the numbers. I'm with the team. I've got Matthew and Ben on. We're going to see a lot of Matthew and Ben the next 3 days, probably if it's really close. But I think that there's probably a good chance that we're a strong 60-40 minimum, probably maybe ahead of that, like 62-38 of the votes that they decided not to release, because 105,000 of those are from Andy Biggs' district.
Yeah.
So half of them right off the bat, are majority Republican.
Well, it was 105 outstanding, right? And that's going to be 65%. So he's going to win 68,000 of those.
And Kerry Lake's going to win almost all of those too, because you're not voting for Andy Biggs and not Kerry Lake. Hey, just so you know, and there's no world in which Kerry Lake doesn't get all Andy Biggs' votes. Okay, so like that's going to happen. There may be some separation from President Trump and some of our people, but there will not be separation from this congressional votes.
New York Times says that we have an 80% chance of winning now, Arizona. It's just, I don't know where they're getting these. Like, there's no data.
Oh, because Stephen Richards on the phone with them, probably telling them, like, reading them off numbers.
Allegedly. I mean, we don't have any new numbers. We have a whole count. Well, how is it that Cochise has not reported anything? Can you explain that to me?
Well,
nothing.
Who knows?
It's 937 and one of our reddest counties.
Well, Cochise, do you want to know the latest with Cochise? I mean, Cochise was part of the whole thing where they got attacked by Chris Mays, who I can't talk. I'm not going to talk that much about Chris Mays. But you've got Chris Mays, an attorney general who is politicking from the attorney general's office. Happened to know that firsthand, and so you have people all across the state who are completely freaking out. In Apache County, by the way, she just went after that the county attorney that's there in Apache County. Guy is a conservative Democrat. There's only Democrats in Apache County, but he's a conservative Democrat. She went after him. She went after the guys in that part of Arizona. Yep. She's gone after everyone that's a political enemy. So you've now got all these people scared to just do their basic job, which is report results.
Interesting. Okay.
Jeez, it's just crazy. Yeah. By the way, that was Mar-a-Lago wondering why is Arizona not reporting any votes. Yeah. And I'm like, good question.
Oh, really?
We're up 3,000 votes. It's just we have entire counties that haven't reported that are all good for us. La Paz is good for. Apache sucks.
Did you share with them the Maricopa missing votes?
Yeah, I did. Okay. I said, and they were like, "Why are we not? It's just chill. We're good.
It's missing votes. We're going to be good. We're going to go up. We're on a trajectory. I think right now, on the math that we're doing, to be probably at least up 5 for Trump, which that's putting Kerry Lake right in the ballpark of.
She's in the heat.
Yeah, it's going to be the heat. Now, we're going to have to cure ballots. And God bless Brett Galashevsky, who was just on the phone. Do you see how close this race is with Eric Hovde? What was our team doing all day?
He's up by 36,000 votes.
I know. Our team all day long was curing thousands and thousands of votes. Thousands and thousands of votes. It could come down to that. And we're going to be doing the same thing for Kerry Lake. We're going to be doing the same thing for everyone up and down the ballot in Arizona. So it's going to be fun.
So,
guys, quick observation: Racine County, it's slow counting in Racine County, but Trump is winning there 67-31.
I noticed.
I think it's worth noting here. Ron Johnson only won Racine 54-45. Now, a lot of those votes still need to come out of the city of Racine. I don't expect like too much of a dip, maybe 3-4 points max here. Same trends as Kenosha, and if we stay the course.
Every scoop of Transparent Labs protein
when this election was decided. Of course. Pure Zionistic laser power. That is when this election turned boom. Check out the polls. October 7th, 2024.
I will curse those, right, who curse you?
Yeah. Correct. There you go. God coming through once again. I had a going theory that I told some friends before this, that God definitely wants Donald Trump to win. I've been saying this for a while, that God clearly wants Donald Trump to win. There's only one reason God turns Trump's head right at the last minute, and the bullet misses him by this much. And then the other part of my theory is that Donald Trump was trying to thwart God. And as it turns out, The good part of my theory is that God always wins. You can try and thwart God. You can say, I am not called, I am not worthy, and God will still choose you. And that's how this will go. And so, yeah, you know what? You can see the smile on my face. I'm getting a little confident, guys. I went from cautiously optimistic to nauseously optimistic. And now I'm just, pretty optimistic at this point. I got to say, I'm enjoying the evening. The enjoyment portion of this evening has officially begun. It's now a Jewish holiday. That's right. It went from tragedy to triumph. That's right. It's time to break out some symbolic rituals. It's time to eat some kosher food. It's time to imbibe. And it's time to speak some Yiddish. Yeah, baby.
Let's go.
Suck on that, Nick Fuentes.
The Hebrew hammer.
Let's go.
Yeah, that's right.
Oh, let's go.
You're terrifying when you're happy.
Dude, we got Jordan Peterson in the room too. Let's go. Oh, this is good stuff.
Oh, man.
It's amazing to think that Donald Trump could win without the Nick Fuentes vote.
Man.
The map is just looking better and better.
It is.
Look
So,
at Nick.
okay, so if it goes the way we think it's going, those first 100 crucial days, the agenda, tariffs, what
Don't
else
give a
do you
shit,
see?
man. Don't care at all. Do not care. Sorry, still basking. Gonna take a little while. Gonna need a moment with this one. The first 100 days.
Yeah.
So the first 100 days, here's what's actually going to happen. So what's actually going to happen is the people who are deeply involved in staffing, other than sort of Don Jr. You got Howard Lutnick, who's deeply involved in staffing up the administration. I think that the early sort of front runners for some of these positions, Tom Cotton for SecDef. I think Mike Pompeo might be considered for Sec State again. If not Pompeo, you might take a look at Marco Rubio, senator from Florida. You're looking at for Secretary of the Treasury. That one's kind of hard. Obviously Musk goes in. He's going to perform some government function.
Maybe. Musk doesn't want to be in the government.
No, not in the government, but like his special advisor.
Yeah.
There's some of the investment class that I think you'll see likely nominated for the some Trump's New York investment friends for Secretary of the Treasury, kind of like Mnuchin when it is Secretary of the Treasury. The thing is, Trump has a team that already.
So Trump is ahead in the reported counties by 9,000 votes in Arizona.
Ambassador, like there are a bunch of people who are really good who are going to come in. And they're going to start cleaning it up. And it'll be interesting now with a very robust Senate majority is what this is looking like. At the very least, a robust Senate majority. Yeah, I think he's going to get most of his picks through. So it depends on sort of which place you choose to focus. When it comes to domestic policy, the first thing they're going to do is they're going to make the Trump tax cuts permanent. That is task number one. They're going to make those permanent so that those just don't sunset, right? Because he has to guarantee that he doesn't screw up the economy. The next thing that you're going to do is he's going to slap a bunch of tariffs on China, which he's going to do, I think, forthwith, and I think he should do because China is a cheater and China is an intellectual property thief, and they happen to be run by an evil dictatorship. So that'll be very good.
Remain in Mexico.
Yes, obviously on the border, remain in Mexico immediately goes back into place. Reinterpretation of asylum law goes immediately right back into place. Prioritization of deportation of criminally legal aliens goes back into place with widespread deportations of those people and massive new investigative authority for ICE. On foreign policy, I think Israel is going to hit Iran's nuclear facilities between the election and Trump taking office because I think that Trump doesn't want that on the table when he gets into office. And with the Israelis knowing that they're going to have a friend back in the White House as opposed to an enemy, they probably go hard and they go fast and they go now because Trump is telling. I mean, Trump said it openly. He said, "I don't want this happening while I'm president." They're like, "Okay, sure, no problem, man. We'll take care of business right now because we know that you're not there to cut us off at the knees." So I would be shocked if Israel doesn't go quite hard over the course of the next couple months. One of the under-noticed stories of the day, because we have a thing going on, is that Prime Minister Netanyahu fired his Minister of Defense in Israel, Yoav Gallant, who is widely considered on the right in Israel to be sort of a pipeline to the Biden-Harris administration. And so he's putting in some more of his own people, which means he's likely to go quite hard, quite fast. That is going to bring peace to the Middle East. And Donald Trump is going to bring Saudi into the Abraham Accords, undoubtedly. That is a thing that Donald Trump has already been pre-negotiating. That is going to happen. That's why he wants solidity in the Middle East. He wants Israel to finish up whatever they're doing security-wise. He wants them to finish up in Lebanon. He wants them to finish up in the Gaza Strip. And then Donald Trump is going to work. He has all those connects already made. That's all going to come into play. As far as Ukraine, Trump and Vance have already said, contrary to popular opinion, both Trump and Vance have said they will continue to fund Ukraine sufficient so that Vladimir Putin does not walk into Kyiv. But they are also going to be realistic about what the prospects for what the final settlement in Ukraine looks like, which is the solidification of the borders of Donbass and Ukraine, some sort of commitment to neutrality, but with some sort of additional funding of military resources sufficient to deter a further Russian invasion. Things are about to get
How long
a lot
do you
better.
think that'll take on the Ukraine-Russia front?
I mean, that's up to Putin.
Yeah.
That's up to Putin. I think Putin, this is one of the dangers, is that if you keep signaling that you're a little weak on it, then Putin probably keeps trying to push and push and push, hoping that you'll just go away and then he'll walk into Kyiv. But here's the thing about Trump. The one thing Donald Trump does not like to do is lose. He hates losing. And he knows that if Putin is seen walking through Kyiv, he looks like a loser. So he doesn't want that. He doesn't want the photos.
You have an impact on the game. You inspire the players. When you step on
Agram Air Base, right? So he's realistic about all of that. So those, I think, are the things that are probably front burner items for President Trump. And then there are going to be some fixes around Obamacare that will take place. He's not going to do anything on abortion. I mean, he'll put in place, you know, all the executive orders that Republicans always do, right? No foreign funding of foreign abortions, the so-called Mexico rule. He'll put that back into place. But you know, I think all of those are not only doable, I think they're eminently doable, and I think he gets all that done inside the first 100 days.
Yeah, I think you're right. We're going to take a break while we wait for the next results to come in and tell you a little bit about what's been going on at Daily Wire Plus.
Since I joined forces with the Daily Wire Plus, we've built a comprehensive collection of premium content. Get the entire collection of Mastering Life, Strengthen Your Relationship, with my series Marriage. In the series on masculinity, Discover Your Purpose. In Vision and Destiny, develop a vision for your own life. You need to do that. My new series Negotiation offers practical steps to help you close a deal where both sides walk away with a win. We're also offering a 3-part series on success, how to strengthen your family and to strengthen your relationships and to aim up. People are struggling with depression and
all the collars in Philadelphia, she'd be leading, let's just round up to 10,000. We'd have to make that up across the state.
10,000
in all the
votes?
other counties. Yes.
With current margins, though.
No, I'm not even counting any of the Republican counties. I'm just saying.
No.
if
I'm
we
saying,
just-
for example, Montgomery County doesn't get redder from this point forward.
Yeah, but there's still.
No,
but,
yeah, I'm
but,
keeping-
So
I'm keeping
Cliff, let
current
me
margins,
answer.
yes.
Let me answer your question. So look, York County, which is a huge red county, is still under 50% returned right now. There's all that stuff in Cambria. Cambria is only at 20%. And then you've got just little bits and pieces like Somerset's still waiting for 25% to come in. Blair is still waiting for a bunch to come in. So, yeah, could Trump pick up 10,000 across the rest of the state? I think easily. And that's why the New York Times and everybody else, they're running the math as well. That's why they're putting the needle where they are.
Yeah, but then that would only give us a 10,000 vote victory, Cliff. I mean, I think it's going to be a lot better than that, right?
No.
It's a 10,000 deficit that you need to make up.
I'm trying to give us the worst case scenario to show that even if she outperforms, even if she holds, which she's not going to hold, right? This is now election day.
Yeah, I get what you're saying,
mainly.
Cliff.
Yeah, we're going to trend in the right direction. So I'm saying in all these red counties, Tyler, what do you got for us? I got to cut
Arizona.
So where we were ballot chasing in CD7 in Michigan, Barrett is now up 23,000 votes. That is massive. I mean, there's a lot still to be counted.
Let me finish off Pennsylvania, though. So, for example, that's without Westmoreland cleaning up, right, Cliff? That's without
Correct. You're missing all those red
Beaver.
Red sweeps.
That's
I'm not
without
even
Erie
counting
flipping,
those.
right? Without Erie potentially flipping. Without
Erie's within 4,000.
I know. That's what I'm keep an eye on that.
And center is still flipped, and even McCormick is winning center.
And that is without, which is crazy, without Luzerne, right? That is without the missing Cameron County. That is without Cameron. We have two. We have Cameron. Carbon County. That's without. There's still votes out in.
Don't forget Cambria
Bucks
County,
will get
which
better
still is
too,
probably,
right?
It's still 80% out in Cambria, because Cambria was the one that was held open 2 hours late.
Cambria County is going to be another 20,000 votes in the positive for Trump net.
Yeah,
and Bucks will get better.
Yes.
I mean,
right? It
will get better as day of comes in.
Well,
yes.
it's 53%
Yeah,
in.
it will get
so
better.
Bucks will get better. And
Bucks will get better.
Burks will get. There's still votes left in Burks.
I don't know how much.
So
better,
what is her path, Cliff?
The margin is still pretty tight in Bucks, but yeah, it'll get better.
I mean,
I don't see it. Once again, the only thing that could happen is these collar counties and Philadelphia, something comes up or something comes in, but based on the current outstanding votes that we're projecting, we're in a great spot. The collars, we're still going to be up tens of thousands of votes. Even with Philadelphia coming in, we're up 10,000 votes. And that's being conservative, Charlie. That's not even considering any of the strong red counties across the state where we think we're going to do well. But I'm trying to give you guys worst case scenarios so we can prepare for it. Right now, unless something happens in these collar counties, we're going to win Pennsylvania.
We would not be in this situation if Josh Shapiro was on that ticket.
I mean, it's a very good point.
Gosh, stay frosty. Go right back to it, Jack.
I'm just saying. If Josh Shapiro's on the ticket, those 20,000 missing votes in Philadelphia from 2020 would magically be there, and there'd probably be another 400,000. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that they would have magically appeared, through some kind of fraud or something. What I'm saying is that you would have seen a lot more whipping of the votes. You would have seen a lot more of the private sector unions, a lot more of that muscle that you just didn't see. And Cliff, I know you saw this as well, that you didn't see those private sector unions. AFSME and SEIU were out there, sure, the public unions.
That if a county is really diverse, the white turnout in that county did not change from 2020. So think of this as like a U. And then if you have super white counties where almost nobody but white people live there, they didn't move much from their 2020. It was these counties that were about 75 to 85% white that had the largest shift towards Trump. And if you go back and look historically, they had the largest shifts in 2020 towards Biden. And so it's not this homogenous, all non-whites are moving more towards Trump, all whites are staying where they are. It's this unique patchwork that's occurring in turnout, depending on what type of diversity there is within your county, but it's all benefiting Donald Trump and white, black, brown, everything in between counties right now.
So, Brent, technically, when you read all the data in, on a scale of 1 to 10, how much does Kamala Harris suck as a candidate? And would they have been better off keeping the corpse of Joe Biden in place to actually run? Because the recriminations here are going to be so delicious, I will feast off of them for years to come.
Well, I prefer scales that also have negatives, so let's go with like a -4 on that -10 to 10 scale. But yeah, and one of the things that we pointed out when they decided to take their democratically elected nominee and swap it out with somebody who did not get a single vote, we said that this is really going to hurt her with union voters. And you saw this in the Teamster vote, where Joe Biden had a slight lead on Trump in April among Teamster members, and then he overwhelmingly was defeating Harris. And that one data point shows you the weakness that she was having. And these Rust Belt states here, from Wisconsin to Michigan, even all the way over to Pennsylvania, very, very heavy union households. And so even if the Democratic Union voters stay home or they swap their vote, it causes massive disruption in the electoral margins between these candidates, as we're seeing right here play out before us.
Brent, right now, Pennsylvania and Wisconsin have more than 80% of the vote in. And Donald Trump in both states has above 50% of the vote. I mean, in the case of Wisconsin right now, Wisconsin, according to Decision Desk, 84% of the vote in. Donald, 56 to Kamala Harris's 42.
We're ahead by 200,000 votes in Pennsylvania.
Still being on the ballot.
Why was this data not shown on Charlie
We're getting dangerously close to actually being able to call Wisconsin. And if we call Wisconsin, we are essentially calling the race.
Yes.
Yeah, we also have to assume that a lot of the results that are going to come in are from cities not favorable to Donald Trump. This is just what historically happens. I really hope this is blowout territory so that there's not issues related to, well, what votes were they trying to go find and shove into the count. This is one of the reasons you should be like Florida and report the vote within 2 hours, and then there's no question as to how the election played out. But it's getting really, really hard to see where Kamala Harris can pull out any of these 3 Rust Belt states at this point.
Well, I also have a piece of breaking news. The Republicans have flipped, wait for it, the governor's mansion in, wait for it, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, I saw that.
That's fun. We actually won that, yeah. So yeah,
That's fun. Yeah, let's throw some salt in it.
Next time we check in, I hope it will be just as enjoyable or even more so. I'll be eating a different candy, so try to think up a joke about those candies and how we will connect, for example, M&Ms to the situation in Pennsylvania.
All right, time to hit the Google.
All righty, folks. This visit to our election HQ has been brought to you by friends over at Lumen. Go check out Lumen right now. It is a great device, and I will need it a lot after eating this entire bowl of Jelly Bellies in celebration.
One hates to get cocky because we have seen stranger things happen, but this is looking more and more like Donald Trump is going to be the 47th president of the United States.
Well, so let's get pessimistic for a moment, just out of curiosity. I mean, her number of confirmed victories is increasing.
Yes.
Trump's still nicely ahead. If you had to be pessimistic and how could things still go dreadfully wrong, or is that out of the realm of
the only way
possibility
they go
at the
dreadfully
moment?
wrong is if she suddenly, like massive vote dumps in Philly, Detroit, and Madison, Wisconsin, Philly, Detroit, Milwaukee. It's the big cities.
Mm-hmm.
And I said this early on, actually, so all credit to me because I said it early on in the night. But I said in North Carolina that if she did not win North Carolina, the entire election was going to come down to giant voter turnout in 3 big cities.
Yeah.
I did say that, like, within the first 20 minutes of this broadcast. I'm just going to point that out. I was going to point out so far, the only thing I've gotten wrong is New Hampshire. Just going to say it.
You went all in on New Hampshire, though.
You went all in. I do have to say that Arizona is very close with 55% of the vote in, which that's still early, but it's essentially a toss-up, 49-49 for the two candidates. So if you're going to get pessimistic, could we end up losing Arizona and sort of unraveling our map a little bit?
Not going to happen. We're going to win Arizona. Arizona is solidly in red territory. According to the New York Times, Arizona is a high likelihood, a very, very high likelihood of a Donald Trump win at this point. Again, it would be kind of shocking were he to lose. They have him up by a projected almost 4%.
It's at least safe to say we're going to have a winner. I mean, this probably will not drag on for days.
No, I think that there's a very good shot that we will have a winner in the next 2 hours. I mean, if it continues at this rate, I think there's going to be a temptation by some networks to start calling some of those Rust Belt states. If people want to be super cautious, you're probably talking about late morning, tomorrow morning, or early afternoon. But by tomorrow night, President Trump, I think, will be pretty obvious.
If they call one of these Rust Belt states,
it's over.
They've called the election.
Yes. Because Arizona is definitely going to go in Trump's
they're
category.
holding off.
North Carolina, Georgia, Arizona.
That's the thing. They're holding off.
Going to have to complain that the problem is the popular vote.
And there are but
gotta get rid of the popular
I thought you were
and
just
the
going to stop
electoral
that the problem is the people.
Yeah.
I mean, we're going to go back to that point, but that is what it's going to be. Get ready for it.
No.
They are going to rage against the dying of the light, and it's going to be worse for them. They're going to have to go deep into the crevasse of fail before they start to emerge like in something like reasonable order.
So what do you expect will happen now? Let's assume the best for a moment, so to speak, that the Republicans control the presidency and the Senate and the House. And that means you have these really quite radical people, Musk and Kennedy in particular, now taking up dominant positions in the White House. They're threatening the big pharma industry, so that's a major threat. They're threatening big agriculture. Legacy media is like stone dead. The education establishment is in serious trouble. The military-industrial complex is unlikely to be happy. Like, what do you guys foresee happening? That's a lot. Well, and that says nothing about the CIA and the FBI, let's say.
The polls are about to close, guys. 2, 1, new
Presume
polls.
that such people are going to just take this sort of thing lying down.
No.
And that says nothing about the leftist radicals who are quite nicely organized after all the pro-Hamas protests. Like,
So
what do you see happening here?
I mean, there'll be resistance inside each of these agencies. It's why, the attempt to move a lot of these employees to so-called Schedule F is going to make a huge difference. This is something that the Trump administration is going to try and do. They're going to take the permanent political class and they're going to say they are now fireable under the articles of the Constitution. The president does have unitary executive authority to fire all of these people.
Schedule F meaning what? What
Schedule
happens?
so right now, by union contract and by regulation, if you are considered a non-political appointee in the executive branch, there's a procedure that you have to go through in order to be ousted from your job. If you are redesignated as a Schedule F employee, that means you're effectively an at-will employee of the executive branch, and the president of the United States can summarily fire you. And so that's going to go forward pretty quickly. Again, I think that there are certain areas. It'll be interesting to see what RFK Jr. is actually given. So I think RFK Jr. ends up in charge of like Ag and HHS and FDA. No, I think that he probably ends up as like Department of Agriculture guy, like Secretary of Ag. Maybe you put him in charge of FDA. But I think that, again,
which would be huge.
It's not as though you have. I'd give him HHS, I think.
Yeah, I mean, the only problem with HHS is that's really more about the application of Obamacare and Medicaid than it is about like the health things that he cares about. He cares more about FDA kind of stuff, like vaccines or like food and water, right? Like that's more FDA type stuff, maybe EPA. I think that EPA would be a problem for him.
Are we
because
going to
Trump
keep Rachel Levine in place? Is my question.
Yeah.
Doctor.
Only if she
Admiral Doctor.
Only Donald Trump will bring him on the carpet and force him to admit he's a man, and then say,
then he can stay.
And he can stay.
For those of you who haven't noticed.
Yeah, exactly.
That's brutal. That's crazy.
He also, because here's the thing. Congress is still a body in the government. The president doesn't just get to make all the rules, and neither does anybody in the executive branch agencies. So if RFK decides to get like super radical about things in a way that Congress doesn't like, Congress can take power back from the executive branch, or these things can get challenged in court. I think the biggest holdup to Trump in terms of whatever his agenda is going to be the courts, right? There will be a lot of legal cases that are filed against all of this, and then it'll get held up, and the Supreme Court is not going to take all those cases. A lot of this stuff is going to get held up. Listen, it's very hard to do radical change inside the United States government, and I think that that's overall a very, very good thing. It does mean that there are a lot of barriers to entry in terms of the stuff that Trump is going to try to get done. Like when they say that Elon Musk is going to come in and cut $2 trillion in spend. No, he's not. I mean, that's actually not possible.
It's not possible to cut $2 trillion.
This is also why if we have Congress and the presidency, you have to
I disagree.
move your agenda forward and start stacking wins and stack them quickly, because we know that that's the situation Trump had in 2016, the first 2 years, and the fact is not a lot was achieved with all that power for 2 years.
And hypothetically knows more about what he's doing this time.
You would hope
be
so.
Prepared to hit the ground
and
running.
also any like traditionally Republicans have always worried that, well, if we advance our agenda too quickly and too ruthlessly, then the other side will be mad. And then when they're in power, think of all the terrible things.
But this is actually what Project 2025 was about. Was Heritage attempting to lay out a roadmap for how to effectuate policy rapidly in the first 100 days? Right. And Donald Trump, as a matter of political expediency, distanced himself completely.
That's why Trump, as soon as he wins, he needs to say, never mind, I am doing Project 20.
Well, actually, and by the way,
2025 made a tremendous mistake in not issuing some kind of small Bible of what it said, because it was so long that the Dems can say anything they wanted about it. And nobody knew
it was repealing the infield fly rule. But I will give you a little insider. I think I might be the first one to break this story. When Trump shot down Project 2025, that was fair enough. Is our real radical agenda Project 2026? That one makes 2025 look like child's play.
By the way, I mean, it is worth noting here that undoubtedly Clarence Thomas will end up retiring from the bench under President Trump in this next term, and that is because he's 76 years old. There's a good shot that Samuel Alito, who is 74, will also end up retiring from the bench, and new justices will be appointed in their place, which will enshrine, in fact, a conservative majority on the court for years to come. Yes. Because that was a scary thing. I mean, Clarence Thomas is the best justice on the Supreme Court. He's still obviously very much with it in mind. He's also 76 years old, and he's not going to play the Ruth Bader Ginsburg game where you end up, God forbid, going under a Democrat. And then
let's not knock Sam Alito, though. I mean, I'm kind of actually partial to
Sam's
Sam
great.
Alito.
Justice Alito's fantastic. I mean, again.
So both those guys, though, are a little bit
long in the tooth. Long in the tooth. Yeah, by the time that Donald Trump leaves office in this next term, Samuel Alito will be 78 years old. Yeah. Right. That you're starting to get into the territory where you really want to think at 77 about whether you want to be the person who ends up, moving into a Democratic administration. I think one of the things that's worth noting here is that we can be the number one thing that Donald Trump is going to do is be not Kamala Harris, right? He is going to stop dead that agenda from moving forward, and not doing the thing is like 80% of what he needs to do. It's very hard to think of massive like the things I would want to do, right? Like restructuring the federal entitlement programs that are clearly going to bankrupt the country. It ain't going nowhere, and it's not going to happen. Right? Like we're just gonna fly right off that cliff. It's going to 100 miles an hour.
As you say, it's going to happen because that's happened.
Right, exactly. I mean, reality will hit and we'll fall off the cliff, and then austerity measures or inflation or high taxation will happen. I mean, all those things will happen. But the one thing that Trump really can do, the biggest thing he can do, is radical deregulation. The radical deregulation will happen.
Which he started to do already.
Right, now he's going to go to, he had a ratio of 2 to 1, right? For every new regulation passed, you repeal 2. Now he says it's going to go 4 to 1, right? For every regulation that is created, 4 will be repealed. Right? All of these are really good and really important things. As far as what happens in Congress, the answer is that, the government is a giant tractor, and it just keeps on moving forward. Almost
leftists are struggling to cope
and lower the federal debt by leaps and bounds. That's really not.
No, he's never said he's going to do that.
Correct. That's not the thing you should hope for. What the real theory of Donald Trump, and this is where he actually is, like W, unfortunately, actually is this area, is that he believes you can outgrow the debt. right? That if you have enough economic dynamism, eventually you'll generate enough revenue that you can pay off all of that sort of stuff. So again, that's the stuff that's sort of on the table. Again, I'm just giving you the latest vote totals. So right now, Donald Trump continues to be up by about 100,000 votes, with 77% of the vote recorded in the state of Wisconsin. Meanwhile, in the state of Pennsylvania, very, very narrow lead in the state of Pennsylvania. President Trump is up by approximately, well, actually not that narrow. My math is bad. He's up by about 170,000 votes in the state of Pennsylvania, with 85% of the vote counted. The New York Times is estimating that he will win the state by somewhere in the neighborhood of 2.1%. Wisconsin by 1.8%. Over in Michigan, 48% of the vote counted. President Trump's lead continues to grow there. He's up by about 130,000 votes. They're estimating that he'll win that state by 2.2%. So those are the latest results over there. Is Nevada closed yet? I'm not sure that Nevada's closed. I think Nevada's still open. So or if it can't still be open, it's got to be closed.
Right.
But it closed not all that long ago, so I don't think that they're actually doing like the full count yet. New York Times doesn't have a count on Nevada at this point.
The polls close at 10 Eastern, so yes, they are closed.
Yeah, they closed, but they're not going to be any results in Nevada for a little while yet. But it appears that it may not matter at all. Arizona, Trump's estimate, 3.7% up. When all is said and done, 53% of the vote count is in. It's pretty much dead even, but the areas that have come in are areas, Tucson, Phoenix, all the big sort of Democrat areas have already come in for Kamala Harris. So again, a very, very shockingly good evening for President Trump. Spencer Lindquist is reporting already that people are leaving the Kamala Harris watch party.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Oh, they're walking out just like Jill did as soon as she realized that Joe was no longer president of the United States. Republicans are approximately, according to Ryan Gerdusky, formerly of CNN, I'm just going to keep saying that because it's hilarious, they are 1.5 percentage points away from flipping the New York 9th Congressional District, which is a 62-36 Joe Biden district.
Wow.
Which is really, really funny.
New York 9, where is that?
New Jersey 9, New Jersey 9.
New Jersey 9, okay.
Yeah. So these are these are truly hilarious results.
How good is Joe Biden feeling right now?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
I mean,
that's where I want the camera.
Right.
That's where I want the camera.
It's a mixed evening, you can imagine.
I don't think it's mixed for him. I think he's feeling.
You think it's just positive?
Oh yeah.
If you got knifed in the back by someone that you brought up, and they pushed you to the side,
There's still that knife wound.
Yeah, and you're still out. Yeah.
But
I get your point.
He's got to feel a little relieved because it could be him getting his ass kicked right now on national TV.
Yeah.
And that's a really bad way to go. The better way to go is to be knifed in the back and then claim that you were wrong the rest of your life, which is that's a really great way to go.
And then you can say for the rest of your life that, see, this is why you shouldn't have done that.
I mean,
He can say for the next 8 days.
Good luck to Joe, because this is the first time Joe Biden's prostate's working in the last 25 years.
It's like a prize fighter that retires right before the only person who could beat him shows up. And it's like, okay, I never lost. And then he gets the Netflix special and all that,
I'm looking just.
Cenk Uygur is crying.
I'm checking out the networks. David Greer looks sad. He looks very sad.
Cenk Uygur is basically
especially
in tears now.
But, yeah.
By the way, I got to note that Orange Hitler over here got awful lot of not white people to vote for him. This Orange Hitler fellow. This Orange Hitler fellow.
The whole intersectional thing really collapsed in a pile of dust and rubble.
I mean, that dude had like 5 Hitler.
And it actually caused Kamala to lose because, I'm saying it, she's losing Pennsylvania because she didn't take that guy due to the intersectionalist inverted hierarchy.
What's going to do?
I know.
They're pretty much done.
They're going to move.
They're going to move. That's right.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Move to Canada. Then they can find out what the progressive agenda really is like. Yeah, go to Canada, you people, where your money's worth half as much.
And we can't put it past these people because we're talking about how they're going to react. They are going to say that Trump is an illegitimate president.
You think so?
No, they can't anymore. They can't. They're going to say the American people are illegitimate, and that's what I'm looking forward to because now the battle's out in the open. Seriously, I'm looking forward to this. That's the battle that's going to be next.
They'll be able to accept that he just won.
The tripling down on the psychopathic mind state. The American people are illegitimate, right?
They're running out of scapegoats.
Correct.
Of course they are.
Yeah,
right. There is only one scapegoat left, and it's the scapegoat that Joe Biden said out loud. And that is the American people are trash.
Yeah.
That's going to be the angle.
But
that's what we're doing in Canada.
They have not accepted a presidential election they lost this century. So
yeah, but who? I mean, you tell me. Who do you think that they blame? I mean, they can blame podcast land. They can blame me and Rogan and you and everybody else. They tried that, but
New York Times.
But you know,
it's not big enough.
But the press,
it's not big enough, right? Because Elon doesn't care, right? He has X.
The press, in order to sell the Russian collusion story, you needed the press all on board. And the press looks like
they're actually going to. So this is what's going to happen. They're going to blame the American people they're going to condemn the American people for not listening to the press because the press is seen as fraudulent. That's what's going to happen.
Ouch! But what is left of them? They've lost all their credibility. They have no audience, right? And it's highly likely, I think, that what Musk predicted will occur, which is that the broadcast networks will lose their license to broadcast, and they'll be relegated to the cable networks. And they should. They deserve it. There's absolutely no reason why they should occupy that.
I can tell you what the move is, though. Because you're right, they've lost their audience, and so what's their move? Their move is to kill us, which they already telegraphed. The New York Times, the Washington Post had that piece with your face on it, Ben, and then the New York Times hit all of us. The New York Times, this popped up in my Google.
I actually was not in that article.
You were?
Yeah, I was neither.
I was weirdly in it. I was the centerpiece of their header.
But they didn't mention you
never
either.
mentioned because I said, the headline was, in the podcast election, falsehoods fly, misinformation flies, and YouTube lets it happen. So it was a picture of me right there in the middle. I said, what did they get me on? I think I've been very precise about what I've said. I looked, they didn't mention me, but they want to take down the Daily Wire.
Clearly.
They want to take down the other podcasters.
That's not working out so good.
It's not going to happen. Yeah.
Well, it's not going to happen, at least with Trump in charge. If the Republicans have the Senate, it's not going to happen for them anytime soon. But I think that is their play. Okay, we're starting to lose. Well, we got to clamp down on the guys.
That is if they triple down on rejecting free speech and the ability to engage in ideas. I think that this defeat might be so bad for them that after months, people start to turn from
that. It's all over. I can't see that.
Yeah, I think you're right.
Under Trump, it's a very, very hard road for them to hoe. So this is why I think they are going to just be stuck with Trump is toxic. The American people are toxic. It's mostly males. But
men are toxic.
Men are toxic.
It's not going to be American people. It's going to be a group.
It's going to be men. But again, I think that too many white women went by majority for Trump.
Right.
So,
Right. Even though women are literally trying to kill their infants. It's insane, but they invert reality. This is Marxism. Again, they end up having to confront Marxism no matter which way they turn.
They sort themselves out. I mean, we have seen some move towards the center.
No, but here's my problem. I don't know what that looks like. Because they can't, as long as Trump doesn't touch the entitlements, there's no place for them to out-compete him.
Yeah.
Okay, if they say that we just want to spend more money on shit, they've been saying that this whole election cycle, and it doesn't make a dent. On social policy, they went so far to the left that even if they come back to quote-unquote moderate left, nobody trusts them anymore because they blew it all. I mean, they wanted to trans kids in the...
Everyone saw men beating women and taking their medals.
If they go back to gay rights, Trump's already there holding a flag, man. Yeah. He took same-sex marriage. I disagree with him. He took it out of the Republican platform. I mean, that just is what it is. He has occupied... This is the part that's hilarious. I did say the whole election cycle. Donald Trump occupied the positional center of this race.
Yes.
He forced them to the left. Right. Donald Trump is the most centrist political candidate since John McCain in this country, other than on immigration. That is just the reality.
You can tell that by all the Democrats who are running with him.
Yes. By the way, you want a great stat? Here's a great stat, folks. You're going to enjoy this one. Which state is currently running closer? New York or Florida?
What?
New York is currently running closer than Florida. Kamala Harris has a 12-point advantage in New York. Donald Trump's a 13-point advantage in Florida.
Well, Joy Reid just called Florida a right-wing fascist state.
Yeah, baby.
Oh, yeah. You can tell Florida's doing something right.
That's my state. Gotta love it.
Dude, Ben's days.
I'm feeling the joy.
That's
awesome.
Let's go.
Woo! That's
Florida
good stuff
seems
right there.
great. Everything about Florida seems great except for the weather.
And the alligator.
Yeah.
Okay, but the thing is, when you're in Florida, because there's no state income tax, you can afford to buy a summer home.
There's no state income tax in the great state of Tennessee.
There you go. Yeah.
And it is true. So
nor is there an alligator.
I will acknowledge. So David French is wrong on nearly everything, but he makes a good point.
They're talking about buying summer homes now. Let's tone it back a little bit and take Arizona first.
Keeping Arab Americans in Michigan wouldn't have changed this. It's all the big stuff. Defeat in Afghanistan, a porous border, inflation, and Biden's refusal to acknowledge reality and step aside in time for Democrats to have a real primary.
Oh my gosh, dude. In New York, we got 3.3 million votes for Trump. Wow, that's astonishing. obviously New York has a lot of miserable single women and broken men, and that's the reason why, they still won it. But wow, 3.3 million.
Hope one of the things I'm most excited about if Trump wins is that I hope that this will become a time on the right where we can actually have some unity among conservatives.
Yes.
Which is, I guess, easier to do in victory. But
and also, I want to say, look at all these blue states that are like standing in defiance. It's hilarious that the left is now essentially synonymous. Being a liberal is synonymous with having a mental illness and denying reality fervently. And so these states like Oregon turning blue, it's like they're just being defiant in the face of reality. It's so funny that they're going to be brought to order, even though they're delusional.
It's the last 4 years of just ripping each other to
Conservatives love doing that. You get 100 conservatives into a room, they're going to find the one thing they disagree on. It's like high school. It's worse than high school. They're all going to
because we love debating ideas. That's the difference between us and the left. We care about reason, rationality, logic, and so we'll disagree. But we can come together, whereas the left just stagnates itself and disintegrates.
Trump has the big success, and so maybe we can all at least, say we got.
And we're gonna need that if you want to take advantage of this and move the ball forward and advance your agenda,
which we will.
It's like we all got to be on the same page.
Yes.
And we got to be able to achieve that for an extended period of time.
You're going to have people on one side trying to bring back Bush, McCain, Romney, because that's what they're so angry about. You're going to have that very, I think, very small but vocal thing on the other side trying to turn it into like a fascist hate Jew. And the thing is, those guys are going to have a big voice online and Wall Street Journal. But I think
what's super interesting, guys, is that when you look at, one second. Okay, there it is. The graphic's back. When you look at the number of votes Trump got versus Harris, they can't pretend as though she was competent because they had Obama endorse her. They had Biden. They had everyone campaigning for her. They had Lady Gaga. They had Beyonce. They had Taylor Swift. They had Meg Thee Stallion. They had literally everyone, every celebrity under the sun. The Avengers, for God's sakes, went on camera and said, vote for Kamala. And then she gets less votes than Trump. This shows you the worth. This shows you the net worth, the market cap of this liberal indoctrination mechanism is worthless. It's worthless. All they have is virtue signaling. And now their virtue signaling apparatus is revealed as fraudulent and corrupt. They have nothing because Trump is winning the popular vote. Guys, Trump is literally going to win the popular vote. And they had every celebrity on earth endorse Kamala Harris.
What we think will be the Trump administration that managed to win while tacking to the center on that issue, changing the language of the GOP platform. How do they now navigate a world in which the GOP doesn't necessarily entirely back their policies, and yet they also have Dobbs?
I think
we're ahead by 170,000 votes in Penn. That's good.
The abortion ban out of the GOP platform. I think the reason he got flack for that is because people refused to acknowledge that the Dobbs decision didn't just move the ball down the field for us. It did do that. It fundamentally changed the field. It reset the field. Previously, before Dobbs, calling for a national abortion ban was not only a just thing to do, it was politically advantageous to Republicans. It ceased to be politically advantageous after we had lost every ballot referendum that we had put up for pro-life. So, I don't want to just flack for Trump here and say that I would have said exactly the same things he did or whatever. He initially said he would support the pro-abortion amendment in Florida. Then he came around, he said, no, I'm not going to support it. He's changed his language a little over time, but we are in a completely new ballgame here. And so the goal is to protect innocent life. That's the goal. We're gonna have to change our strategy up a little.
I think what it means is obviously the fight is state to state now, and it's an incremental fight, and that's something that pro-lifers and conservatives just have to. There's always this argument, especially among Christians, about incrementalism. Is that really the way to? Of course, that's the way to go. That's incrementalism. Just means that
the only way to move.
You're going to take the best possible thing you can have now.
Matt Walsh is totally right about this.
That's every day, every moment of life. You choose the best possible thing you can have, and that's going to be the fight going forward.
That's of course right. The problem with Roe v. Wade is that it allowed Republican politicians to lie to pro-life voters for 50 plus years. and say that they were abortion absolutists when the vast majority of them weren't, but they could never be called on it because Roe was never going to be overturned. Yeah. And then the unimaginable happened and Roe was overturned. And suddenly you're realizing that these politicians were always just being politicians. Life was an easy layup win, that they were never going to be responsible for advancing in any way. And what I truly believe is that the fight for overturning Roe was a long shot fight that took a generation and a half to win. And the fight for now, the actual fight against abortion was not the fight against Roe v. Wade. That was the fight against Roe v. Wade.
So right now, Pennsylvania is 86% reported. 86%, and we're leading by 170,000 votes.
Which we have not done at this level before. Of technological advances, which some Christians will find distasteful, but will actually help over time reduce abortion. Of national revival, which will be an incredibly difficult thing to accomplish, but has been going on since the beginning of time. There's always been a cycle of falling away from God and drawing nearer to God. Like that is just part of the human civilizational experience. I actually think that all the trend lines actually work in our favor over time to do away with this complete horror called abortion. Again, no one is more pro-life than me. There are things that I believe about abortion that I cannot say on the air because we would be deplatformed. I'm a complete and total abolitionist radical.
That's so base, bro, and same here.
Planet where I know I'm not trying to preserve ever.
Oh, yeah.
I'm not trying to preserve my positive view of myself. I don't care if you think I'm a bad Christian. I am a bad Christian. That's what it means to be a Christian. When you think you're a good Christian, I don't believe you understand Christianity
it's not
in the
New
first.
Jersey spillover. So where else are there votes if Milwaukee County? Are you sure that's not 280,000 in Milwaukee? You sure it's not like 260,000?
Dude, Charlie is still so in the details. You love to see it, whereas the Daily Wire is extrapolating a bit more, talking broader picture.
244,000 absentee ballots sent out, 233,000 of them were returned. So that number is hard at 233,000. Yeah, I'm looking at Racine County. I think I had mentioned that earlier. Slow counting there. Trump's at 62% in Racine County.
That's good.
That's good. I mean, that's a county that Ron Johnson won 54% of. So, I mean, there could possibly be, in the city of Racine, some votes still left on the table for Kamala.
Okay, so what Racine is our county, though, unless it's mail, but...
It is
right?
usually. You're seeing Trump like really overperform in Racine County in comparison to what Republican usually would.
But at the same time, there's still votes left in Waukesha for us. There's still votes left in Dodge for us, right? There's still votes left in Washington.
Waukesha's done. Waukesha's.
It says 92% on the New York Times. So okay, I'll take your word for it. How about Washington? Still has 30% of its votes left, right?
Yep.
That's a great county for us. Fond du Lac still has some votes left. Sheboygan still has some votes left. What I'm getting at is, 5,000 here, 4,000, right? I mean, we still have probably 50,000 net votes across the state.
Hey,
am I right?
Brett, can we ask the question from our data guys too on the Yokava votes there for Wisconsin?
I don't think it's going to be nearly enough.
We need to get that number. They have the data for the number, so let's pull that. Let's ask them about that. We're close enough.
No,
where
not,
this
not
is.
yet. But
no, we're close enough though where this could think this. I mean, this is the piecemeal thing that they do.
I know, I understand. So
we need to get that number for Wisconsin, and I know they were.
Grant County has votes left, by the way. Grant County, like a lot of our counties, Brett.
Juneau is only 66%.
And Dane is done. Like their strong county is done.
Yeah. I mean, she lost 7% at UW-Madison. I mean, that'll end up being the fatal flaw there, that she didn't prioritize UW-Madison. You seem to get a feeling that we were gaining some rare Republican momentum there. President Trump was in Dane County about a month ago. That was the first time that a Republican presidential candidate stepped foot in Dane County on the campaign trail since Bob Dole in '96. So, I mean, they saw a path through Dane County.
Yeah, so just going doing math at home. Even if Pennsylvania goes Pennsylvania, which Cliff's not going to let happen, right, Cliff? We're not going to let that happen, okay? But even if Pennsylvania.
That is true. That is true.
But because Wisconsin is a much straighter arrow, it's just a much straighter edge. It's just a different way of doing things, okay? It's just a different, honestly, worldview and morality. No offense to Cliff and Jack. It's just a straighter edge, okay? And by the way, we've cleaned up a lot of the 2020 stuff. That's all I'm going to say, right, Brett? We've cleaned up a lot of it. It's a lot straighter edge. We're going to talk in code here. But with Donald Trump with a 105,000 vote advantage in Wisconsin right now, with tons of our counties remaining.
Right.
And, okay, you said Racine, she'll close the gap. Any other places where she can catch up with late arriving mail?
There's a couple. There's a couple that I'm just noticing here, too. So you've got...
Eau Claire's done.
That you've got...
Eau Claire's done. Yep.
You've got some potential grab in St. Croix for her. I'm just looking at the numbers from 2020. In Polk County, we might be tapped out of Republican votes there. We're doing really well. So what concerns me in Polk County is 2020 we won 16,000 votes to 9,000 votes. Right now we're winning 14,000 votes to 7,000 votes. So it looks like it's going to split pretty good there, but there could be some there. We have Douglas County hasn't reported yet. It's not a ton of votes, but it's 25,000 votes there. Somewhere in that ballpark, right, Brett? And then and then so you start patching this thing together. So that hasn't reported yet. Ashland hasn't completely reported yet. And you said Door County's done, right?
Yeah, Door is done. Want to point out, you mentioned Polk County. You saw a massive turnout because Wisconsin has same-day voter registration. Yep. It's more
we use
than
it to
possible.
our advantage.
Yeah, we use it to our advantage. A county like Polk County, you saw tons of wards exceed 100%. Turtle Lake, a heavy Republican municipality in Polk County, 126% turnout, heavy Republican.
Wow.
We just flipped Erie County. Let me get Cliff back in. By the way, guys, can we get ready to take Trump when he speaks? Trump will probably declare victory tonight, and that is not...
Trump 67,000, Kamala Harris 65,000, 50-48. I mean, I don't think it goes in the other direction whatsoever. We're looking at the numbers. There's a key state Senate race there, 2 state House races we have to flip to take back the state House. A bellwether county. Donald Trump is now leading in Erie County. Huge moment, everybody. Remember where you're at. I think this is the moment. I don't think things go back, folks. We've got a 2, almost 3-point lead in Pennsylvania, and we're waiting on these numbers to come in. Listen, even the collar counties right now, I mean, if you guys look at this and we pull up the
They're
numbers.
all at about 80%. Except
I mean,
Bucks.
we got 11% left in Philly, 18% left in Montgomery. I mean, it's time. We're getting to that point. They don't have votes left to try to come up with some comeback. Very good news for Donald Trump.
It is going to come down. It's going to come down to Philadelphia in a sense, but it's actually going to come down to the collar counties. It's going to be, was she able to pull out of the collar counties what she couldn't get out of Philadelphia? We've been talking about it all day. This is the tightening, but you're seeing these positive aspects that would, like Erie County, like Center County, like Bucks County, which, I mean, just testament to the work of so many people there. And Scott Pressler, his name's got to get thrown out. I don't know if we've said it enough. And Cambria is still not giving me votes. Almost 80% is still out in Cambria. So if this tightens, there's a huge red reservoir just waiting there in Cambria. That's where they held the vote open. That's where they did the 2 hours extra. Luzerne,
Jack, where
which
did they
had one
land? Did
precinct
they
of
land?
12.
Did
Go
they
ahead.
land on hand counting, or did they get the machines to work? What was the verdict?
I didn't even go back and look. They were trying to get. I saw at one point that they were trying. I think that's right because I saw at one point they were trying to. It was actually the scanners that went down, and at one point they were trying to get extra ballots printed because they. I mean, I love it. They printed ballots that didn't fit in the scanners, and then they were trying to get more ballots printed in Pittsburgh and have them driven to Cambria, and then they were just going back to hand counting. It's like. It's almost like hand counting is just easier. It's kind of a crazy concept.
Trump is going to speak soon. I'm of the opinion he should declare victory.
Absolutely.
I'm not there yet, but he should make the media. The media is slow walking this thing. They're not going through the detail that we are right now at all. And I think Trump needs to say, look, boom, boom, boom. There is no path. Let's ride this thing out. Okay.
That's huge. That's huge.
Charlie, I've been getting so many comments, people saying, we like this stream better because you get granular.
Oh, no, of course. But,
And
something like that is
what is it?
distasteful
Look,
because-
hold on. You know what the cable news is? Cable news is this, okay?
Cable news is
No, it's 193. That's what cable news is.
They're pandering to 95 IQ.
It looks like Donald Trump.
193. Play it.
No. Number one rule.
Here we go, baby.
Nobody. I don't care if you're Warren Buffett or if you're Jimmy Buffett. Nobody knows if the stock is going to go up, down, sideways, or in circles. Least of all stockbrokers. Right? It's all a fugazi. You know what fugazi is?
That's cable news.
Fugazi. It's a fake. Yeah, fugazi.
Yes.
It doesn't exist. It's never landed. It is no matter. It's not on the elemental chart. It's not real. Right?
It's not real.
Stay with me.
The money that matters is the commissions. Oh yeah, taking their money out of their pocket and putting it in yours.
People are starting to say exactly what we're saying right now. By the way, everyone says, Charlie, you're like an hour ahead. You're like a decade ahead of the cable news. Yeah, because we actually
Every
crunched the
message I've been
numbers,
getting
right?
has been saying that.
Well, and plus we have everybody that knows
by
what
the way,
we're talking about on
we
here.
have 250 people on staff in Wisconsin, and we have 550 people in Arizona. I'm still waiting for Arizona data, by the way.
We have more than that. We have all our part-time people, all of our wonderful volunteers.
Yeah, we have over 1,000 bodies in Arizona.
We had 1,000 plus people here today, and guess what? I'm glad we did looking at these numbers because how much more depressing would tonight been if we had chased the people that we chased?
By the way, someone just says, Charlie, your live stream is outstanding. I turned off cable news. They were a chaotic mess and late to call anything. Tony, I know you're watching. God bless you, Tony. I won't say your last name.
If we would not have chased the ballots that we chased, Charlie, tonight they would have withheld these couple 100,000 ballots and made this look so unbelievably impossible. And it's not true. That's what happened in 2020 with Arizona.
Tyler,
this is what they did.
The efforts of competent men serving good literally saved the nation against degenerate, evil, psychopathic, predatory women.
Pennsylvania, 82% chance of winning Arizona,
We're also
76% chance of winning Wisconsin. I think that number's low in Wisconsin.
No, I would say Wisconsin should be. Yeah, I would say.
I mean,
I would look at things the other way.
Yeah, Brad's making some calls. It's 68% chance of winning Michigan. It's conceivable that we run the table. It's conceivable we go 7 for 7. Nevada, I don't know what's going on there. They're going to take.
Nevada, they're going to take
forever. San Andrew.
Nobody wants to listen to this guy.
Don't say any names. Just everybody. By the way, can you do me a favor if you're watching on YouTube, Rumble, X? Text this to your friends that are anxious. We're doing the best coverage, I think. And by the way, we are now on hour 7.
Yeah, I'm getting texts of people saying, "Oh, Jack, I have palpitations. I don't know what's going on. I'm nervous." And I'm like, guys, just number one, stay frosty. This is the frost stream. All right, this is the frost stream right here. Okay, this is where you go.
Also, the
for your
Daily
ray
Wire.
of frostiness. You got Jack Frost right here.
Ben Shapiro was basically like touching himself an hour ago. So
change at all.
That's a joke.
Because like in the trenches, and I do want, this is important to say because like I said before about how I all the conservatives like ripping each other apart for the last 4 years has been very troubling, and I hope we can get past some of that. And some of that has also been the way that some people on the right have turned against pro-lifers and pro-life activists and talked about them like they've just like they're nothing but frauds. Yeah. They haven't achieved anything. And it's like, no, you say that because you've never been around these people. You've never been in the trenches. But the actual, the real pro-life fighters are the ones that are at the clinics, okay? And they're going to the clinics on Saturday mornings, and they're talking to the women who are going in.
Based Again, Matt Walsh coming in, based. He's right.
The actual
These are soldiers on the ground
that are leading this movement, and their job doesn't change. I mean, their job is exactly the
I
same
will
as it's always
never
been.
criticize those people. They're easy to laugh at, but why? Because you're not doing that. It's like when people criticize, let's say, a minister or a pastor on YouTube, being like, "Oh, he's too evangelical," or "Oh, he's too emotional." It's like, so how do you structure your sermons? How do you like to preach? You know.
And I believe in the incremental approach, but for them, like, this is their life, and they've given their life to it, and that's why they have trouble sometimes doing what they see as compromise when they're in this every day. But so I understand that emotionally, but
you're also going to suffer setbacks. Like overturning Roe was always going to lead to an increase in abortion. Roe was in some ways a bulwark. Well, I'm sorry. Roe was in some ways actually a limiting factor for abortion in many parts of the country. And now that it's gone, what we're seeing is that, yes, some states like Florida are able to have great abortion law, and some states like Minnesota are going to be like, bring us your 5-year-old and we'll deal with this problem for you. Because Roe had limits on trimesters, and of course they found ways around all that, but it was a national, broadly applied.
So maybe therefore law.
We're winning by 102,000 in Michigan, brother. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Yes.
And that will obviate the power of the law. One is persuasion. I will just say my PragerU video on abortion, which begins with, I am not addressing the issue of legal.
Stream was that Kamala Harris.
We're never back.
Yes, you are.
We're never going
Yes,
back.
you are. Yes, you are. And we were in Allentown yesterday. That's what I was chanting.
I can't wait till Joe
counter-chanting.
Biden's
No, but
sucking up.
What was one of the first things I said? I said Kamala Harris will not concede tonight.
Gosh, guys, do you realize we're now going to be entering the phase where Joe Biden and
I
Hunter...
cannot wait for Kamala to. Oh yeah.
This is going to be the greatest
No, he can still pardon him.
ever.
What if we he still has like 2 months.
Charlie, CNN.
Guys, we're already talking about pardoning Hunter Biden. Oh, let's go, brother. We own the culture.
Milwaukee says that they're being told that they can expect to get out of there by 2 a.m.
That's midnight here. That's early, baby.
Can I make
No, that's
it-
1 a.m.
Hell
I mean,
yeah.
come on, we're going all night.
Can
Okay.
I make a suggestion?
We're not doing 2020 again, where I go to sleep and all of a sudden
That's
there's
right.
a bunch of Fugazi Fugazi
We all
from the
learn.
Milwaukee Count Center.
Charlie, I think that Donald Trump should
We all
pardon
learn.
Hunter Biden if he goes down and has to work.
At Maricopa Central?
No. He has to. No. We don't want anywhere near ballots. We want him to build the wall. We want Hunter Biden on the border, having to build a wall, and we have a live stream like the Truman Show of him every single day, building walls. That would be incredible. That's worth it.
They're all leaving.
Don't send them to jail.
Everyone's
Make him 2
leaving.
years build walls.
Everyone's leaving at Howard University because they just announced she's not going to speak. They're all.
We're never going back. We're never going back.
Yes, you.
CNN has now called Georgia. They're about an hour behind you, Charlie.
Yeah, try 2 hours. By the way, I just want to thank some of our members, members.charliekirk.com. We are signing hats here, members.charliekirk.com. That is.
Do you remember in 2020 when we didn't have this? Oh my gosh. Thank you, Elon. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm not there yet. I will let you know. By the way, that's why we are doing analytic devil's advocate. I'll let you know when it's. But I know Wisconsin not as well as Brett, but I know that Midwestern, that kind of straight edge, and I don't see the votes. You're down 108,000 votes. And by the way, Arizona is just deciding. It's just.
Oh, they're going slow. My brother just said.
Pathetic operation.
Do you want to hear my brother?
Pathetic.
This is his feedback. He said, I sent your stream to all my Bay Area Republican friends, and I've been getting nonstop thank you texts because of how much better your coverage is.
No, I mean it's by the way, it's the #1 stream in the country right now.
That's Kamala land.
But just over, so Charlie, you can go hang out with Elon and Trump. I said, no, I'm going to be with you guys. That's what we're doing.
Base Charlie.
Go ahead, Jack, sorry.
No. We all had the invitations. We all had, hey, come on, it'll be great. You know, get you in, get the access. No, it's not about access. It's about actually explaining what's going on. Is that Howard? What we're looking at right now?
Is that a live shot?
Yeah, that's got to be. Look at them; they're all just leaving. They're all walking out.
They're scrawny
And I saw
beta
people-
freak
that's
men.
inside.
Look at
So
that
there are
long
people
hair.
outside who are leaving as well, and
coping.
Look, we have work to do.
Do we have 238,000 concurrents on YouTube right now?
We have work to do.
Guys, email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, a proof of your subscription of our podcast to get in the running to get a hat. Members.charliekirk.com. We are in our 7th hour streaming, and we're not going back, okay? We got all of the appropriate chemistry to keep us going.
We've got
and
Celsius.
Arizona is still not report. I don't know what is going on there.
Still working on my Wawa coffee.
I mean, it is 10:41 local.
know how many
this
cups
is just this is just pathetic.
Sign books, orderbulletproof.com, orderbulletproof.com, sign books.
Charlie, I will tell you, this is like last time we were in this position, it took them until after 11 p.m. to start releasing day of results. So
but I'm talking about the earlies they still have.
They're not going to release.
They're sitting on 200,000.
They're going to start slowly scanning.
They are
them.
sitting on our 200,000 best votes.
It's going to be Bill Gates over there.
It's 200,000 of our best votes.
One at a time. He's going to be onesie twosies. It's going to take. We're going to be here for 2 weeks.
I can't.
We're going to be here for 2 weeks, and they're going to be like until they finally have to claw their way into Kerry Lake as their U.S. senator. And Justin Heap is your recorder.
We're not calling that yet.
We're not calling that.
No, I'm just saying.
We have some new
It looks like
calls.
they're getting set up.
Sadly,
at,
they did call New Mexico
West
for
Palm. Is that RFK?
No, they're prepping. That's the advanced team.
But here's the New Mexico news. You want to hear some good news?
No, actually, it's a speaker.
No, I was gonna say I thought it was RFK for a second.
Or he's gonna sing. Is this a singer? What's going on here? Can we get this feed, please?
Yeah, we should probably check out what's going on.
Whatever is, can we get Real America's Voice or something?
Something is happening.
Or YouTube. Can we find a YouTube link of it and send it to the
Not
team?
entirely sure what's going on.
We have 500,000 concurrence right now between all platforms.
There's our good friend Blake.
I think that's my brother right next to him.
I want to. I'm gonna. By the way, you know I recorded all this so I can rewatch it in perpetuity. Lawrence O'Donnell, I'm watching you tonight, pal. I've had you on my list for a long time.
Virginia.
The hammering.
Virginia, 76% in House District 7. Anderson is only 2 points behind Vindman. We have
Let's update this real quick.
Ohio. Marin is within a point of Captor. That's up in our good friends district. We have right now Maine. They've only counted 28% of the votes for some reason, and our Republican Austin is up. Michigan, Barrett is creaming the replacement for Slotkin. That is like an embarrassing. It looks like we're gonna mop the floor.
Can Rogers win in Michigan?
Rogers is on his way. He's like up 2 or 3 points right now. But I'm going through the House races.
Crazy.
There's still a lot.
I feel bad that Marionette Miller.
Tang Williams.
Detroit has a lot.
Tang Williams, who has been a candidate a few times here. Lily Tang Williams is only behind 2.5 points, almost 3 points in New Hampshire, in House District 2. Pennsylvania, we have McKinsey up on Wild in House District 7. That's a big deal. Pennsylvania, they just announced this. District 8, this was a race to watch. This was on our list. This is I believe it's a hold. Brezhnev.
That's a new guy.
That is a
Rob
flip.
Brezhnev. That's a flip.
We have 2 flips pending in Pennsylvania. We have McKenzie beating Wild.
I think we're going to keep the House.
95% in.
No, Brezhnev would be Cartwright. That's your northeastern seater.
Real quick, Cliff. What's your read on the Perry race? 77% in. Where are we going to be at? I know you were just with them.
Yeah, so we have 3 targets in PA. You just mentioned them: District 7, District 8, and District 10. Those were the 3 congressionals. Scott, we got to see where the numbers fall. We're expecting the rest of these to be good, but we got to see if he can get across the finish line. 7 and 8, we were told they were not winnable, but we're going to try to make them competitive. So we're excited about those. But Scott Perry is a must-win. So we're analyzing that minute by minute and trying to see where it lands. But honestly, 7 and 8, one of the reasons we had success was the Democrats didn't target it as heavily for mail-in voting. So we'll continue to track those.
Cliff, are you tracking the row offices? Because the Democrats are way down in these row offices.
Pennsylvania, 81% chance for Trump, New York Times.
Dude, and
Attorney General, Auditor, and Treasurer in Pennsylvania, the split's way wider than it is for the president.
I believe that.
Way wider. Dave Sunday's up 5 points for Attorney General. I think they're actually calling that on decision desk.
I believe that.
Don Bacon's probably going to win, and no one likes him.
Unbelievable.
Hey,
please don't set me off. Gosh, Don Bacon.
Not right now. Not tonight's about unity. Hey,
Stacey Garrity, Treasurer.
Hey, someone's speaking at Kamala's thing. Cedric Richmond, what's going on here?
Oh yeah, we
got to get this. I got to get this. No.
We got to hear
this. This is historic
2
stuff.
on the chair.
This is John Podesta speaking
How will
in
they
2016.
respond?
That's the Hillary John Podesta speech.
Yeah.
Will they deny reality, or will they accept it? Of course they won't accept it. They'll deny it.
Let's hear it.
He's not even.
No, we're still getting it. We're still getting it.
It's not even Jen O'Malley Dillon. It's the co-chair. Let's.
You know how many text
very
messages people?
brief. That was
Charlie,
like,
what's going
that was
on
like
with?
a 1 minute, whatever he spoke, super short.
Yeah, Jack, just to go back to what you said, I mean, all the row offices in PA are going to be wins. I mean, Stacey Garrity, DeFore.
Oh,
and
Cedric
Dave
Richmond
Sunday.
is
I mean,
gone.
it's a
Oh, he's gone.
He's gone. Let's get that.
I'm
let's
sure we're
get
gonna
that.
get a clip. We'll get a clip of it. It's fine.
You know, you think of like
breaking news. It says
Harris campaign co-chair addresses the watch party.
She has been drinking too much tonight.
This is pathetic.
I just got a message. Wait,
really-
Tyler, I just got a message. White House official, some in Kamala's camp wanted to see if Biden wanted to do a quick national address to ease nerves, and Jill shut it down because he's still asleep.
Oh, that would have been historic.
That would have been very funny.
Can you guys do math?
I think we should send out Hunter Biden. Let's start having the conversation
Yeah.
about what we can broker for the pardon.
Can we get that Cedric?
But really,
we should get that.
That
Think
should be a
about
national
this.
conversation with
We're not there
people
yet,
of
guys.
America.
Okay, we're
Think
not there
about
yet.
all that.
We got some votes to count. Okay.
Think about all that
We're not sleeping
posturing
this time, though.
that
We're
Democrats
not falling
do.
asleep this time, though. Last time we went to sleep,
I know,
and we
but-
let them whoozy whatsies this thing. All right.
What were you saying?
Think about all that posturing that the left has done for years, where they're like, this person, young children need role models, like girls need strong women to look up to,
And then they're just drunk,
models. And
right.
then like the objective failure, like at the minimum,
They're
you
all
guys
frauds.
didn't win. You could show that
Class.
like
Dignity.
you're the woman candidate that you nominated can
Right.
be brave, can be tough, can
Yep.
be a leader, and being part of being a leader is being able to
Accountability.
take your group accountability, being able to take your group through hard times.
Nah, just get drunk, right? Party with the girls. Ho phase.
They have to punt to their dude campaign manager to speak for them on
true.
election night.
It's true.
Second time in a
Like,
row, by the way.
second time in a row,
Hillary
just-
had John Podesta go out, and
Yep.
Kamala just had Cedric go out. There you go.
Well, it wasn't in a row, but yeah.
No, both times a female candidate
female,
was the nominee. This happened.
Do we have Brett on? Do I have my devil's advocate panel? Brett,
Yeah,
what's
hey.
going on with Wisconsin?
Send Cedric
They're actually
Richmond out.
they're actually counting votes
Oh my gosh,
miraculously.
there was no one there when he spoke.
New York Times, 77% chance of winning Wisconsin. Tell me what's going on here.
Big smiles over here. We just went from 82% reported in Portage County to 86% reported in Portage County, then up to 90% reported in Portage County. Trump is at 49.8%. Why is this important? Well, this is where UW-Stevens Point is. It's a major college town that's smack dab in the middle of Wisconsin. And if we stay the course on this, keep in mind, Trump's winning by 1 point with 90% reporting. This would be the first time that a Republican presidential candidate will win Portage County since, you guys ready for this? 1956.
And that's a college town, isn't it, that we targeted, Brett?
Hey,
Major college town that we had ballot chasers in, that we had TPA chase the vote ballot chasers in.
We haven't updated the map, but they've called Maine for Trump.
Maine 2.
Maine 2.
Yeah. So let's give him that one electoral vote.
Let's. I mean, we
Wait,
might
what?
as well, right? We're here.
Wait, what?
Charlie, New York Times is now predicting, they're not calling Pennsylvania. They're using that funny word, but they're now predicting Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. Very big moment.
Your math is math. Trust the data, right?
88% in Trump's lead. Did Trump's lead just expand in Pennsylvania?
It looks like
165,000.
No, I had it 100, but it was down to 162.
Right.
Because I've been tracking this
Do
pretty
we
closely.
want to color Pennsylvania red on the map?
No.
All right,
No.
then we'll turn it back.
Absolutely not.
I'm not there yet.
It
I'll
looks-
I'll
Don't
tell you
jinx
when.
it.
I'll make the call. It's not there.
It's
No,
160.
he's at
166.
157 right now.
166, 167.
I want to thank our members. Daisy, send me some of the names. Members.charliekirk.com. We are signing. By the way, you'll be able to have this hat for the rest of your life, and you'll say, "I got a hat signed by Charlie Kirk and the team." The night the blue wall fell
Again.
and I'm not making any proclamations, but I'd much rather be us than them. Fox News is called George for Trump. I'm sorry, I can't say that without laughing. It's like, thanks. That was so 9:30. Okay. It's
Right.
like-
Charlie, you were right about Bucks County.
It's getting redder, right?
50-48.
Yeah, I was right.
Yeah.
So
Dude, how is it
we're
that
actually
these guys
netting, but
with YouTube channels and Rumble channels and teams of like maximum dozens of analysts are hours ahead of multi-billion-dollar corporations? That's a disgrace. Pathetic. The mainstream media is done forever. They're kaput. No serious human can ever look at them again. They're simply not competitive. The next time there's an election, everyone will know. If you want to get up-to-date information, you will just watch Charlie Kirk.
I'm confident.
By the
Huge
way,
red area.
Dude, I have to see what's going on. I forgot about Crowder. We got to see what's happening with Crowder. This is gonna be nuts.
it's the walls are closing in, as they say.
And Cambria hasn't gone up in like 2 hours.
Our team just got back to me from the report from Maricopa County.
Great.
No, this last week. So the data that we didn't get,
pathetic.
we chased. Guess how many ballots we've chased that we know of
Let's
today?
see how Crowder's doing.
Total?
Good time, having a good time. Virginia to really make tonight. She'll regret it. From Williamsburg to Chesapeake.
Bro.
Sorry, Charlottesville, good people.
Bro, I go over to Crowder, and this is what I find at 10 p.m. on election day.
There's no stopping me.
What? That one seems like he was covering his ass. A little bit. Just a little bit.
That doesn't seem.
It's almost like he expected that one. Yeah.
So it's looking like Virginia was Harris by 4.8, which again is within that margin. Like we said, if it was under
closer
5.
to 5 than I wanted it to be, though.
It's
to be
closer to
honest.
5 doesn't matter. We said if it's under 5, that's a really, really bad sign for Harris.
They have to change everything.
In other words, this is the problem with the lie, guys. I've told you about this before. And I'm not talking about the big lie when people talk about election, because we all know that's true. We saw it tonight. What I'm talking about is the lie when people go, Donald Trump will win Virginia. Because the truth is, Donald Trump will get Virginia far closer than anyone has in recent memory. And you know what? If you say, hey, if it's under 5, and maybe we can have them pull it from the...
All right, back to Charlie.
Let's play cut 197, please.
And there's hope.
Good evening, Howard. Good evening, HU. I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done.
The women aren't even speaking. It's a man.
Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Oh my gosh. That's going to go up with Podesta. That guy's right up there with Podesta. By the way, Montgomery County, Cliff, we're getting some numbers out of Montgomery County.
Bro, is anyone...
It was 60-38.
Is anyone ahead of Charlie? I think no one's ahead of Charlie. This is the highest quality calling I've seen so far.
Yeah, and I think, listen, these
60.
numbers continue to cannibalize.
60-38. I'm telling you, they're getting redder, not bluer, in the areas she needs to get votes.
So that's day of. That's all
Yes,
day of
I'm
coming
telling
up.
you.
62. And
when
it
we're
was
seeing
60,
day of
38.
votes, yeah. Once again, listen, we're not talking about her needing to make up 5,000 votes, okay? Right now, she's got to make up 140, 130. I mean, she's got to make up 6 figures in votes.
86%
And Charlie, it's just not
chance
there.
of winning Pennsylvania.
It's just not there. We've got the numbers.
They're at 86% chance.
Philadelphia's at 90% in.
Joy Reid is already blaming men.
Let's go.
I will take the blame, Joy.
Yes,
by the
that's
way,
actually
just
right. That's 100%
right.
right.
As soon as hold on a second. She went after me by name.
I'm sure it's
today,
going to get worse.
Saying that Charlie has no get out the vote operation.
They're going to quote.
Okay, everyone, Maricopa's incoming, according to Garrett Archer.
Yes, it was supposed to be here 30 minutes ago, but here we are. So, guys, and let me warn everybody. we don't know how they're going to give this to you.
Let's focus on Pennsylvania. Let's just get Arizona.
We don't know how they're going to give this to you.
Eventually, the votes will come. Okay.
I don't know how many times I have to do this and still be stunned.
I know.
By the way in which they produce results.
We're ahead by 200K.
Charlie,
over
what
200K
exactly,
in Pennsylvania.
What exactly did Joy Reid say? I'm kind of fascinated.
She said that
people?
Can we wait till after we get? Let's wait.
Let's wait.
I want to dunk on this.
What an incredible thing. A degenerate woman saying that the person who has done the most amount to mobilize the young vote has done the least. Again, classic leftist inversion of reality.
If it looks like we're winning, guys, it looks, glory be to God. I'm not kidding. We do not deserve his mercy. We don't deserve his goodness. And
Amen.
we'll say that as we get closer.
That's
before I get too emotional, Jack.
That's going to be a treat.
So I don't know. Pennsylvania is.
Pennsylvania's at 85% chance now, guys.
What a ride.
Come on, Charlie, let's do it. Are we there yet?
What a
ride. Do it, Charlie. We'll give you the honor.
We're not doing it yet. No. 2020 vibes. I got PTSD.
Do you think, how sad do you think Kamala's sleeping in the White House?
No, let's just stay positive. We'll get to that
observatory.
Yeah.
Do you think she's there just to try to get her?
No,
nights
she's
in?
not there.
She'll get her nights in over there.
Yeah, Delco's done. Montgomery's about to be done. Bucks still has 30% out, and the more Bucks comes in, the redder it looks. So that's a pocket where, as things come in, it actually helps with all of these other pieces that are coming in on whatever tranches of blue that they have left in Philadelphia or whatever it is. You're actually seeing this interesting almost. It's like a seesaw where
Jack,
it's balancing it out.
And McCormick's going to win.
Let's talk top level. There's 6.4 million votes in Pennsylvania. We're expecting another 400,000, and Donald Trump is up almost 200,000.
Yeah, we said just 6.8, just under 7 was what we were looking at.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know where she finds those votes. I don't know where she finds them.
Let's put. Let's put up, by the way, I want to thank our members, members.charliekirk.com. That's members.charliekirk.com. Thank you, guys.
Hey, we finally got Cameron County.
Oh, really? That should be good for us. We get votes.
Well, it's like 500 votes.
Hey, I want to point something out too.
But we got him.
Even with the Maricopa County withholding, Justin Heap's only down 3,000 votes.
Dude, I can't get over that. We'll talk later. This Arizona thing is driving me livid.
Oh, it's gonna get beautiful. It's gonna get so juicy and beautiful. I just wait. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a good time. It's gonna be fun.
I know. It's just,
what else do we have to do the next 3 days, right? Like we wanted to do this. We didn't. Who wants to have an election day in a day? You know.
Pennsylvania is at 85% chance of winning. New York Times. The meter just keeps ticking.
Quick down ballot footnote in Wisconsin.
Yep.
We knew this was going to happen, but I just want to talk about it. Tony Weed, running in Wisconsin's 8th congressional district, he wins with 59% of the vote in right now. The reason that's noteworthy, he was in a contested 3-way primary. TP Action was the first outside organization to support him. So we're really excited for Tony. He's a class act, a dynamite guy, and really has leaned into Brianna and Dixon. I saw those two at the Trump rally, and when Tony saw them, his face lit up like a Christmas tree. So it's just fantastic to see Tony win.
Brett, I want to recognize Dixon too, who's one of our supervisors in Brown County now. He's one of the youngest supervisors. He's engaged to be married. He's got a great life ahead of him, a long line of service.
Dude, look at these degenerate women who thought they could impact the world, changing humanity in the image of their degenerate femininity. Look at these, makeup caked you-know-whats. Look at that. Oprah. Oh my gosh, we have Oprah, Lady Gaga. Oh my gosh, girl power. But they admit that they're not even on the level of us when they can't concede. They can't take individual accountability because they don't believe in the individual. It's next level. It's disgusting as well. Let's go to this guy. Don't even know how to spell his name. Dude, look at this guy. He looks like he's about to cry. What a failed person in comparison to Ben Shapiro. Man, pathetic. The left is pathetic.
Production team, get on it. We need clips. I need a steady supply of clips of the weeping and the gnashing of the teeth and the sackcloth, as well as the ashes. That's what I'm here for. That's what our people are here for.
Where is it?
Give the people what they want is the first rule of broadcasting. Get on it, production people. So the current vote count right now in the state of Wisconsin, with 85% of the estimated vote total reported, Donald Trump has 1.468 million votes. Kamala Harris, 1.348 million votes. He's up 120,000 votes. He's expected to win that state by 1.8 percentage points. Take a look over at Pennsylvania. You now have 92% of the estimated vote total reported. Donald J. Trump, your 47th president of the United States. I'm just going to say it. It's happening, folks. It's all happening. Donald J. Trump is at 3.3 million votes. Kamala Harris at 3.08 million votes. He's up 220,000 votes with 92% of the vote counted. Over in Michigan, things are even worse for Kamala Harris. Over in Michigan, they have 63% of the estimated vote total reported, and she is already down 220,000 votes in the state of Michigan. He is currently up over 6% on her in the state of Michigan. With 63% reporting in Michigan. He's expected to win by about 2.5%.
Have you done the New York Times needle update?
Would you like to hear it?
I would really love. Oh, it's very likely. It's
likely.
Almost pinned. It's almost pinned.
It is over 95% chance of victory for Donald Jamoglius Trump at this point in time.
Jaquan Trump.
It is wildly enjoyable. As you may have noticed, we've hit the punch drunk portion of this evening's program. It is indeed midnight. It is the witching hour here at the Daily Wire in Nashville. For those of you on the East Coast and up at 1 a.m. enjoying yourself, just enjoy it. Just bask in the magic that is this evening, because indeed there are very few nights like this, the birth of your children, the massive suffering of your enemies. It's really quite grand.
Speaking of the birth of your children, I texted my wife and I said, I think I legitimately might cry if Trump wins. We had our first son 8 months ago, and she said, "You did not cry when your son was born 8 months ago."
Well, I mean,
he was born into an uncertain future.
Also, to be fair, you worked harder with regard to this than you did with regard to your son being born.
What, that is true.
There is that. Well, we are now being joined from an election headquarters where people are having a good time. Cassie Akiva joining us from Dave McCormick's election party in Pennsylvania. Welcome back, Cassie. Are they preparing at this point? It's a little nervous about opening the champagne. What's going on over there?
Thanks for having me. Right now, Dave McCormick just left the stage. He came on with his wife. They sort of declared victory. It wasn't exact. They were bragging about how they'll be in the Senate, but he said that the night's not over, but he's extremely confident. They're celebrating here. The party does not seem to be winding down, but things are looking very good for him. He's up by 100,000 votes right now. They're extremely confident.
Dave McCormick is an excellent candidate. I was proud to have campaigned with him last week in Pennsylvania. He's absolutely awesome. So, the mood in the room, obviously, Cassie, must be great. Everybody is looking at these results. I assume everybody's just going to stay there until somebody makes some sort of call, or is it just going to be an all-nighter for everybody?
I'm ready.
It might be an all-nighter for us tonight, but we're going to be here covering it. But McCormick, I don't think he's going to bed right now.
There's no shadow of darkness for the left to move under, because we prayed to God and he answered our prayers.
And he's really having a good night, and it's worth mentioning.
Thank you, Lord.
Points in the polls this summer.
Yes, he was.
This is a huge victory for him. He really turned it around. He said that he has the best campaign staff in the country. I'm starting to think he's right with that big victory there. So
the left is constantly strategizing as to how to twist the narrative, and if we didn't have Charlie Kirk and the Daily Wire right now, they would actually be trying to pull something.
Know what to do with Kamala when she first was swapped in. And it was McCormick's campaign that was putting out excellent ads about Kamala Harris, right off the top. This has been an incredibly professional race from Dave McCormick, again, demonstrating that when you run good candidates in swing states, you can indeed win. Cassie, you've dealt with Dave. He is a pro.
Yeah, Dave has been really great with getting his family involved. We saw his wife talking, his brother. He has 6 daughters, so he really knows how to speak to women. I think that's really helped him here in Pennsylvania. He's been bringing out the crowds. He really campaigned super hard. And even his election night party here, it is full.
That's
I mean,
one of the-
I get really upset because she defended that thing so vociferously, and it wasn't just bad. I mean, that was like the worst polling miss in modern American history.
It's unfortunate that, and it got so much attention. I'm not going to accuse her of like deliberate misconduct, but it's just
90%
she staked
chance.
a lot
All
of
right,
reputation.
Cliff, I'm getting closer, man. 90% chance of Trump winning Pennsylvania.
Listen, what's it going to take, Charlie? You need me to promise you I'm in Philadelphia County watching for the bands going in?
I need some more than 90, okay? And 2020 scars run deep here.
Charlie,
That's fair.
we're currently at
We'll keep monitoring. We'll keep reporting.
The New York Times
Christian,
dial.
you hear that? He needs 95% minimum.
Look, they're just showing. This is so.
The New York Times dial has maxed out for Trump.
So let's just.
Are you serious?
It caps at 95 plus.
Send that to me.
Let's just walk through this, folks. Georgia's already called.
North Carolina's called.
North Carolina's
Florida,
called.
Ohio, Iowa.
The only one left is one blue wall state.
She should just concede.
And if Pennsylvania's there,
she won't. They're doing this whole. They're not accepting this.
They won't accept the results of the election. They won't accept the results of a democratically decided election.
Wait, hold on. Isn't this democracy?
No, it's dying in darkness, Charlie.
Can we sing the BLM democracy?
It's dying.
it's donocracy.
No, what's
All
the
right,
BLM?
Ryan says be careful. All right, we got to stop. Move topics. There's all trigger words now. All right.
Democracy?
Yep. Email is freedom at no, seriously, YouTube has crawlers. Email is freedom@charliekirk.com. Subscribe to our podcast. Open up your podcast application and type in Charlie Kirk Show. The stuff you were talking about prior of making fun of that stuff is all triggered. So it's laced. Yes, we're getting tons of emails. Freedom@charliekirk.com. By the way, we are now on our 8th hour of streaming. Charlie Crawler. Isn't this democracy?
No, it's dying in darkness, Charlie.
Can we sing the
it's
BLM
dark out.
democracy
It's
song?
dying.
It's donocracy.
No, what's
All right,
BLM?
Ryan says be careful. All right, we got to stop. Move topics. There's all trigger words now. All
Democracy?
right. Yep. Email is freedom at no, seriously, YouTube has crawlers. Email is freedom@charliekirk show. Get another MAGA in. We got. Let's get some more hats in. I got to sign some more hats for our members here. By the way, if you want to get in the running for a free hat, all you have to do is subscribe to our show and send us proof of subscription, and you might win. We are the #2 podcast on all podcasts right now. Send us proof hats for our members here. By the way, if you want to get in the running for a free hat, all you have to do is subscribe to our show and send us proof of subscription, and you might win. We are the #2 podcast on all podcasts right now. And some more hats for our members here. By the way, if you want to get in the running for a free hat, all you have to do is subscribe to our show and send us proof of subscription, and you might win. We are the #2 podcast on all podcasts right now. And email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. Daisy and Emma are coming in, who've done a great job, by the way. Blake, can you repeat that? The New York Times?
The New York Times has their dial that they've been measuring all night. And right now, their forecast for the overall result of the election has maxed out at greater than 95% for Trump. They don't go above 95 on their dial. They just say over 95%. Very likely Trump. Their popular vote is, careful Daisy, their popular vote is 1.2 for Trump. That's the highest it's been all night, I believe, or maybe it was 1.3 earlier, but solidly in the range of going to win the popular vote. And their average electoral college result is 306 for Trump, 232 for Harris. And that could go up too.
Well, they said Maricopa's incoming. Did they mean this century, or what did they? I mean, this is
time for the next election.
When they said that Maricopa's incoming, they meant at Stephen Richer pace, which actually it actually incidentally turns out that Stephen Richer moves slower than Helen Purcell, who's like 92 years old, and was the last good recorder that we had before all these changes started happening. Although I do blame her a little bit because she instituted some of the changes that led us down the Adrian Fontes path, and then
I want to
now
see
to
Trump
where we are
go
with Stephen
over.
Richer. It's a long time. We'll spend the whole time talking about all the things that are screwed up with Maricopa County and how Justin Heap's going to fix them.
Not right now.
No. I don't. Not right now. I'm just saying we got to get through this election, got to win, and then we'll talk about all the things that are messed up.
All right, Pennsylvania
and how
right
you can
now.
avoid them yourself.
Pennsylvania went down to 89% chance, so went down 1 point, Cliff. I don't know what changed.
Listen, Charlie, don't hold me to that 1%. I like where we're at. 89 is a good spot to be.
All right. Okay.
I don't see much.
Cliff, are you going to sleep before?
Don't read too much into it.
they
Sometimes
call
the meter goes
Pennsylvania?
back and forth. It doesn't really
Listen, it's 1 o'clock. I promised Charlie I'd stay up through the night.
Oh, Cliff, you're not going to bed. Are you kidding me? Cliff, we got people.
I got Gallagher's 50-50 iced tea. I'm set. This is not a promotion.
Love Gallagher's.
They'll be sponsors.
By the way, Cliff, just so you know, I brought, and Charlie can back me up on this, I brought a bag of Wawa coffee with me here to Phoenix because I would not leave Pennsylvania that far behind. So I've been drinking Wawa coffee the entire night, and I have a special... I haven't even referred to this yet, but I have a special bag right here.
An outside shot. Then the next most competitive state after Nevada is, wait for it, Minnesota. In Minnesota.
That would be great.
In Minnesota.
Oh, that would be so great.
Right? It's hilarious. In Minnesota, 65% of the vote is in. Kamala Harris, 1.07 million votes. Donald Trump, 1.02 million votes. He's only down 50,000 votes in Minnesota. The deliciousness of Donald Trump somehow sneaking Minnesota away from the magic of Tim Walz.
Oh. Crash. Or not? Okay.
Would just be so entertaining.
It would be like
you
running
could not
a
make
pick
his
six. It would almost be like running
a
six
play.
I once had a conversation with Ed Rollins.
His wrists could not get any limber if that were to happen.
The face. I once had a conversation with Ed Rollins, who ran Reagan 84, and he said, I said, wow, 49 states that you won. He said, well, we actually won Minnesota too, but we didn't want to look greedy, so we didn't sue about it. But he felt that they got it too. And if this woman decided to overlook Josh Shapiro because she didn't want to pick a Jew, and then she picks this guy in a bright blue state, she should be totally fine
Defeated
with.
by intersectionalist female incompetence. It's so delicious, brother. Yes.
Wow.
Joining us right now is our friend Harmeet Dillon from the Dillon Law Group. Coming to us from Arizona. Harmeet, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Oh, it's so good.
So you've been watching these results come in just as we have. You have a slightly different set of responsibilities. Our responsibilities are to start eyeing the booze and cutting the cigars. And you still have to be geared up for any possible fights ahead. How are you feeling this evening?
Yeah, no, we feel good. We had attorneys still working in the war room even as we speak right now. We're actually doing the job of picking up all the ballot returns and receipts, if you will, and closing down all the polling places tonight. And so work is still going on. But there's also a couple of bottles in the war room, and people have been toasting a little bit and enjoying that as well. So yeah, we feel great about the effort on the ground here in Arizona and the results, both. And so, it really is a model. It's really exciting as a almost lifelong Republican volunteer to see how it wasn't like this 2 years ago. It was a pretty sad mood, and we have learned a lot of lessons since that time, and so we are teachable, so that's good news.
Yeah.
And it's just like, it's so exciting to see some of these states that had been absolutely written off by the pundits. And I just, put on X a little while ago that it feels almost like a little naughty to be watching MSNBC right now because the level of glee that I'm feeling, the Schadenfreude is just, it's too much. I'm not used to feeling that way, so no, it's excellent. And so that said, I have a lot of friends with close races in California. We're not going to know the results of those for a while, and Pennsylvania, and people are nervous. I feel pretty good about Arizona for Trump, but there are a lot of congressional and ledge races and Supreme Court and all that aren't going to get decided yet. So
how long is it going to take us to hear results out of Arizona?
Arizona, it can take 2 weeks for Maricopa County, which is by far the largest bulk of the ballots, but I think we'll have a pretty good idea of those final numbers in the coming days. I don't think it's going to take the full 2 weeks to get the contours of legislative races. I think we are going to be as much as 4 points up for President Trump at the end of the day. And, if we're that far ahead at the end of the day, it bodes well for some of the people who are a couple of points behind him. So fingers crossed on that. But that's why the work that our chair here in Arizona has done of having a super organized effort and having a closing down of every single polling place we have the numbers of every single number of ballots voted early, turned in on election day, et cetera, in every single one of these polling places. And then our number cruncher geeks sit down and do the math, and there's like some numbers missing.
The left doesn't have any messaging, and that's one of the countless reasons that they lost. They had no messaging. It was about abortion when abortion was already up to the states. So it's hollow. Everyone knew it was hollow. But the reason why they had no choice but to have hollow messaging, meaningless messaging, is because they've dispensed with the notion of objective truth. This is something the left must combat and overcome to ever even enter the zeitgeist of mental seriousness again.
Takes 2 hours to do the entire state.
Well, states have different rules as to whether and how they tabulate ballots. And in Maricopa County as well, you have to understand that they've gone from the more traditional form of voting to a large number of early ballots. And that's been a kind of a difference over the years. The statute allows them this much time to do it. And the current recorder of Maricopa County is, a fairly bitter person who's lost his election for recorder in the summer. And so I just be mild, he's not a Trump supporter. And so he's in no hurry to declare victory for President Trump here. This guy is these guys are out there talking about bulletproof vests. They're snipers on the roof of the counting facility in Maricopa County in case, we Trump supporters get out of hand. They can shoot us. So that's the mood here of the election officials. So, those of them who don't like Trump are not thrilled tonight. I think that is why. But if we hold on to the legislature here and eventually we get the governor's race back, you can change some of those things. And I think Congress can change some of these things. Congress could pass a law that conditions federal funding for elections on some basic minimum standards of counting, of cleaning up the polls, of so many of these other things. So I think that we need to really have that conversation.
Harmeet, thank you very much for spending some time with us tonight. Good luck to you over the next couple of
My
weeks
pleasure.
and making sure that Arizona comes together and the good work you're doing in all the other states as well.
Meanwhile, I do have to
Thank
point
you.
out this is a clip of Cedric Richmond, the co-chair of Harris headquarters, telling everybody, go home and just enjoy. Just enjoy a little bit. Just enjoy it.
Unbelievable.
Can't hear it.
Guys, we need audio. Otherwise, I can't enjoy it.
Can't hear it, guys.
Well, okay. Well, you can view it.
The facial expressions alone.
Yeah, the facial expressions are worthwhile.
I am getting flashbacks to 2016. You remember at the Javits Center, Hillary had her big election party. And my favorite line from poor Mr. Podesta, he comes out, he's the head of her campaign, and he says, hey, thank you all so much for showing up for Hillary. She's always shown up for you. Except right now when it matters.
Very moment.
We're also watching people walk into the party down in West Palm Beach at Trump HQ. We just saw our friend and actor John Voight walk through the room. I think we saw Tucker Carlson walk into the room. So definitely the contingent that was at Mar-a-Lago are all starting to make their way to the convention center in anticipation of Donald Trump making some sort of appearance here, which seems to be more or less imminent. And as that happens, you're just also watching the electoral vote totals creep up. Right now, Decision Desk HQ has Donald Trump at 200 and, I'm getting a little blind, this is at 251 electoral votes.
Yes.
To Kamala Harris's 213. It's getting very hard to imagine how Kamala could turn this.
Well, meanwhile, that needle, that magical needle that we've all enjoyed so much, is over 95% chance of victory right now. Their electoral college estimate puts Donald Trump at 306 electoral votes. Nate Cohn says another hour has gone by. The story is still the same. Trump favored in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. This election is, they're
We stay MAGA.
Wow,
Okay,
I
so
love
let's
the
be
New
clear.
York Times. I take back everything
Yes,
bad
I
I ever
know.
said about them.
It is
Their deep
quite,
honesty.
It is quite enjoyable for certain. That is for certain. And do we have Brent Buchanan available? Is that a thing that I was told that was a thing that we were going to do?
Yes.
Are we right
okay,
now?
So Brent,
He's going to Detroit.
Brent, hold on. Wait, let's do this properly.
Philadelphia.
So
As
Brent,
many
give me the
things
M&Ms.
Bob Brady
I
can do.
promised an M&M joke. Thank you. I'm going to need that. So, all right, Brent. Brent, I have a different candy now, and I'm gonna. And I warned you. You were forewarned. I need an update from Pennsylvania, as I glory in this treat.
Okay, so really, Mars Wrigley has failed us. M&Ms are made in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Done.
It's performing
Beautiful.
exactly like it did last time. They did not show up for Trump any more than in 2020.
Okay, hold on. That was not a good. Can I try it, Ben? Can you do it? Can you pitch me on the M&M thing?
Okay, so Michael Knowles, I'm eating M&Ms right now, and they're delicious. Please give me the Pennsylvania data that is linked in some way to this.
Oh, sure. She's choking. How? Everybody's joking now. The clock's run out. Time's up. Over. Blow. Snap back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. McCormick's going to win. That's basically my attitude.
Michael, that was really.
Is that copyrighted?
Absolutely.
Oh, it's a good night.
I'm going to go back to you since you have data.
We got
so
Michael
what's
Knowles
the story in
rapping.
Pennsylvania? Why are we waiting to declare it? How long do we have to stay up with this? What's the story?
I have no clue why we're waiting. Right now, Philly, the county, is at 86.
I'll tell you exactly why right now. Because they had a different plan in mind, but a guy named God stepped in, and now they're wondering how to put the pieces together, but they don't fit together because civilization's been saved by ultra-impressive, competent men. Back to the broadcast.
Is shrinking in the margin for Democrats. In our last national poll, we had Harris only winning the under 30 vote by 8 points. If we'd have broken that down even younger, I guarantee Trump would have been in the lead if you would say 18 to 22. So Center County, Pennsylvania, which is the home of Pennsylvania State University, Biden won it by 4 in 2020. Trump is currently up by 4. So I have absolutely no clue why we're all sitting here. I mean, it's fun. I get it. It's really fun. I really think all these smart people, and then they also invited me. We can definitely win back the college-educated vote with what you all have talked about tonight. But Pennsylvania, absolutely no clue why they have not called it.
Okay, in Michigan, the numbers are looking stunningly good for President Trump this early. Now, it's a lot earlier in Michigan. They've only counted something like, I don't know, 67%, about 2/3 of the vote. But Trump's up like 6% in that vote right now.
Facts.
I assume it's going to come down. I assume it'll be a little bit closer. But what that does mean is that Mike Rogers, who is widely expected to be trailing in that Senate race, is running really strong against Alyssa Slotkin right now. And if you had to put money on it, you say Republicans maybe get 55 Senate seats out of this thing.
They could potentially. And it's one of the really interesting stories of this cycle where for pretty much all the Senate races, the Republican Senate candidate was polling 4, 5, 6, 7 points behind Donald Trump in the margin. And it really looks like as people went to go vote, they looked at the blue and the red jersey and said, I have to pick one. And I'm going to pick the red jersey across the board, especially in these Rust Belt states. So Dave Sunday, the Republican nominee for Attorney General in Pennsylvania, declared the winner there. I think that is
I
a
cannot
harbinger
say
of what we're going to see.
enough how truly lucky we are to have Charlie Kirk and Ben Shapiro in these broadcasts, because if it was just up to mainstream media, they could play games with us. But they can't now because we're able to call stuff 3.5 hours before them. In some cases, maybe more than 3.5 hours. And then they always say exactly what we're saying because they have no choice because the math is mathing.
Provisional thing, do you know the provisional count statewide?
No, I mean, we're going to look at it, but really a lot of these will total up. But 1.3 million cannot be correct, Charlie. There's no way. I just pinged the RNC. Go ahead, Jack.
No, I was just going to say, well, a provisional ballot is still also going to be a day of ballot. So so a provisional ballot, let's say, no, we know there's going to be a bunch of those up in Cambria County where they had the issues with the scanners, where we were telling people, we had Laura Trump and we were on War Room this morning and we were saying vote paper ballots. You and Andrew mentioned it earlier, Charlie, on your show. I mentioned on my show. So we were urging people to do that. But we know those are going to break Republican. And for the rest of the state, I would imagine that they would break fairly along the same lines that the statewide day of voting would break. So even if there are this number of provisionals, it would still break that way for us.
You want to know something crazy?
Yep.
I mean, I'm just analyzing this stuff here with on the carry numbers for Arizona. Sorry, I'm just waiting for the Maricopa County numbers to come through. Basically, all that Rubin leads by is the lead that's in Maricopa County right now.
Mm-hmm.
That's really bad for him.
I'm telling you. I mean,
That's really bad.
They're going to slow walk this thing
Oh, we're
forever.
finally getting Nevada in.
Yeah, no, Nevada's way above Arizona, by the way. It's just unbelievable.
How did Nevada come in
It's
before?
just pathetic.
It's so bad.
And Trump's up 9,000.
We have 17% of Alaska
tight.
in, and they
Very
closed
tight.
3 hours later.
Sam Brown, I don't know.
Wow.
No, it's not going
Charlie, I have
Sam
2020
Brown's
provisionals if you want me to read
tell us.
those.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, in 2020, Joe Biden had 53,000 provisionals. Donald Trump had 50,000. There was 103,000 total. They're talking about a, 10x, 13x. There's no way. If that happens, we've got lawsuits. We've got a whole battle. That's the attempt to try to distort some of the numbers. But it was 103,000 provisionals in 2020. And that was, by the way, that was the height of COVID when there was the literal record set for the most mail-in ballots we had, which is where all the provisionals come from. So I don't know where they're getting that number from.
Okay.
Oh man.
Another reason this is so critical,
Hovde
this coverage by
so
Charlie
great
Kirk
with
and
this.
others,
Is Eric
is
Hovde
that
gonna win?
they can't lie about what happened because millions witnessed it.
Jeez.
So they can't come tomorrow and say, oh, the numbers were actually this. When we saw them.
With some
Because
guy
we
like
we
Eric Hovde's
witnessed
just
this.
such a good dude, right, Brett? Like Eric Hovde's just such a out of everybody that's running for office this election cycle, Eric Hovde's the most likable guy I think out of everybody.
He's your prototypical definition of Wisconsin nice. He remembers names, which I've always appreciated about him. Any event, hey Linda, how's it going? Gives him a hug. How's your husband? Like that. It just he really epitomizes who you look up to in Wisconsin. I love the guy. I had never met him actually, and he was super involved in Wisconsin politics about 10
We
years.
got footage of RFK walking around. He's looking happy. Oh my gosh, dude, RFK is gonna take the fluoride out of water. Let's go. Oh, thank you. That's great.
Just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
What?
To make we don't know.
By
what
the way,
kind of-
Fox just called Pennsylvania for Trump.
Let's
Yeah.
go, baby. Let's go.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Over. We are.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Years, came back onto the scene a couple years
He
ago,
didn't
has
get
been
a
a huge
concession
help
phone
to
call
Brandon
tonight.
Malley, someone
Okay,
that Brandon
so
looks up
Donald
to
Trump's
as a
new name
mentor.
I'm sparking.
is the
He
glass ceiling.
understands that.
Because Donald Trump has not just stopped one, but from becoming the first female president of the United States. And he now has the opportunity to do the funniest thing ever. At the very end of his presidency, declare himself female and become the first female president of the United States.
Even the New York Times has taken Pennsylvania to very likely Trump.
Fox News just called it. It's over, gang.
Yeah.
It's over. Fox News calls Pennsylvania. This election is done. It's toast. You can put it in the fridge. It's finished.
Donald
Okay. Donald Trump is the 47th president of the United States, the greatest political comeback in American history. Bar none. No doubts about it.
Is going to be so
effing
fantastic.
believable. Unbelievable. And to you, the American people, put the work in.
Yeah.
The amount of work that people put into this election cycle, particularly me, but others,
It doesn't. Got there.
it's incredible. I mean, really, like I mean, the amount of work. I mean, the number of people that we all personally know who are like door knocking and going out and doing the hard work and making the connections, putting aside whatever differences are out there. I mean, this is a huge victory against a woke left that needed to take it directly in the teeth.
This is
Just huge, just enormous.
This is the greatest comeback, without dispute, in the history of American politics.
Of course, of course. Well, what exactly would be the comeback?
How is he going to govern the country from prison, though? That's the thing.
From Elba, St. Helens.
There are actual constitutional crises looming because the left took the joke so far that it's
They really took it to Jeremy level.
Wow.
Yeah,
That's right. They gave me a run for my money.
By the way, TDHQ has called the election. Donald Trump is your 47th president of the United States.
Yes!
There it is.
Yes! Damn.
All right.
So, how y'all feeling? Feeling pretty good out here?
Yes.
I cleared my
Yes,
week,
yes.
guys. I was planning on being here every day for like a week because I thought this was going to get dragged out and out and out. And Donald John Trump, despite the constant negative press, has kofefed. But by what time? By the way, Marsha Blackburn was 20 minutes off.
That's
23
right.
minutes off. She said we would be at 2:70 by midnight Central Time.
God.
Well, the world is about to change in a much better way, in a much, much, much better way, from foreign policy, domestic policy, to the social fabric of the country. And now it's time for those that Donald John Trump has defeated to actually take seriously the possibility they got it all wrong. They got it all wrong. And it's time to rethink some things about the American people and about the country they seem to say that they ought to represent.
It is also time for me to have a drink. I think I've
You've earned it. And Dennis Prager left early.
No!
Oh, boy.
Now we have to have his drink. I mean, we must.
You know, the nice thing about the color orange is that it encompasses so many colors. It's not just white, it's not just black,
It's really
it's
a
not just
blending of
brown,
all
it's
the
a blended
It's like a
family.
rainbow.
It's like
It's a
America.
rainbow coming together.
That's
It's like
exactly
Obama said,
right.
we're not red America, we're not white, we're not
Orange America. We're all, today we're all orange. That's right. Unbelievable.
This company began about, 9 years ago?
Well, I've tried them all. And these, they're by far the best. The Built Everyday Pant 2.0. Built has truly revolutionized menswear with these pants. They're extremely breathable, as well as wrinkle resistant, making them an instant go-to for wherever I'm going. From a night out to the office. Can't go wrong with the
thing and had basically
I never knew this,
support from
dude,
anybody.
I mean, come
It's been a
on.
long road.
The United States of America.
The United States of America.
And number 47.
And number 47.
Donald Trump. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh boy.
You know, this is also not to get too spiritual, but this is God having mercy on our nation.
Yes.
And saving us from what would have been catastrophic. I mean, it wouldn't have been the end of the country, but
do you understand?
it would have been a catastrophic.
Not the end, but
It's
absolutely.
By the way, we forget that we were 1 centimeter away from things completely exploding, not just Trump's head.
Yeah.
That's right.
Okay,
Yeah.
that is how close this country just came. The person that a bullet missed his head
by
this
centimeter.
much is now the next president of the United States.
Exactly.
Again.
Exactly.
Okay, I'm sorry. If you don't believe in God, it's time to start thinking about it really a lot, like real strong. You might want to take like a real strong think on that one.
To me,
You think God does not operate in history?
the biggest.
I don't know what to tell you.
To me, the biggest question has been, will God forgive us for Roe v. Wade? And I think maybe he will.
Thank you.
What is that they just gave you?
This is like a firework.
Oh, it's an explosive. It's confetti. But
why did I not get one?
You don't get
Here,
one.
Matt, you want this one?
Do you have to ask?
I don't really want one, but
I think that we have to wait until he finishes his speech.
I think we have to wait till he finishes.
They also didn't bring me champagne. How
You can have my champagne, Michael. It's fine. Have my champagne. I can only take so much alcohol at a time. Oh, you did.
Let's go. Thank you.
Yeah.
I didn't get you.
You don't
You know
get
what? This is
me.
a better election.
Guys,
We really got
Paul
sick
has
on this
two
end of the
hands.
table.
Get
Also,
this out.
so listen, guys, last time in 2016, I had to pay Michael because I bet wrong on the election. This time I called it. I called it this time, so I don't have to pay you
Except
any more
remember
money.
that bet we had on New Hampshire? you were a little tired.
Yeah, he was. I remember.
It was about $400.
Drinking.
I was more right than wrong. That's all I'll say.
Wow.
Wow.
What do you use, Mike?
Okay, guys, we need clips from MSNBC. Feed it into my veins. I need it from MSNBC right now. CNN, MSNBC, all the networks into my veins.
Sir.
Slow drip for the rest of my life.
By the way, can
right
we
now.
also say it's not going to, electorally speaking, the popular vote I don't know because California is a big state.
Yes.
But Donald Trump is going to win 300 electoral votes.
He's going to win the popular. I'm just telling you right now, he's going to win the popular vote.
He is. He's going to win.
He's going to win the popular vote. He's going to win the popular vote because they're not showing up for her and they're showing up for him.
And
he's going to win the popular.
Larger number.
I have never in my life had a cigar before. I've been saving these. I've had them for about a year. I've been saving them. Let's see if Charlie Kirk has said anything yet. Daily Wire's called it.
Is the
Charlie.
president going to speak now?
I who's saying that Fox called it? I'm sure they did, but
We're seeing Fox call
yep,
it live.
everyone's
Charlie,
saying it.
let me give you credit from right here in Pennsylvania. You were the guy, you and Tyler, convinced me.
Here it is.
You say,
Here it is.
Cliff, stop door knocking across the country, go back to your home state, own Pennsylvania. That will be the deciding factor. I thought you guys were nuts. We knocked 500,000 doors. We delivered Pennsylvania, and now we've got our country back. Let's do this, baby. Come on.
Let's go.
There it is.
Clean up, clean up,
All
clean
right.
up.
Ah, the
Let's
run
go.
on.
Oh my god, dude.
Huge win.
Oh my
Oh
god.
my gosh. This
It
almost
feels,
seems
it
a
feels so
little
good to be on
surreal.
the side of civilization.
Everybody should remember this moment. Look, I'm gonna echo Charlie from earlier. Remember where you were when this happened. Remember where you were when you realized
That's right.
that the Uniparty and all of these, just
The satanic
the establishment, they did not expect this. And Charlie, you should have emotion. This is a moment. You totally reformed the GOP. You totally said, listen,
yes,
we can't forfeit the mail-in ballot. You said it's time to actually participate. And look what you guys have done. Brett, what you're doing in Wisconsin, Charlie, what you're doing in Arizona. I mean, everybody across the country. Jack Posobiec, you were crazy enough to think we could win Pennsylvania? A kid from Norristown?
The fact that it was
guys.
Pennsylvania, man.
And let me give some credit to some incredible activists too, because there's a history that's going to be told for a long time. But I mean, look, Pennsylvania, we are very lucky to have an attitude realignment and change, because what I call the national Republican apparatus that I know, Cliff, you've been fighting for a long time, would have completely blown this, right? And you've got the heart and energy and soul of a Cliff Maloney, of a Scott Pressler, of our activists. I mean, No for Micah, you talk about this all the time.
No is incredible. No, it's
Incredible.
absolutely incredible.
That's the type of people that you need to turn this thing around and win. And
look, I said there was something I had in the bag that if we won Pennsylvania, I would reveal it. So I am going to reveal it now. No, it's fine. It's fine.
Everyone should come on up here.
So I'm going to reveal it.
Yeah, come on, guys.
I brought this all the way
team should
from
come on up here, guys.
Pennsylvania.
We should start like the Charlie Brown
in
song,
case.
just like everyone start dancing.
Just in case we won Pennsylvania. I said I wouldn't even talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got tasty cakes all the way
great.
from Philadelphia, PA.
great.
Pass them around. Pass them around. We got the tasty cakes. The taste of Pennsylvania is here tonight, ladies and gentlemen, because Donald J. Trump has won Pennsylvania, and with it is winning the United States of America. He will be the 47th president, the greatest president that America has ever seen. The golden age will begin, and Pennsylvania will lead the rebirth of the American Republic, just like it led the way for the birth of the first American Republic in 1776. It is commencing again.
Let's go, PA. Yeah. Good job, Cliff.
Let's go, baby. I want to thank all the PA Chase team here. We're all here, baby. We're rocking.
Look at there.
Woo!
Go on, Cliff. Let's see the crowd.
President Trump expected to speak soon. We have to give thanks to God.
Dream big again.
We have to give thanks to God.
Yes.
We have to give thanks to God. God saved Donald Trump's life in Pennsylvania.
Yes. Yes.
In Pennsylvania.
I just want to say what Elon Musk was saying. This was our last chance. I genuinely believe that with the way that they were changing the electorate. This was our last chance to do this. Everybody should be so incredibly thrilled.
We're gonna win more. We're gonna win a lot more.
Are we gonna win the House?
We're gonna get tired.
We're gonna
of
win the
winning.
House.
We still have that promise.
This is the first time all year that Charlie Kirk has had his full voice and been speechless.
And if anyone
It's
deserves to get tears in his eyes, it's Charlie. I think
Ladies
we
and
all
gentlemen,
agree.
it's
I
happening.
think Erica was chopping some onions or something in the break room.
No one has
maybe.
worked harder than Charlie for this.
We gotta hear some words here from you, Charlie. You put all this together, my man.
It's
Let's
just-
hear it.
I am just humbled by God's grace.
It's all God. It's all God. God alone. God alone.
That's all I can say.
Decision desk has it. Pennsylvania.
It's done.
It's beginning.
Brett, how are we doing at HQ? Are you still in HQ there with everybody? Are
Yeah,
people
I'm
around?
still here. I'm in my office. I've had the door closed. I don't know who's still here. I should see. I should see who's still here.
Dude, when Trump speaks, I
it's,
might
A
cry.
little after midnight in the Central Time Zone. I just
The
want to
thing,
say
the thing is we've all suffered so much. We've all been demonized so ruthlessly by everyone. We've been isolated. We've been mocked. We've been pariahs, social pariahs. We've been driven into hiding, outcasts. I've been afraid and to even wear. It wasn't until yesterday, literally yesterday, that I wore a MAGA shirt outside my apartment. And I am zero within trait personality disagreeability, guys. And, you know, while yes, I might have worn one outside if I was in Texas, I'm in California, and these people that we've been battling are evil. They're not good. And maybe that's the reason why I'm not crying right now. It's because we just overcame evil. We just saved the country from... I'm so grateful to be alive at this time. I'm so grateful to see this, to live through it, to play a small part. I just checked my analytics. This isn't about views, but in the last 2 months, I've gotten 541,000 views, and in some of these states, the margin was thin. You know, so I'm grateful.
In the hopper here, we've got Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, which we're going to win all of them.
There you go.
And Michigan. Hey, they've only counted 23% of Maine's votes. The lady that was trying to kick Trump off the ballot said that she's not counting anymore after 23% in Maine because he's going to win. So,
glory to
this
God.
This is going to be a
highest.
big win. This is going to be a large win. This is going to be a resounding win. That gives,
and then they're basically waiting for Alaska to call it for Trump, but it's done. He's going to win Alaska by 10 points.
Nothing out of the ordinary there. They always do that. They're like, oh, Alaska can swing.
Charlie, can I get ahead on this? What's the next battle?
Yeah.
Where do we go from here?
No, we just.
I'll tell you later, Cliff.
Yeah, not now, guys. There is no next battle. We just.
Cliff, I'll tell you tonight.
You got it.
It's in January.
Pennsylvania.
But we're not done yet. We've got a Senator Eric Hovde to make sure that we get through.
We kept the Senate. We're winning more. We kept Trump. We got Trump.
This entire week in Arizona. You know why? Because we're not satisfied not only with this, potentially Trump winning here in Arizona, but we've got to get Kerry across the line, and we've got to win the state House and state Senate by big margins, because we're going to march ourselves right into in 2026.
We're not talking about that yet. Let's just.
We got to set it up.
We're not letting us start the next election cycle yet.
No, we got it. We have to. And here's we come right out of this. We have to win these governorships and protect these states, because we can't be living through this every 2 years, every 4 years.
Oh, we're going.
This is called permanent infrastructure, and Turning Point Action deserves so much credit.
We just saved.
Because we have needed this for 30 years, Charlie.
They're going to put
30 years, Tyler.
Bro, they're going to put this in documentaries in the future. I was watching a documentary about how Rome in the 14th century, in the year 1100, basically saved itself and preserved itself for another 500 years. We just did that, except we're going to last a lot more than 500 more years. What we just did might be the greatest historical moment of all time.
And deliver win, Charlie. I agree with you. We got to thank Jesus Christ.
Yes.
You got to think deep here. This is a spiritual moment. The fact
Guys,
that Donald Trump was even the nominee was a complete miracle.
For every one of you that did not give up after January the 6th, that didn't give up after the indictments, that didn't give up. I mean, do you understand what we just did?
Look at Steve.
Do you understand what I mean? They put him in prison.
Look at that face.
They shot Trump. They tried to shoot him again. They took away his business empire. This is the most unbelievable American comeback story in the history of American politics.
They're going to be talking about this for hundreds
I hope you understand
of years.
what this is.
Hundreds of years.
There's nothing that will ever compare to this.
They're going to try to do it.
Charlie, put your MAGA hat back on. It's going to be in the Smithsonian now because of what just happened. There it is.
People are mind blown right now. This is, all over.
Now you're all in big trouble.
I have a different. We can have plenty of. We do not deserve this, guys. Donald Trump is this close from not being with us to
half an inch.
half an inch to the right. Donald Trump.
He's the happiest I've ever seen him.
Donald Trump,
and he
saved,
earned every second of this.
Saved by the hand of God himself that day.
Dude, this
You
is
know
Providence.
what's the most fun part
We all
while we
saw
wait
it.
for Trump to come on here?
We're living in
The
a
most
world
fun
where
part
morality's
is-
just been saved. It's so crazy, but that's the world we now live in. Morality's been saved, and God's been confirmed in front of everyone. Trump just won after being saved from a bullet less than a centimeter.
We get off.
Once
See,
you-
they're in like a.
And this is what Cliff has figured out. This is what we talk about permanent infrastructure. Once you figure out how to do this stuff and you figure out what its mechanics and the mechanics that we have in place, it becomes very scary for the opposing side. And they're looking at this, the work that we put into CD7 in Michigan, the work that we're putting into CD3 in Nevada, and Arizona and Wisconsin. This is scary stuff for the left. Our teams in Pennsylvania, obviously we've been talking about Pennsylvania here, but our teams have figured out something that scares the left more than anything else. And you have to continue, you have to double down, triple down, and just, again, we've said this, we've got to drive the left into the ground here so that they don't want to come back. And that's what we're going to do this election cycle, but next election cycle and the one after that. And in Pennsylvania,
We're not afraid anymore.
Cliff, you've
We're not
got
afraid.
a big.
We proved that we can hold them accountable. We can stop them. That's what the second term is. They can be stopped. If this is a trilogy, we're only really on the second Terminator movie, but this is the most important movie for sure. By 10 times.
For the entire America First movement on what we need to do. And I think, if we do this right, guys, we're going to build from here. We're going to figure out how we take this and how we continue to climb, continue to build infrastructure. And Charlie, I just want to say this again. A lot of people tried to beat the crap out of me, and you were one of the few guys, you and Tyler,
We always
and the
had
whole
your
gang, that always had my back. I've always stood firm, but it's easy when I've got titans there that I can rely on, and we can deploy people, we can do the work. And I just want you to know how much I appreciate it. It means quite a lot, and it's an honor to have Pennsylvania go the right way. We're going to win Arizona. We're going to win Wisconsin. Nobody takes credit. It's a team effort, and this full synergy, the left was not expecting this. They were not expecting people to come together to do the work. They've been kind of running their own show for years now, and their time is up. We're going to take this country back.
It's glory be to God. Glory be to God.
Yes.
I just we set as a
you,
team,
Lord.
Tyler.
Thank you, Lord.
And then finally, she subjected to reality, and
Discipline
reality
midterms.
said,
This
"Hell
was gonna be
no."
the hardest
When even
This is
Anna
the end of me,
Kasparian,
I think.
And
when
we
even
put
Anna
the
Kasparian is
whole
saying,
apparatus
what we did is crap.
in the arena.
Like,
Yes.
it was offensive what they
And
did.
how many people tried to take us out and tried to leak against us and tried to destroy us? And this team is the best team in the history of everything. And the team at the turning point, everyone.
We've got
This is the greatest political victory in American history.
the thousands of people, the good people who have dedicated their lives. Again, people from 49 states coming here doing this. Guess what? That's all replicable. That's all.
I'm not afraid to
this.
scale
We
this.
can
I'm not afraid
scale this
anymore.
thing.
And we will.
Yeah, the scary part is I've been withholding. We're gonna be able to lay out a highway that goes directly to getting to the electoral results that we need in every congressional district that has a feasible Moneyball equation in front of it that works.
You hear that, Democrats? The architect is laying down the gauntlet right now.
This is the greatest. I just want everyone to go back in time when they crossed the Rubicon and Trump was indicted for the first time. Someone's getting a call, and it was like, remember, Donald Trump was in Blake. You remember he was in political oblivion.
It looked like the end
He was
of the
in
world.
exile.
Like he couldn't use Facebook. He couldn't use
Yeah,
Twitter.
that's right.
He
We
couldn't
weren't
email
allowed to use social media.
He
then.
literally disabled his
Truth
email
Social.
list.
That's crazy.
We had no social media. He was a pariah. We weren't even allowed to. He wasn't allowed to use like Spotify. Like it was like he
This
was.
is the most unlikely.
And family members treated us
no,
like
you're
we're
American.
other, like we're worse than.
people on the planet.
They are.
Like, there is no country like this. And
from Elon Musk buying Twitter to liberate
we
Twitter.
asked the question, like, are the American people still there? Like, if you can hear me, and yeah.
We had been
I'm gonna
cowed
get
into
emotional.
such silence. The political persecution, the censorship, the actual lawfare against conservatives across the country. Tyler, you've been faced with this. We don't need to get into it. But this touches right here at home.
I'm good.
You're good.
We're gonna have fun. We have fun 2 years.
But I mean, just think what the whole movement has been through, and to rise above it. I mean, they tried to throw him off the ballot in multiple states. We forget like half of the crap that they pulled.
God had his hand on this movement. And
Oh, yeah.
he was not done with this country.
Nope.
And we deserved
Wow.
judgment.
Wow.
We did.
It's
and
yeah.
Grace.
It was pure grace. And what are we going to do with it is the question.
Yes.
We're gonna continue to get some God-fearing people elected so that we can continue.
We're
this
gonna have
thing
the
on.
Senate. Well, we have the House. You feel bullish, but
Let's
we
just-
don't know.
Just guys, we're in control. And
let's just enjoy
And
it.
let me just say one thing. My friend JD Vance is about to become vice president of the United States.
Yes, we're gonna have our first.
Yes, sir.
We're gonna
Yes,
have our
sir.
first. We're gonna have our first millennial.
Is that not the craziest?
President, vice president.
First millennial.
That is a. If there's not a turning
And
point
Charlie
win
Kirk,
in America, Jade.
I can call him a friend. He's messaged me. I've been on his show.
Tell the story.
I know he likes me because he likes my tweets and replies sometimes.
We'll share it. We've got days. We've got Maricopa days. For
A friend of mine is friends with the vice president.
On this entire time.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And you and I were talking, and Rob was, there was this darkness this weekend. Like a
could feel
seltzer
it.
poll, it's like the bad guys knew something was happening, and they just threw everything they could at us. And
you could feel
feel
the
the
machinations,
heaviness, right?
You could feel the scheming behind the scenes, to how to pull this thing back from the brink, because I think they knew exactly what they were staring down the barrel of this evening, and you could just feel it. You know, you were like, how much of our lead is going to evaporate this weekend from stuff we don't even know about, and so this is a really sweet moment.
Yeah, they tried
Donald Trump is going to speak soon. You know what he should say is, sorry for keeping you waiting. Complicated business.
I know this will mean a lot to you, Charlie, because it means a lot to all of us. So we're happy about the result in Florida on the abortion vote.
Yeah, in South Dakota.
But that
too,
was
right?
a special 60%
Thank you,
one.
Jesus
So, you know, it was
Christ.
weird. South Dakota, it was a 50% one, and it's losing by 27.
It's amazing.
So we finally have an up or down win on that issue.
It's amazing.
It's great.
Oh, gosh, I have so much to talk about with Arizona. It's like
That-
I'm looking through all this stuff.
We
I
have-
can't
we
wait.
have all week. By the way, they still haven't reported anything.
They still haven't.
It's been 4 hours.
Because he dropped. He just like walked out.
They
just like walked out.
they reported 10,000 votes. 10,000 votes is what they reported.
These people belong in.
It's just
Guantanamo Bay.
MSNBC is now saying that the
We're gonna
voters
get
picked
justice,
Trump,
we're gonna
and
get everything.
essentially they didn't put it exactly like this. It's up to the deep state to stop him now.
Pima dropped 4,000 ballots. This is where we're at right now. Like, we're at like 4,000. Like, thanks. Really, really helpful. Guys.
It is so offensive. This entire thing is offensive.
They can't upload SD cards? Like, okay. By the way, Trump is still up by 18,000 votes in Arizona, and everything's going to get redder from
What's
here.
the projection?
It's all going to get redder.
3.7. So
It's all going to get redder, and the county races is just such a big deal. Oh my gosh, we're gonna have so much fun, guys. That's the other part. Like, we start this thing from like a really high point. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna have a good time. We're having a great time. Beats the heck out of like having to like make, lemonade out of lemons here. This is the opposite.
And MSNBC refuses to call it because that's their MO.
Oh gosh, I'm just going through all these races, and it's like
It's so clear that it's over for Pennsylvania. Like the New York Times, if you look at their website,
It's
they
done.
they have the bars.
It's
They're
all
like
going
their
red.
95% confidence interval.
It's all going
and
red.
It's like a full, half a point past zero for their 95%. So they're saying it's 95%, but it's really, there's no way. And if Pennsylvania can't go, they don't have any
Well,
way.
Fox
back.
calling it. Decision Desk just called
Yeah.
it. Decision Desk is legit. Decision Desk is. That's
Decision Desk called it. Fox called
it's
it.
done.
I
Because
called my son.
They've analyzed. They have
Woke him
a
up.
system for it. They press a button and it goes through all the likely scenarios with the ballots that are left. So it's done.
CNN won't call it, but
Who cares?
Yeah, we got nothing from him.
Let them cry.
I mean, he's a joke. And Garrett Archer's like been like running like cover for Maricopa County all
just
week.
woke up Biden.
What can they
The
say?
PR campaign for Bill Gates.
Alaska's gonna come together with
Trying to get
Nevada.
Congress
It's
unbelievable.
Man, Jack, how many people told us to turn our back on Trump? How many people told us to
Oh,
jump
this is
ship?
cool.
How many people told us?
Oh, we're going to talk about that. Because
to keep it positive, I don't want to name names. I just
No,
want
no. Because I remember it was we had the keys of the kingdom laid out, and it was just go. Trumpism without Trump. They said, we'll bring together a bunch of the, the
this is cool.
issues, but we don't need Trump anymore.
This is cool.
And we don't need him, and it's gonna be easier this way. It's gonna be better this way. All you got to do is, come on, you don't need that guy anymore. And I'm talking like 2021, 2022, after the midterms in 2022, sitting in this very room, Charlie, 2 years ago. Essentially 2 years ago tonight.
That's right.
When everybody was telling us, walk away, go with some other candidates, and let it all go away. And we said no. And I remember, and Charlie, you said specifically that you gave Donald Trump a promise that if he ran again,
I would have his back.
That you would have his back.
And not only that, I said we're going to be better and more agile, and we're going to do what we needed to do. And God spared us from a good night in 2022 for us to build the machine, right, Tyler, and learn the lessons of how to chase, how to register. If we would have had a good night in 2022, we would not have built any of that stuff.
They're dancing in Palm Beach.
They should be.
Oh, they're dancing down there.
Yeah, look, MSNBC's doing Arizona. Yeah, okay, Steve Kornacki, you want to come in on our show? We'll tell you all about it. Ridiculous.
Dave Urban on CNN, he's just not having it. He's not having it. Yeah, I know. He may have sent me a message or two.
It's like, we haven't gotten day ofs right yet, Tyler? Are they dripping in day ofs?
They're not doing anything. We're just sitting here like schmucks. It's like,
hey guys, we took care of Pennsylvania.
You know what's so
Where's
annoying
Arizona,
about
Charlie?
this? You know what's so annoying about this? Cliff gets to celebrate and he gets to enjoy the rest of his night and sleep nicely. We have to live through this for the next 4 days.
I just want to shout out Cliff. Cliff is the real deal. Cliff moved his whole energy back home to Pennsylvania.
No, you know what? It's unfair that Cliff gets
and
to
Scott
celebrate
Pressler
tonight.
deserves credit too.
Scott Pressler, absolutely.
And
Where's Scott?
I want to give a lot of.
seen him on air or anything.
Can I shout out Scott real quickly on a little bit of some stuff here? Scott has been a great partner with us because on the application that we developed that's helped enable thousands and thousands and not thousands, millions of voter contacts through early vote action on their application. They've sent literally hundreds of thousands of postcards that have all been directed to Pennsylvania. That all happened on the application that has been one of the top 100 applications in its category on the App Store. And Scott has been nothing short of the voter get out the vote Johnny Appleseed for the state of Pennsylvania and for so many across the country. He's been such an inspiration to so many kids, so many young people that we work with through Turning Point Action. And I just cannot speak more fondly of the work that he's done so diligently, sleeping on people's floors, doing all sorts of things. But in the application, I'm telling you, we made millions and millions of voter contacts through that mechanism. And he was one of the only people that stepped up to take that very, very seriously. Cliff did as well. That's part of the success story of Pennsylvania, is that there have been millions of voter contacts made because of the get out the vote philosophy that's been taken by guys like Cliff through chasing ballots, and then people like Scott Pressler who have the heart for it.
This is
and that's what we do over here. That's what we do. We're nonstop.
But after 2016, you recall that Donald Trump visited the White House, and there's a wonderful picture of Donald Trump lecturing the media, and next to him is Barack Obama, who looks like he just wants to commit suicide, and right between them is Abraham Lincoln's bust like this.
It's gonna be a lot of fun.
The fact that Donald Trump has skunked Barack Obama twice.
Yes.
The fact that he stunned Hillary Clinton and Kamala Harris. He is the destroyer.
But Ben,
he has become, some might say, Vishnu, destroyer of
I want to
worlds.
put a little cherry on top of your Sunday.
They're
I want to take
taunting
you back
Trump
to a White House Correspondents Association.
Yes.
During the 2012 cycle,
It's done. It's over.
Trump had been flirting with running for president.
Yeah,
and
like
there's
a dictator.
Obama. He gets up on stage on the podium, and he
It's just all a bunch of noise. We're in power and they aren't. Thanks for shopping.
Oh man, the P Diddy gang is not feeling great tonight.
Their bets didn't pay off.
I just want to say thank you to everybody who supported us too, and who prayed for us, and who donated to all of our efforts, and who's become members tonight. You guys are a huge part of all. I mean, you are witnessing history, everybody. And it was so different than 2016. It's its own thing. It's not even its own comparable thing,
not
right?
2016.
No, that was a shock and awe. It's like they saw this coming and they tried to build a fortress, right? It was unstoppable object, immovable force. They said, how can we try and prevent Donald J. Trump? And
right.
Well, the people spoke.
They failed.
That's right.
They absolutely failed, Charlie. They failed. And it shows me, I mean, listen, I don't want to tell you guys I was going to get out of politics after this, but if we lost this election, the climb back would have been so difficult. And I've just been, in the last hour, my faith in the American people has been restored. I mean, this is a moment where you see the American people, we have the grit, right? For those that try to tell us that, we should lose faith and people don't have it. No, they are ready to go. They want to fight for their country. They want to take it back. And I think this is a mandate, and it's going to be up to all of us through Congress, through the Senate, through the presidency, to deliver some real victories and policy changes that the American people, they're now demanding.
The team worked so hard. Brett, you guys should be so proud of yourselves in Wisconsin. You're going to deliver a U.S. senator, and you're going to deliver electoral. I mean, it looks like Wisconsin is signed, sealed, and delivered.
They just called Wisconsin. Yeah.
They just called Wisconsin.
Yes, sir!
Oh, that's 270, baby.
All that work. Yes. All the way back 2 years ago, Tyler was saying Wisconsin, Georgia.
Man, I remember when Tyler was talking about Wisconsin, and we were like,
and I was a hater. I was like, I don't think it's going to happen.
We were all like, what are you talking about?
We're buying the building,
so
Brett.
hard.
Easy. What was I saying all day, though? I
put
said
it on the credit card.
I said Wisconsin feels good. Wisconsin feels good.
We're not
Alex and
leaving
I-
Wisconsin.
So Alex here and I, we walked into this office for the first time January 2nd.
That's it.
In the
Fox's Trump has elected.
Let's go, baby.
Oh my goodness.
Let's go.
Can we get our own graphics, guys?
Yeah, graphics go
By the
up.
way, all the other networks are going to have to make a call soon. It's done.
Yeah,
it's done.
over.
Keep
Too
going.
big.
Honestly, I
to
need
rate.
credit for Fox for setting the narrative. Honestly, because the math shows
We
this.
essentially
I'm not
built the
BSing
company.
you.
Even in
Fox
defeat in
deserves credit.
2020, we launched
Well, they did-
entertainment
I mean, they said
and created
that in
these
20 as well.
amazing
No, I'm saying though,
documentaries
this is
with
they're
Matt Walsh,
leading, and the other networks
amazing
are now going to have to follow.
Scripted content with
Ladies
Dallas Sunday
and
and Bonfire
gentlemen,
Legend. And coming out of this,
we're back.
we have a mandate. We believe in this company.
We are
which is
so
to
back.
Fight the left and build
We
the
are
future. We
so
serve an enormous victory
back.
as a country over the left
Come
today.
on, play the
The
clip
future
from
is
The
still
Hangover. You guys
ours
gotta
to
have that
build.
ready.
So please, dailywire.com/subscribe.
Back to
47%
Wisconsin. I
off
wanna
in honor
recognize real
of number
quickly
47
our
himself,
team in
Donald Trump, with
Wisconsin.
promo code
When we
FIGHT.
again, we got to
head over there,
Wisconsin,
become a
it was like
subscriber, join the ranks of our wonderful
nobody
Daily
had
Wire
any faith
members
in
and make it
Wisconsin.
possible for us to do
No,
all of
right,
this
Brett?
work. Again, that's
Right?
dailywire.com.
It was Brett and I
subscribe
driving
now.
around in Wisconsin, handing people. We had to beg
Let's see what
people to
Crowder's
take money from the PAC, and say, right. This is, and we're here at this point now. We've got hundreds and hundreds of people who are ready to march right into the Supreme Court race next year. I mean,
he coming out?
This is a beautiful thing. A beautiful thing.
Keep in mind, guys.
Put
this is a
207 up
state
on
that-
screen. I want you to say, thank you, Lord, for this gift from the heavens. Look at this on screen. 207.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
I want to get the
that?
clip. Can someone get the clip of it? I want to hear it. I want to hear whoever did that. I want to hear it. By the way, MSNBC is running ads from The Giver. No, I'm not kidding. Literally, they're running ads from like audiobooks or something.
That's awesome.
I like the Giver. Are we attacking Lois Lowry?
They're doing
I want all of you
infomercials.
watching at home right now, do it in your own way, but
The movie
just
was trash.
Say a prayer of thanksgiving in your own way.
MSNBC's running
One second,
infomercials.
please.
Wow.
Say a prayer of thanksgiving, please. It is the only proper response to this.
Well, I don't know if we have the prayer image from our team this morning, but we have had such a culture of prayer going on over here at Turning Point
it's
Action.
been unbelievable.
And it's led by Charlie. It's led by, we have so many great faith leaders. We got Pastor Rob that's right here.
Psalm 107:1. Oh, give thanks to the Lord, for He is good, for His steadfast prayer.
Just going back to get the clip.
No, I want to hear it. By the way, someone get the clip of it. I want to hear it. I want to hear whoever did that. I want to hear it. By the way, MSNBC is running ads from The Giver. No, I'm not kidding. Literally, they're running ads from like audiobooks or something.
Wait, they're like
The Giver. Where are we?
Running.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
I want to get the clip. Can someone get the clip of it? I want to hear it. I want to hear whoever did that. I want to hear it. By the way, MSNBC is running ads from The Giver. No, I'm not kidding. Literally,
We have
they're running ads
billionaire,
from like
freakish, betas, mad.
If we hang on to,
it feels like 90. So I know you won't now because I set it up.
260. The MSNBC has called Pennsylvania.
266. Oh, they did?
Yeah. So they have.
Oh wow. Okay, so then we're just waiting for an Alaska.
You're waiting on Alaska,
and a Maine.
and they haven't called Maine's second for some reason.
Yes,
New York
so-
has called that.
Or Wisconsin
New
will
York Times, that is.
Wisconsin will put them over the top there. Guys, did you expect this on election night? I mean, this is decisive.
I said, okay.
I knew that God would do this.
I told pretty much all you guys, but I didn't say on air or publicly at all. I said there's two universes. Either it's really close and like it's too close to call and we're going to be fighting this out for a week, or we're going to have a decisive victory. And I said I couldn't see any other universe.
Yep.
I couldn't see any other one that made sense. And ladies and gentlemen, we're getting the good ending. We're getting the good ending. This is the ending that we wanted all along. We are finishing the story. I can't even begin to think of the story. I can't even begin to think of how they're going to explain this.
NBC News says Trump wins Pennsylvania. You're right.
There it is.
Let's go.
It's done.
Let's
and
go.
Then that means with Maine, it's done. Every network is in then. Kamala is done. If NBC's there,
She should concede right now.
By the way, can someone please get me a feed of Chris Hayes right now?
A degenerate woman.
This is vastly more shocking than 2016 because
Tell me why.
2016, when you look at it, you could easily make the case it was fluky, that you had a very high turnout for Gary Johnson, you had very high amounts for Jill Stein. No one thought Trump really had a shot, and so they could say people were willing to not show up because they thought it was in the bag. And so he gets this kind of weird win. Like, I think he gets fewer votes in Michigan than like Mitt Romney did, for example, or George Bush, one of those two. And so it felt fluky. But now you have him winning the popular vote outright, and he might even get a majority of the overall popular vote.
Do you think he will?
I'm not sure. Probably not, but like he's right on the threshold of that. And obviously people knew he could win, so you don't have any distractions where people are, voting a protest candidate because they assume it's in the bag. All the excuses for like how Trump couldn't get a critical mass of the American people, that Trump couldn't win a straight up fight against a Democrat, it goes out the window. And he's going to get a bigger win than he did in 2016 for the Senate. He's going to pick up seats that
We won the
looked
popular vote.
impossible to get there. This is, and just the coalition that he built to do it with as well, that he took the gains he made with Hispanics in 2020 and he made them even bigger. He took states that have been swing states for half a century and he's made them as one-sided as Illinois is for Democrats.
And I just want to be clear, like on MSNBC right now, they're calling for like the end of the Electoral College. That won't even, I'm sorry.
Doesn't matter now.
Yep.
Of course they are.
So
They're
Donald
the
Trump to speak
enemies
soon.
to
I mean, yeah,
democracy.
We're not
And
continuing.
the world can
guys,
see.
for every one of you, by the way, that volunteered, that did commit 100, for every one of you that watch our stream and our show, and you did text those extra 5 people, and you did bring those voters out,
I did
you
everything
guys
I could.
earned this tonight.
I
You
did
share
everything
in
I
this
could.
victory. This is not Donald Trump's victory.
I talked
this
to
is
every
our
person
victory.
on the street who would look at me today. I walked outside so that I could talk to people. I probably spoke to 7, 8 different men. Every Uber ride I take, I talk to the driver. You're voting, right? You're voting, right? They all agree with me.
You reap what you sow.
What do you? I mean, Biden would have just lost earlier if they had just left him in. He would have just lost earlier in the night.
Oh yeah.
So I've been seeing this stuff going around on like Blue Twitter and things like that. They say, oh, we should have left Biden in. He would have performed better. No, he wouldn't have. No, he wouldn't have at all. She was always going to lose. He was definitely going to lose. This made her slightly more competitive. This made potentially the Senate slightly more competitive. And I mean, this was the model that this was the worst possible case for them. The worst possible realistic case. That's what we're seeing.
No, the worst would be if they actually posted Arizona votes.
Charlie, I said realistic.
By the way, we have 1.7 million
no
people on Twitter right now. Just listen. We've had 1.7 million total viewers just on Twitter. It's unbelievable. 200,000 concurrents. Again, with signing hats here on this historic night. You'll never get, by the way, you will tell your kids about this night, and you might have this hat around for another 50 years. Members.charliekirk.com. I'm signing hats for you. Members.charliekirk.com if you want a hat.
Imagine being Matt Drudge right now. And just all of
just think of all, I mean, by the way, just all of these people that were like, the blue wave is coming and the blue wave is coming. And it's just, and they were so ferocious about.
They're so nasty.
Right? And they were so nasty and aggressive.
Charlie, it was worse than that. I mean, these people had me believing Pennsylvania, when they were down by 1 million compared to where they were in mail-in votes. I mean, it's almost like, mental warfare. They had us believing that like somehow they were going to turn them out. It's like, they're good at that, right? They're good at pushing us to believe that. But that's the power of just driving forward, right? Ignoring that, ignoring the hate, ignoring the fear, ignoring them coming after you with lawfare or whatever it is, and just delivering. And
it's
the
melting down
people
phase.
delivered tonight. They delivered a resounding win.
It's just, I'm so
for Donald
sick
Trump.
of the refusal
I'm just
to
so-
do any self-reflection at all and to lash out as if the electorate, like the onus is on the electorate to get them elected. Like they're entitled to the voters working for them.
Right.
And it's like, no.
That's who the left is, though.
You're running to be a public servant. They have forgotten that, Jink.
No, absolutely.
And so they're just totally disconnected. They're disconnected from average, everyday
We're seeing
Americans.
We're seeing
and that's
the
why I think the
psychopathology
Democratic
being
Party has
crushed
been
already.
bleeding support from, marginalized communities that, the Democrats purport to be the representatives of. But are you really representing them?
And saying, no, none of this. Enough. We can't do the BS anymore. We have to produce results.
One sec here. I want to play 209, please.
As NBC News has a projection to make in the presidential contest in the swing state of Pennsylvania. NBC News now projects that presidential contest
this is like a dream
has been won by Donald Trump. Now,
Yes,
I believe
Said the words.
that means that we are at a 266
You can't get it
electoral
out.
vote count. Donald Trump. Kamala Harris at 194 electoral votes. So, to be clear here, this is the third of the 7 major swing states that have been called. But Georgia and North Carolina and Pennsylvania, as those 3 states, presents an almost unless there's it presents an insurmountable future here for Kamala Harris and for the Democratic ticket.
We are now at 28,000 votes in Arizona, just for the record.
Wait. What did it come through at? What?
Insurmountable indeed.
Part of Maricopa. They're dropping blue Maricopa first. I'm not kidding.
Oh, I just texted Steven, and then he posted.
It's really funny how that works. I want to say one thing. Andrew, where's Andrew?
I don't want to take credit for that.
Guys, Ken Clement was right.
Alaska just, blitzing their votes in past us, even though Alaska has to fly their votes by bush plane to be counted.
So this is how ridiculous Maricopa County is.
It's just
They dropped
distracting me from this beautiful night.
They dropped 30,000 votes.
Me off, man.
So Charlie, they only counted 30,000 votes. It's been 4 hours.
Ken Clement said 2 terms. He just didn't say what order.
It's been 4 hours.
2 scoops.
And they counted 30,000 votes.
I can't get over this.
Real Trump troopers will remember.
Oh my goodness!
Wow. I'm gonna be like, wow.
How many votes are left? Like all of them?
Yeah.
They're counting them 30,000 every 2 hours.
Wow, 4 hours.
We don't even have all the early votes count.
No. This is how
we have 200,000 red early votes that have not been counted.
Listen, the magnitude in which I am so morally offended by the people who run Maricopa County, namely our Board of Supervisors and the Elections Department, and Stephen Richer, our recorder, our elected recorder. These guys should not be in charge of the fry station at McDonald's. They are so incompetent.
Hey, we like McDonald's.
Well, we like fry station cooks. I'm not saying we don't. I'm just saying they're so incompetent. They couldn't do that part, much less operate a multifaceted major election, the biggest elections department in America that manages more votes than anyone else. It's the fourth largest county in America, and it's the largest voting populace in America. They should not be doing this.
She's refusing to concede, I'm hearing.
Oh, really? What's her path?
She's just...
There's going to be a second.
Totally refusing.
So I heard she's going to... I can't say it. I can't.
Oh, no. Kamala Harris has called Trump to concede the election.
Okay.
Really, where?
It's real-time news, and they've never been wrong, so... That's...
Wow.
Real raw?
No, not real raw. It's real-time news. I'm going to be right. I'm telling you, my Telegram people are never wrong. I'm just wait.
I wish I could. I hope he records it. Please, someone record it. Someone in Mar-a-Lago record it.
Someone says you're getting trolled.
It's not on Twitter yet. It's not on Twitter yet.
I don't know.
Record it.
All right. I'm going to be proven right. I'm going to be proven right.
Record it.
I'm going to be proven right. I'm telling you. Hot off the press. Crystal clear mandate.
I can't
right
even
now.
find the words, guys, to even describe this. I mean, in Wisconsin, up until this point, keep in mind, we were left out on an island from a national perspective. We had lost 22 of 25 statewide elections.
Unbelievable.
Here in Wisconsin. Tyler, Charlie, you guys believed in this state. You guys helped us plant our roots here in this state. We have a hope to be now a permanent home here in Wisconsin and building out permanent infrastructure that just showed this is the new way to win elections. You guys know, this is Alex, by the way. Alex and I moved into this office the second of the year, January 2nd. We walked into this office in a snowstorm.
CNN.
Alex,
Can I recognize Alex Story real quick? So Alex Story was the man who helped build this office in Waukesha, and we owe him a whole debt of gratitude. Has been training. Did how many dozens of trainings did we do, Alex? And what an incredible dude.
All right. I'm sorry. I'm monitoring this in real time here. I don't know. I'm going to be proven right on that Telegram call. By the way, I'm going to be proven right.
I believe Charlie.
Man, how much hard work and sacrifice. Tyler, you lived in Wisconsin.
I lived with these guys.
I know.
I'm telling you, Alex was painting walls, right? Brett.
Yep.
Brett, we have so many stories. How many Brewers games have we gone to? I went to the Brewers game where they basically knocked the Diamondbacks out of contention for the playoffs. Yeah. That's how much time we've been there.
It's
guys,
good time.
Like hundreds of paid full-time ballot chasers walked through this room. All the while, the establishment hacks in Wisconsin are telling us that these Turning Point Action guys, they're just here to take over the party. They're grifters. They're just here to burn it all down. I mean, hopefully this shows that we were here to establish a permanent paradigm shift in how we know get out the vote to be. I hope that history looks back.
Are these guys still broadcasting?
Based on coconut milk, basically.
Yeah.
That whole thing was actually borrowed Trump strategy. That was really just an astroturfed version of Trump's greatest strength, which was what you saw ultimately at McDonald's, was that he's got this enormous kind of fellow feeling for the American people and ease with the actual human being. I mean, it was all an attempt to just suck the juice out of the Trump campaign and attribute it to Kamala. And in fact, it was...
That is his best self. It has always been his best self. It's just
He's so good.
Instinctive love of...
There was a video of him that went viral several weeks ago. It was just a quick clip of him just working through a room and talking to people.
Yeah, it's great.
I don't know where it was from, but it was just it's masterful.
Yeah.
Yes.
I spoke to Trump's head of security, Keith Schiller, who's been with him for a quarter century or so, and became a very significant Oval Office. He was director of Oval Office operations. And I said, hey, look, I know everything about Trump politically. I've followed the guy. I'm a New Yorker. I've followed the guy since I was like 3. I've literally been aware of Trump for my entire life. I said, tell me about the guy personally. What's it like being around him? We've heard he's bad to people and he has bad character, whatever. He said, this guy, people love him. They're loyal to him. Yeah. He has a good family. His family loves him and reveres him. And you can't, it's not, obviously he's had tough relations with certain staffers and stuff in the White House, but I don't know. He's got a decades-long track record of really connecting with people and establishing good relationships.
It is amazing that a guy with his marital history has kids who are actually operational and some of them actually...
They're quite successful.
Quite successful.
And not to mention grandkids that are great, too.
I was traveling around a lot of the world in 2016, actually right before I started Daily Wire.
Yeah.
I was in the Middle East. I was traveling around there a lot. I went to India for a little bit. I was just kind of like a little joy trip with my friends. And the thing that really shocked me about it was, because the election was going on, everyone is tuned into the American election because we're the global hegemon, we're the global empire.
Yep.
So we think of this as the election for our nation. This is an election that sets the tone for the entire world.
Yes.
And the entire world is very, very tuned into what goes on here. So to your point, Spencer, things are bad. In Canada, they're killing their elderly and they're sick and they're depressed. And the elections in Europe have not gone as we'd like them to in certain places. And
in England, they're arresting people for thinking.
And they're arresting people for praying in their own heads or wearing pro-life T-shirts in their homes.
Yeah.
And however, this changes that.
Mm-hmm.
Inevitably, this will change that.
It will. I'm hearing the...
There he is. Donald Trump is on the stage. You can see him there in the corner. Right there.
Oh, yeah.
Let's go.
There My friends, thank you for this wonderful night. Let's
Yes.
go listen to the 47th President of the United States. Here we go. Don't forget your champagne.
Yes, indeed.
And maybe your second.
Thanks.
There it is.
Did it.
Sweeter than liberal tears is the confetti of the conservatives.
So many liberals are crying.
my God.
Thank you very much. Wow. Well, I want to thank you all very much. This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This was a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country, and maybe beyond.
That's right.
And now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. We're going to help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. And we made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before, nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 45th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day, I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places, Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin, we are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, and Alaska, which would result.
Guys, be kind to your cheeks.
Come on.
Electoral votes, but result in us carrying at least 315 electoral votes, but it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it, because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great.
Dude, you understand how historic this is? Oh my God.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And, winning the popular vote was very nice, I will tell you. It's a great feeling of love. We have a great feeling of love in this very large room with unbelievable people standing by my side. These people have been incredible. They've made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the truly important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people.
Yes, sir.
America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow, that's good. And the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, were all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. They were tough races. And I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. And we did tele-rallies. We did tele-rallies with each one of them. And sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that, nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives.
The world's at our feet.
And I want to thank Mike Johnson. I think he's doing a terrific job. Terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country. Can you believe that? Oh, no, she's done a great job, works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. Now, we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing, but that's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barron, Laura, Jared, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. What a great. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance. Our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States, J.D. Vance.
Bro, look at how adoring his wife's face is. She's thinking, bro, look at her face. Look at her face. She's thinking, I picked well.
And his absolutely remarkable and beautiful wife, Usha Vance. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? You know, I've said, go into the enemy camp. And you know, the enemy camp is certain networks. And a lot of people don't like to, sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC? He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He actually looks like, he's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it. And then he just goes in and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words here.
Wow. Well, Mr. President. I appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America.
That's right.
And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership.
Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. Right. It lost that little.
You guys realize who was
that
defeated
little
here?
thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country.
It wasn't just incompetence. It wasn't just the satanic agenda. It was all of the people behind the scenes of Kamala making her lie.
Potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back, let me tell you. The Ice Maiden, we call her the Ice Maiden. Come here, Chris. Come here, Chris. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. Come here, Susie.
This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate, and he's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we had, the best team, and, of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Susie. Look at her, she's shot. I've never seen her be shot before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Oh, let me tell you, we have a new star. A star is born, Elon. Now he is. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together tonight. You know, he spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia and different parts of Pennsylvania campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket, and I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour, and it was burning like hell. I said, what happened to your paint job? He said, we've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat. And, but I saw it come down and turn around. And there was, you know, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I tell the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And that very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, you know, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again, so I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. And especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry. And I said, oh, no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space-age movie or something. I put the phone down. Bad part, I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes, and he was holding. But this spaceship came down, and I saw those engines firing, and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash, and then I saw the fire pour out from the left side, and it put it straight, and it came down so gently, and then it wrapped those arms around it, and it held it, and just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see, and I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, and it hit North Carolina, they were really devastated, the water. This was a big water, as big as we've ever seen, water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink.
Bro, Trump's been working so hard. He thinks he's still in campaign mode. It's incredible. He's been doing so many rallies.
I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the guys. You know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's a fantastic golfer. Slightly longer than me. It's a ball a little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here someplace. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He's got a great career going. Great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a man, Dana White, who has done some job. He's a tough guy. So Dana started UFC and came to me, do you mind if I use your... Nobody wanted to give him arenas because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went, and I said, this is the roughest sport I've ever seen, but I began to like it, and he loved it, and nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy, what he does. He gets these fighters, and they really go at it, and it's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words, because people love to hear from him. Dana,
please. Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hard-working man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family.
Yes.
I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Nelk boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Bustin' with the Boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
Yes.
That is a piece of work. Now he's he's really an amazing guy. But most
you could see Barron Trump nodding when he was talking about his family.
Across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's got to be turned around. It's got to be turned around fast, and we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way, with so many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country.
Yes.
So I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hard-working people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. And he's going to help make America healthy again. And now he's a great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're going to let him go to it. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than...
And dude, now this could be gas-powered cars past the year 2030. Let's go. Let's go, man.
From the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen it. Young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it. They had some great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all corners, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, he will start a war. I'm not going to start a war. I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny. We're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from them. Can you imagine? Wow. 901, something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. And I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And that reason was to save our country and to restore America to greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. Just as I did in my first term, we had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And it's going to happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to
less government
bring
bureaucracy,
us
more freedom,
together,
more liberty.
and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it.
And meritocracy.
Because
yes.
together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.
He's tired. But the message was clear.
I know. That's what they do. They go with the technically true.
At least it wasn't like Donald Trump.
All right, so let's. We're just gonna keep that feed up, guys. I just want to soak it all in. That is a who's who of crowd right there. There's Donald Trump, Speaker Johnson for now, Elise Stefanik, that's Steve Witkoff. Did you catch what I said there, Jack?
For now.
Yeah, exactly. Linda McMahon. I hope you guys are dancing in your home tonight. You deserve it. You're going? All right, I'm going to be a while. Oh, man. It has not set in. Why am I hearing myself back?
It's the TV and the...
Man.
So that happened. Yeah.
That... Since,
oh, look, Rachel Maddow's still going, man. She's going strong.
Since we last...
Scorpions coming home to Las Vegas, celebrating 60.
I think is Elon up there? I don't know if he is.
I don't know that he's there actually because
he was pictured there earlier.
No, he was pictured at Mar-a-Lago.
You know who deserves credit is Trump's pollster, man, Tony Fabrizio. Can we let Tyler in? We're up 31,000 now in Arizona.
Yeah, they got another 1% in at current rates of growth.
What'd you say? What's your great news? Come on.
We have these great microphones here, Tyler. That you can use.
Just about temporarily.
Since we left, New York Times called.
It's done?
So New York Times called Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So they are calling Alaska away from calling it.
Members.charliekirk.com. I'm signing hats for you right now. Members.charliekirk.com. Tyler, I also want to address the Turning Point Action folks tonight. But Tyler, what's your great news?
Okay, well, we have good news, really good news to share.
Yeah.
So I just went back to TP Action HQ and we just went through the numbers because I told the team when we were standing back here earlier, I called them and I said, give me all the ways that the numbers can break and what's going to happen in all the different ways for Trump, Kerry, everybody else, because there's 10 other races in Arizona that we're looking at. If everybody remembers, and I want to rewind everybody, and those of you that have been with us for so long, remember in 2022, what they did in Maricopa County. What they did was they released the results, the election day results, if you remember this, Charlie, closest to downtown first.
Yeah, I know, but it's just like, it's not supposed to be like that yet. We're supposed to have SD cards uploaded.
Okay, I believe they're doing this again, right? And if you believe that they're doing that, this first drop that was very small is 39,000 votes,
and we won.
And we won 56-40.
Yeah, and that's okay.
No, okay, but it's even more okay if it's downtown Phoenix. It's closer to the downtown tabulation center.
Yep.
Because the further we go out, the redder it's going to get. And even if it holds at 56-40, we're going to pick up a lot of votes, because it's going to be almost a 60-40 probably split.
Yeah, you're getting by the way, we're up 38,000 votes in a very incomplete picture right now.
And guys, this is election day, which means that if we model out the rest of that week and we even find a midpoint between where it was at and the 60-40, we're in a good spot. If it's better than that, which it very well could be, like I said, because more than likely what they did was they took those SD cards that are closer because they're jerks, and we know this. How do we know they're jerks? Because they only released 39,000 votes, and they're going to do this painstakingly.
All right, why don't we run some more numbers there, guys? It is 3 o'clock Eastern. It is 3 a.m. Eastern.
Yes, it is.
Morning Joe is in 3 hours.
I'm ready to get going. Well, and this is what we're doing, Charlie, tomorrow. Guess what we're doing? We're curing ballots. We have 3 trainings tomorrow. We've already trained all of our full-time staff here in Arizona. They're hitting the ground running. We have 11,000 ballots to cure today. We're going to cure every single one across the state of Arizona that's a Republican. We're going to get their votes in. That's another 10,000 plus votes for Kari Lake and Donald Trump. We're going to do it. We're just going to do it. It's done between now and Sunday. So the team is incredible. We have an impeccable team that's over there right now. They're ready to not sleep until we get this thing done by Sunday. And we will. We want to put another win on the board for President Trump. We want to put another win on the board for another U.S. Senate seat for the next 6 years. It's a big deal.
It's amazing just how the other networks...
We have influencers having to mobilize and organize and do this themselves because our government in its current state is so failed and flawed and broken, which is the reason why we just saved America. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it.